Hey everyone, this is Mukesh Otwani once again from learn-innovation.com. Today in this lecture, we will talk about how you can download and install Jenkins in Windows. So first step, we will just navigate to Jenkins URL or Jenkins blog. So I will just type Jenkins and hit enter, and you will find their official website, which is jenkins.io. And you can see some description about Jenkins, which is coming from Wikipedia. So let's open their homepage, and you can see on the home page you have a couple of links. So they have blog, they have documentations, they have plugin, community tab, about, and so on. As of now, we are only interested in downloading the Jenkins and installing. So you just need to click on download, and you can see they have two releases. One is stable release, which is LTS, which is long-term support, and they generally release after every 12 weeks. Okay, so for stability purpose, we'll go with the stable versions, which is LTS. And if you want to see the past releases, so you can click on past releases, and you will see all the previous releases, or we'll say the past releases. So you can see we got all the past releases as well. And if you want to see the change log, like what changes they are doing in each release, then you can see this change log as well, and you will get to know that what changes they are making in each and every release. So it's a very technical document. Even if you don't want to go, it's perfectly fine. But yeah, tomorrow if you want to upgrade or downgrade, you can go to this change log and see all the stuff. Now the main part is Jenkins is available, or I will say distributed as WAR file, native packages, installer, and Docker image. This particular tutorial is focusing on WAR file. In upcoming tutorials, we'll talk about other distribution as well. Now comes to the main important part, hardware and software requirements. So let's open this. So as you can see, the minimum hardware requirement is 256 MB of RAM and 1 GB of drive space, although 10 GB is recommended. So anyways, we have I have 8 GB of RAM and around 100 GB of enough space for this Jenkins as of now. Okay, so minimum is this for a small team. So in the software requirement, you can see we need minimum Java 8. Okay, so let's open this Java requirement as well. So Java 8 is required, 32, 64 both are supported. Main important point, Java 9, Java 10 are not supported, Java 12 is not supported. As of now in my system, I have JDK 8 64-bit. So in case if you don't have Java, please install Java 8, then you can continue this tutorial. So when it comes to hardware, it's very I will say minimum requirement, which you should have minimum, and I guess this is very basic, so you should have this one. If not, then please upgrade your system. And for Java 8. Now let's come back to download section. As you can see here, we have two releases. Again, this is LTS version, this is weekly. We will go with LTS. At the time of recording, the version is 2.277.2, and this is weekly release 2.288. And again, you can see we have different options to download. I will go with generic Java package, which is .war file. Okay, the moment you click on this war file, like click on this option, it will download a small file. Okay, so now file has been downloaded. So you can click here and click on show in folder. So right now you can see I have this war file. So let me start command prompt, and quickly we'll check whether we have Java successfully installed or not. And once Java is successful, then we will start executing this war file. So I will be using one command called java space -version, and I should get the Java version. Okay, so as of now, at the time of recording, I'm using 1.8.0_162, but any build number is fine. So make sure you just have Java 8 or any other version which is supported. You just need to run a small command, java space -jar, and you need to deploy this war file. Okay, so just drag and drop, or you can navigate to this download folder and then you can use the war file. It's up to you. So now it is going to run this war file, so java space -jar. Now hit enter, and it will take some time. So basically, if you see, it is setting up one root directory, which is the current username, and it is going to create one web root directory, which is home directory for Jenkins. That we will see once Jenkins is up and running. We'll go to this root directory and we will see. Okay, so now you can see here, please use the following password to proceed to the installation. So basically, this is your key that you have to use for initial configuration, and you can also find the same key in this particular location. Okay, so first of all, I will do one thing. I will just quickly copy this and I will just store this into a notepad, and then we'll go to that particular directory and we will also see the same thing. So basically this is our .jenkins, which is basically a root directory, which you can see here. Here under secrets folder we will find this. So let me copy this, or maybe I will go back, C drive, users, this is my current user, and just come down here and just search for .jenkins folder. Yeah, so just a second. Yeah, you can see this .jenkins folder. Here you can find a secret, so you can see this secret folder, and this is the main file, initial password. So initial admin password, you can open this. You'll find the same password here. So this we need to use it. Now by default Jenkins runs on port number 8080. So in order to add this, first of all I have to access Jenkins. As I mentioned, it will go to localhost :8080. This is the default port that you have to use. So this will ask you basically this admin password that we have found, and once you enter that password, then only it will allow you to move to the next step. Now as you can see, it is saying the same thing. Please copy the password either from the location, which is this location, and paste it below. So we will just copy this and let's pass here and click on continue. Now you can see we have one page called customize Jenkins. So basically in order to work with Jenkins, you need some plugins. So Jenkins will give you two options. One is install suggested plugins, and second option is select plugin to install. I would highly recommend you to go with install suggested plugin, and later on if you have to install any plugin, you can go to manage plugin section and you can install any plugin of your choice. So I will click on this option, which is install suggested plugin. Okay, so something went wrong. It is not able to download couple of plugins. That's okay. We will get one retry option. We will try with retry option. Okay, so it's installing one by one. So let's see. Now as you can see, most of the plugins are already installed except one. That's okay, that we can install later on if required. As you can see, all these plugins has been installed successfully. So if you want to retry for this particular plugin, you can do a retry, otherwise you can click on continue. So I will click on continue. So in future if I need this, I will install this separately. Click on continue. Now you can see again we have two options. First is you need to create first admin user, or you can click on this skip and continue as admin. But I would highly recommend you to give one username at least and password with full name, so that in case something went wrong, you can go back and do the easy recovery. So I will create one username. I will just give one username, let's say Mukesh_50. I will give any password which I can remember. Same confirm password. Now I will give my full name, which is Mukesh Otwani, and I will give my email address. Now you can click on save and continue. So this particular user is now admin. So again you can see it is instance configuration. As of now I will not make any changes. Once you move it, I will show you how you can change this Jenkins URL. As of now my Jenkins is running on my local system, which is localhost, and the port number is 8080. You can click on save and finish. So guys, you can also change the port number while installing Jenkins, that we will see later. As of now we are running with the default configuration. Let's click on save and finish, and it says Jenkins is ready. Start using Jenkins, and now you will get the Jenkins home page, or I will say the dashboard. So as you can see now, Jenkins is successfully installed in our system, and the version that we are using right now is 2.277.2. You might have a different version, so you might see a different UI if you're watching this video like after some time, but yeah, functionality will remain same. So in the previous videos we have installed Jenkins. Now we'll see the quick UI of Jenkins. Okay, this is just an overview. We will be exploring each and every option once we move ahead. So as you can see, as you logged in, you will see a username. You can also see the logout. On the left hand side, you can see you can create a new item. So let me open these options one by one. When you say new item, it means you can create a new job. Okay, let the option load. So as you can see, now you can create jobs here. So you have multiple options. You can create freestyle jobs, pipeline. You can also create multi-branch pipeline, and so on. Depends on the requirement. You can select which kind of job you want to create. Just provide the name and you can get started. Second option is people. Okay, right now we have installed Jenkins. So we don't have any person except me. But once you have multiple users on this Jenkins, you can see all these users here on the people section. Next is build history. As of now, we have not executed any build, right? So once you have multiple builds running on this Jenkins, you will see all the build history on this particular section. Right now we haven't even started a single build, so it's totally blank as of now. Now this is the main important point, which is manage Jenkins. Okay, as of now we have not configured Jenkins, but whatever configuration you have to do from manage Jenkins. As of now, you can see we have 4 sections. One is system configuration, second is security, third is status information and troubleshooting, and finally tools and action. So I guess totally 5. And these are the main options. Okay, so first option is whenever you have to make any global settings, you have to add some paths. You can do it here. Okay, whenever you have to configure some additional tools, locations and installer, you can make changes here. In case if you have to add, remove any plugin, you can do from manage plugins. And whenever you have to add any node, or I will say slaves, right, you can do it from here. So via this action, you can also set up the agents in the cloud as well. And right now we have installed Jenkins as a var file, right? So you can see this is my var file running. So the moment I stop this var file, this Jenkins will be down. But suppose if I want to install Jenkins as a service, I have this option. So the moment I restart my system or this machine boots, Jenkins will be up and running. Then we have security. Okay, so suppose you want to configure Jenkins, that you want to define who will access what, then you can mention this inside global security. Here you can manage the credentials, and here you can create the users, delete the users and modify the users. So these 2 sections are very important. Okay, then these are some additional informations. Okay, system information, troubleshooting and some additional tools and actions. Now again, I use Jenkins CLI most of the time. Okay, so I will show you in upcoming videos how we can access this. And whenever you have to execute any Groovy script or some additional script for admin task or for some troubleshooting, you can give it here. Now it's views. So views are basically you can create some customized view and you can add some job into that view. So by default we have all view, so all the jobs will come under one view, but you can create multiple views and you can keep these jobs inside these views. Don't worry, we'll talk about them one by one. It is just I'm giving you overview today. Frankly speaking, I have not used lockable resources, and this is the same thing, new views. If you want to create any view here, that views will be displayed here. And these are very important. Now build queue and build executor status. So build queue, let's say you have executed multiple build. Okay, so and you have only 2 executors. So the moment you execute third build, it will go in a build queue. Depends on the number of executor status. If I execute, let's say 10, I have only 2 executors, so 8 will go in a build queue. And we can also change this, how many executors we want. So by default, when you install Jenkins, it is set to 2, but in the manage Jenkins, you can change that how many default executors you want. And these are some quick links, okay, which you can do, like you can create a job, set up agent, you can configure a cloud, and you can also see we have REST API for Jenkins. So the moment I open this REST API, okay, so this is giving me API for this particular Jenkins instance. So this is XML API, JSON API, Python APIs, okay, and you can create a job, copy job, you build queue, load statistics and restart Jenkins. So this is some Jenkins API available. Okay, so whenever you have to import and export some Jenkins job, you want to take backup, you can do it from Jenkins API as well. So don't worry, once we move ahead, we will use these options. We will try to create a simple project, Maven project, pipeline, multi-branch pipeline, and we will be using these options. Today in this lecture, I will show you how you can configure Jenkins so that you can get started. For this, you just need to log in. I already opened Jenkins and logged in with my account. Now I will go to manage Jenkins. So as you can see, we have configure system option. So you can configure global settings and path. And second option is global tool configuration. So suppose you have to provide any tools location, let's say Maven, Iron, Gradle, Java, anything you can set up here. So as of now, we are focusing on configure system. The moment you open this configure system. Okay, so this is the home directory where all our Jenkins job plugins configuration will be stored. So if you want to see this location, just copy this. Let's open this. And you can see this is the complete directory, right, where everything is installed. Not I will say installed, but yeah, all the files are located here. So any plugin that you will be installing on Jenkins is available here. Any, I will say the jobs that you will be building will be coming to this workspace. I had created one job, so there's one sample job or like sample folders there, which I can remove because I have removed from the Jenkins. So all the jobs that you will be creating, it will be coming to workspace, and all the logs and notes that you will be creating, everything you will find here. So tomorrow as a Jenkins admin, if you have to make any configuration changes, you can come to this home directory and you can make the changes. Now a small update, you can change this default home directory. So because by default right now it is in my C drive, right? So let's say I want to keep in E drive or any other location, I can change this home directory so that tomorrow if let's say this drive or this space is getting finished, I can move this to any other directory. So we can change this. Now there's very interesting file here called config.xml file. So if I open this file, this is the main config.xml file available. So if you have to make any main configuration changes that I will show you now, you can directly make from config.xml file as well. So I will not close this because I want to show you the same file again. So I will go back to our Jenkins. So this is a system message. It's like a kind of a message that you want to display to everyone who will be accessing the Jenkins. So right now, as you can see, it is only supporting the text format, right? But let's say if you want to give some HTML tags, you want to add some images, logo, it can be some, message in bold, you can use HTML tags. Suppose I want to use one HTML tag B, I want to display this in bold letters, and I will say this Jenkins server is for test automation. Okay, and I will just close this B tag. So this is like hyper, I will say HTML, right? And it is right now in plain text format. So if you want to enable like plain HTML, what you can do, you can go to manage Jenkins, and you can see here we have an option called configure global security. Click on this, and if you come down here, you can see markup formatter. Right now it's set it is set to plain text. You can just change to safe HTML and click on apply and save. Now you can go back. If you want, you can close this, not required. Now let me just click on apply, right? And let me go back to Jenkins, and you can see now this is the welcome text which is coming in bold. But if you want to use any images, hyperlink, anything, you can use now plain HTML tags, and that element will be displayed. So now the moment you refresh, now it is changed to safe HTML, and you can see the preview. Let's say I want to display some headings now. Let's say H1, and I will say hello, and I will close this. So if you want to see the preview, sorry, hide preview, okay, you can see it will come something like this. So you can use any HTML tags here. Now the next is number of executors. As you can see on the left hand side, by default I have 2 executors. It means parallelly I can run only 2 builds, but if you want to change it, you can change to 5, let's say. Okay, the moment you click on apply, you can see number of executor is 5. So tomorrow if you want to run multiple builds, 5 executor will get executed. Okay, the moment you run like 6th one or 7th one, that will go in a build queue, but parallel you can execute 5. By default set to 2. In case if you want to change it, otherwise keep it to. I personally use 5. Now the next is label name. Label name is like the name for this particular node. So in ideal scenarios, we generally connect our Jenkins master to multiple slave machines, or I will say agent. For each agent you can provide a label. So once you move ahead, you will understand the detailed the meaning of these labels. As of now, you can consider this as a name for that particular node or agent. And good thing about Jenkins is, suppose if you're very new to Jenkins and you don't know what exactly this particular field or what exactly this option is doing, so you can see here we can click on this help section. So suppose I want to know what is quiet period. So the moment I click on this question mark or help, it says newly triggered build for this project will be added to the queue, but Jenkins will wait for the specified period of time before actually starting the build. For example, the moment I keep this as 0, it means Jenkins will start the jobs immediately. But if I keep it 5, 3, 10, then Jenkins will wait for these number of seconds before running this build. They have given some very good examples, so I would highly recommend you to read some documentation which they have given. Okay, now you don't need to learn everything about the configuration as of now. Once you move ahead, depends on the requirement, I will show you which configuration you have to understand. For the time being, one is number of executor, which I mentioned. Second is Jenkins URL. Right now I have installed Jenkins on my local system, so you can see it is showing localhost, but I can also access Jenkins through IP address. So let's say I have one system, which is my system as of now, and I want to access this Jenkins from another 3 systems. So I can't access through localhost, right? So now let me configure this Jenkins URL. So if you're on Windows, start a command prompt and just type ipconfig, and you can see I got the IP address, which is 172.29.208.1. Let me copy this. And now let me access the same Jenkins using this IP address. Okay, hit enter, and again it will ask me to log in. That's okay, let me quickly log in. Okay, so now I can access Jenkins through this IP address and port number. So tomorrow anybody who wants to access, I will share this URL, they can access. Now let me update the same here. Okay, now you can see it is not giving any warning. Earlier localhost was not recommended. Now since we are giving IP address, it is working fine. You can also enter the email address, which is admin email. You can set your email address as well. Now very important part, guys. If you come down further, there's one thing called extended email notification. Okay, like you want to send email, that is the default expectation when you're working with any CI tool, that you want to have the email notification the moment your build is getting passed, failed, it is unstable. Okay, you want to send email with some template, with some HTML report, it can be any other thing. So in that case, you will be coming to this part, which is extended email notification. So basically this is coming from one plugin, guys, which comes by default nowadays, like not by default, but yeah, recommended plugins that we have downloaded, right? So in the upcoming lectures, we'll see how we can configure this. So basically you have to provide the SMTP server port number, and if you click on advanced, you just need to provide the username, password. Okay, and if you come down further, you can see this is again very important, that whenever you will be sending email from Jenkins, what will be the default subject, what will be the default content, what exactly these variables are, we will see. And the most important part, the triggers, like when do you want to get this email to be triggered. So if you see right now, the trigger is set for failure, but we can customize it that by default what should be the trigger for this particular email. Okay, that you want to send only emails for the failure, you want to send email always, you want to send email when the build is getting fixed, and so on. So you can see the varieties of options available. And the last is email notification. So basically when you don't use the above plugin, by default Jenkins comes with this email notification. Here also you can do the same thing, you can set the server, You can set the username, password, port numbers, and here also you will get one option called test configuration by sending a test email. So if you get a email successfully, it means this configuration is correct and you can start using it. We will be using this extended email plugin, okay, where we can customize our email templates. So that is first level of configuration. Okay, so as of now I will click on apply and I will click on save. So this is a global configuration kind of stuff. Now you can go to manage Jenkins. Now click on global tool configuration. So as you can see, I'm getting options for JDK, Git, Gradle and Maven. So basically all these options which I'm getting, right, JDK and Maven, Gradle, is for Java. But the moment you start working with different programming language, let's say Python, C#, Ruby, you just need to install their plugins and you will get their options as well in the global tool configuration. So as of now I will configure Java. So I will click on add JDK and you can see we have two options here, right? One is there's one checkbox called install automatically. So the moment you click on this, every time when you run a Jenkins job, it will check do we have Java or not. If not, it will install automatically. I personally don't recommend this because it might create a compatibility issue, right? So you can see we have multiple options for JDK 8, JDK 7 and so on. I personally recommend setting up this manually. So I already have Java in my system. So I just need to write one variable called java_home and I need to provide the directory as well. So I will go back to my C drive and I will just go to program files. I will go to Java and you can see I have already JDK. So this is my home directory. So I will just come back here and I will set this. That's all I need to do. Same thing I will be doing for Git. I already have Git in my system, so I don't have to do. Automatically it will detect git.exe in my system and it will configure. In case you are getting some issue that Git is not recognized its internal external command, then you need to give the path till exe. Guys, I'm assuming that you have Java installed. If not, please install Java. Automatically you will get this path. Okay, it's just like a normal software. Double click and it will get installed and you will get this particular directory. As simple as that. And you need to just set this java_home. Next is, let's say I also want to run some Maven build. So depends on which build tool, because all three are build tools for Java, Gradle, Ant and Maven. I'm using, let's say, Maven as of now. So same thing you will get for Maven. You will get this option. If you want to install automatically for builds, you can select a specific version. Again, I don't recommend this personally, but if you want, you can do that. I already have Maven in my system, so I will just set one variable called Maven_home and I will give the directory here. In my case, it is installed in my, it is not installed, it is just I have extracted in my E drive, and I will just go to softwares. You can see I have, let me search for Maven, yes, and the moment you start working with Maven, you will be getting this zip file. Once you unzip this, you will get this directory. You just need to copy this particular home directory and you can just set here. So basically now our system is ready with Java, Git and Maven. So tomorrow if I create any Maven build, it should work fine. So just click on apply and click on save. Okay guys, again, if you're using any of the different programming languages, you just need to go to the same, just install the plugins, come to global tool configuration and you can set the tools location. Now if you're new to Maven completely and you don't know how to download Maven, I will just show you. Just type Apache Maven. Okay, you will get their official site. You can click on download directly or just go to their official website and you can see we have download. You just need to download the zip file. That's all. At the time of recording, the latest version is 3.8.1. The moment you download this, it will download in your local system, just like this zip file. I have the same zip file. It is just I have the different version, which is 3.5.2, but there's no major changes. So just unzip, you will get this and you need to set the path. So now our Jenkins is ready. Now I can trigger any Jenkins program, any Maven builds. We did basic configuration as well. Today in this video we'll talk about how you can create a jobs in Jenkins. So till now we have discussed how to download, install, configure Jenkins. So if you haven't seen that videos, I would highly recommend you to watch the series where we discussed all of this. Now we are going to create a new job, and this job is a sample job just to show you how you can create a job, how you can execute the job. Once you move ahead, we will create different type of jobs and different way to execute the same. So this video is going to be very basic, but yes, once your basics are clear, you can also do this job configuration and running part in a different way. So there are two options. You can click on create a job, or you can click on new item. The moment you click on create a job, you will be navigating to the same options, or if you go back to new items, you will also get the same window. So again, we have a different type of jobs that you can create. Okay, so you can see we have freestyle project, we have pipeline, we have multi-configuration project, folder organization, GitHub organization, and multi-branch pipeline. So basically we will be focusing on the first one, which is freestyle, pipeline, multi-branch pipeline, and once you move ahead, we will also install one Maven plugin so that we can build Maven projects. Okay, so as of now I will give this job as job 1 or demo 1, it can be anything. So let me give first Jenkins job. Now what exactly job in Jenkins is, you can consider a set of tasks or activities that will perform a particular task. Okay, so it is just we are calling as a job, but this job can be any task that you want to perform. So as of now I will click on freestyle project and I will click on OK. So it will create a job for us and it will ask some configurations. So let's configure this. Again, it's a basic configuration as of now. So once you move ahead, depends on your requirement, you can configure accordingly. So you can see we have multiple options. The first option is general settings, then we have source code management, okay, from where exactly you want to have the code. Then we have build triggers, how do you want to trigger the build. Then the build environments, most important part, build. In the build section it will tell you exactly what you need to build, and finally the post build action. Once your build is done, what exactly you want to perform. So let's see one by one. So in the general one, as the name say, you can give the description of this job. So I will just give a dummy description that this job is just a sample job, but you can give any description. Again, you can also give HTML tags here. Okay, again you have some options here that we will discuss later. As of now, let's come to source code management, which is, do you want to get any code from SCM? So you can use GitHub, GitLab, and you can just give the repository URL and it will take this code from that particular SCM. Now build trigger, how do you want to run this build? Okay, so you can trigger this build remotely. You can also build this after other projects are built. You can also build this periodically using cron pattern, poll SCM, and so on. And these are some build environments. As of now, the main part is what exactly we want to build. So as of now, I just want to select some Windows batch command, but if you're working with, let's say, Mac or Linux or Unix, you will be selecting shell. The first command that I want to run is echo. Okay, I just want to say whether our first Jenkins job is working fine or not. So I will just say echo, and maybe we can do one thing. We can print Java version, because in the last video we have configured Java, right? So I will just say Java space hyphen version. If I'm able to get this Java version, it means Jenkins is working fine. Let me add another build step. This is another build step which I will say ambient hyphen version, which basically should give me the Maven version. And post build action, what exactly you want to do once you're done with this build. So we will be doing this editable email notification, build other projects, and so on. As of now, just give these commands and let's save this. So once your job is done, as you can see, this is your job name, and this job is basically a simple job. Now you can click on this option which is build now. The moment you build, you can see now I can click on this icon or I can click on this candy icon. It's totally up to you. Both will redirect you the same. So basically it is navigating to the console. So the first one is Java space hyphen version. Okay, and space mvn space hyphen version. So basically this is my Java version which I'm getting, and this is I'm getting Maven version. It means I'm able to run my Jenkins job. Jenkins is working fine. Now this is your default view. As you can see, this is your all view where you have the status of the build, then you have the weather, name, last success, failure, duration, and again this build option. So you can click on this and it will again start running a Jenkins job. Okay, you can see again it executed. If I go to dashboard again, it executed. Now in your case you might not get this symbol, you get this symbol in blue color. I will show you how you can get in green color. Okay, I just installed a plugin called Green Ball plugins. In the upcoming session that also we will see. Now suppose you want to create your own view, how you can do that. Okay, so suppose I don't want this weather information, I don't want this build option directly here, so I can customize this. As you can see, I have this option, right? I can create my own view. I will say, let's Selenium. I'm just giving one view name. I will click on list view, and now I can select which column which I want in this view. Okay, so basically I don't want this weather information, I don't want this build button. Now I just want to click on apply and OK. So you can see I have now new view. So by default it was all view. Now I have created another view and I can add existing jobs here. So as you can see, this is the job that we created. If I select this particular job, if I click on apply and OK, I can see I have another view. In this view and this view, what is the difference? In this view I have this weather information, and in this view I don't have. So I can customize this view. I can have n number of views. I can also change what should be the default views and so on. So that's how you can create a first Jenkins job. Just go to the build and give whatever steps you want to perform. That's all. Now you must be wondering why we are just printing Java version, Maven version. So guys, this is just for testing purpose, just to make sure that everything is working fine. In real time, we will be building our Maven builds, right? So we'll pull the code from GitHub and we will run our Maven build. That Maven build will run our test.ng.xml files, and that XML files will run our automated test cases. It can be Selenium test, API test, mobile test, or any other kind of test. So once you move it, you will understand the real use cases. This is just the first Jenkins job that we have created just to make sure that everything is working fine and you're able to run your build. Today in this video, I will show you how you can do the email configuration in Jenkins. Okay, so this is very important part in Jenkins because we want to send emails for various events. Suppose whenever your build is getting success, you want to send email. Your build is getting failed, you want to send email with failure reasons, that console log what went wrong. And for any event you can customize this when you want to send email. So the first step, you need to configure this email setup here. So for this you just need to go to manage Jenkins, and you can see here global settings and path. Click here and you will be navigating to the configuration section. Now just for sending emails I am using Gmail. Okay, so I already have a Gmail account which I can show you here. So this is one of my account which I created long back, which is Selenium 3 by Mukesh. So I'm going to use Gmail SMTP details to send emails. But when you're working with companies, you will get this email server details from your IT team. So I will tell you what exactly details you need and how you can set up this. So you can scroll down, and first of all there's two sections basically. One is extended email notification and one is email notification. So first of all, I will set up this part because here we have this option where we can test configuration by sending email. So if our configuration are working fine, we will give the same configuration for this section as well. So let's do a quick configuration. So I'm using Gmail as of now. As I mentioned, if you are using any other email server, you can just provide the same details, and if you are working with an organization, you will get the same details from the IT team. So for Gmail, it is smtp.gmail.com. okay, and the moment you click here, call advanced, and you need to click on this checkbox which is use SMTP authentication, and you need to click on use SSL. So when you click on use SMTP authentication, it will ask you username, password. So let's quickly add these details. So I'm going to use my same email, which is selenium3 by Mukesh @gmail.com, and password I will use, which I have set up. Next thing that you need to give this port details. So for Gmail it is 465. That's all you need to do. So one is smtp.gmail.com. Click on advanced, username, password, use SSL, port is 465. And guys, this is one-time setup. Okay, once your Jenkins is set up, you don't need to do this every time. So once it is set up, it will be available for all the Jenkins job and for all the agents. Okay, so click on this checkbox because we want to make sure that it is working fine. So what I will do, I will send email to the same email address, and let's click on apply, and let's click on save. Okay, so I forgot to click on test configuration, so I will go back again, manage Jenkins and configure system, and we should get one test email to our Gmail ID. Okay, so let's come back again, scroll down till the last, advanced, and test configuration by sending email, and click on test configuration. Now let's go back to this Gmail account and let's see. I should get one test email here if everything is working fine. So still it is sending email. Let's wait, and it says email was successfully sent, and here we go. We got this is test email and sent from Jenkins. Perfect. Now I just want to highlight two things here when you do your Gmail setup. So the first thing is you need to disable two-factor authentication in Gmail. So if your Gmail account is secure, then you might have to disable this. So one small recommendation, whenever you're trying this, create a fresh Gmail account. Okay, do not use a personal account, use a normal Gmail account for this particular example, and then use the same. Second is, there's one setting called allow less secure apps. So by default, when you create your Gmail account, right, it does not allow any less secure app. So you have to go to your Gmail settings, and you need to explicitly mention that you want to allow less secure apps. So by default it is off, you just need to make it on. How do we do this? Let's go back to this option. Just type allow less secure apps in Gmail. You will get the first link. Click on this first link, and yes, click here, and you can see this. Go to less secure app access, click on it. By default it should be off, you need to make it on. It means you are giving permission to low secure apps to send email on behalf of Gmail. So make sure it is on, and two-factor authentication should be disabled. Okay, so now it's working fine. So let's do a quick configuration for this plugin as well, which is extended email notification. So again I will use the same detail, smtp.gmail.com. Okay, port I will use 465. Then you need to click on advanced, and I already have these details here. So in case it is blank for you, please enter your username and please enter your password, and make sure you select this option, which is use SSL. Okay, then come down further, and you can see default content type is plain text, but if you want to send email with HTML, you can also select this. I will select HTML. And if you want to send email to default recipient list, you can add the default recipient list here. Let's say you want to send by default to a group or to individual person, you can simply add that email address here, and by default email will be sent to this default recipient. Then this is the most important part. As you can see, what will be the default subject. So what exactly it will do, it will replace your project name with your job name. Then you can see the build number. This will replace the actual build number, and this build status will be replaced with the actual build status, whether it's pass, failure, unstable. And this is the default content. So the email which will be sent to the user, this will have this default content, which is again $project name, which is your job name, build number, build status, and you can see this build URL as well, right? So as of now I'm not changing it. So in the first example we will send default content with default subject. In the second example we will override these settings. Then you also have the default triggers, like when exactly you want to trigger this email. So if you click on default triggers, by default it is set to failure, but you can also change this default trigger, like you want to send email always, you want to send email for the first failure, second failure, any failure, whenever your job is getting fixed, so you can just select which one you want. As of now, I will just uncheck and I will say click on like always send email. That's all you need to do. Click on apply and click on save. So now email settings are done. So if you remember in the last example, I have created this job, right? Now I want to send email once this job is success or failure or unstable. So what you need to do, you just need to click on this job. Process will remain same for any job, guys. Okay, what exactly you need to do, you need to configure the job and you just click on this post build action, or you can scroll down, it's totally up to you. Click on post build action and it will come down here. So you can see post build action, it means after the build what exactly you want to perform. So if you click on this option, you can see we have two options. One is email notification, one is editable email notification. You need to click on editable email notification. Now as you can see, project recipient list, like if you have set up this in the configure part, it will take the default recipient list and it will send. Since we have not added anything, I will just go and I will say I want to send email to the same guy. So selenium3 by mukesh@gmail.com. If you have this list configured, by default it will send to this default recipient list. As of now I want to send to this guy, and if you want to send to multiple, you can just give the comma separated values, as you can see, and email will be sent to this number of email address that you will be providing. Then default content type, I will select HTML. In case if you want to send some HTML reports, we can do that. Now I'm not making any changes here. Okay, default subject and default content, it means whatever default configuration we have, it will take the same subject, default content, and it will send. So I will show you now. Again, this is the most important part. Click on advanced setting and come down here. This is called trigger. When you want to send email, so by default it is set to always because we did the changes, right? And you can see now we have two options, developer and recipient list. As if now I want to send to recipient list, which is only one guy. And if you want to trigger multiple, if you want to have multiple triggers, you can add one more trigger here. As of now, just a simple configuration. Once my job is done, irrespective of what is the status, I want to send email to this guy. Okay, this should be the default subject content which we have set. Okay, which is nothing but project name, build number, build URL, console log, and so on. So let's click on apply and click on save, and let's build this project. So let's wait, it is building our project. Okay, so once this is done, this is my build step. Now once it is done, it is running our post build action. As you can see, this was the trigger, which is always sending email to this guy, and it is done. So I will go back to my Gmail account and I will just go and I can see one inbox, and this is the result which I'm getting. Now let's try to understand how it is picking up this job name, build number, and the status. So for this, let's go back to the same configuration. Click on configure system. Okay, and let's come down and let's change this default subject and default content and everything. So as you can see, I'm getting this $project name, build, again build number, build status. So if you're wondering how we're getting this list, so let me show you a very interesting thing here. We have something called Jenkins environment variable. Okay, so I will give you all of these links in the description. So let me open this and let me show you the environment variables that we have in Jenkins. So as you can see, these are the environment variables, and they have also given the description of each variable. So if you want the build number, you just need to say $build number, and it will give the current build number 1, 2, 3, 4. Again, build ID, build URL, node name, job name, and so on. So this is exactly what we are getting here. So this is the subject. So if you want to customize it, you can customize. So let me do a small change. I will just write here status and dollar. So it will just append status, rest everything will remain same. And for this particular content, I will make some small changes. As of now, I will say hi, and I will just mention please find job details below. It can be anything, you can just customize this. Okay, and once we are done, you can just say thanks, and you can just give automation team, DevOps team, whatever you want to name it. And you can also mention please, this is just an automatic email, please do not reply to this email, anything, reply to this email. That's all. And if you want to make any more changes, okay, like pre-send script, post send script, you can do that. As of now, this is the default thing that I want, status and followed by all the details. Then in the content, I just want some basic changes, and rest everything is same. In case if you want to add HTML content as well, you can do that. Now let's click on apply and let's click on save. So again, I will run this job, and this time the content should be modified. And let's do a build now. Again, this is going to be the 7th build. Yes, it executed, and now it is sending. Yes, email sending is done. Let's go back, and we can see, you can see first of all, this is status that we added. This is our job name, right? Build 7. This is the status, successful, and this is the content, right? Please do not reply to this email, thanks automation team. So you can see how easy it is to set up email configuration with Jenkins. Again, when it comes to customization, you can customize, okay, how you want, but this will be the main concept. So before we end this video, I just want to highlight one more important point. So for this, let me again open this job, and let's say for this job, I don't want to send the default content or the default subject. So I can override this. So as of now, it is taking the default reply to, and you can see default content subject. But let's say this is just some random job, or maybe I have created some custom job for some specific thing. I don't want the default subject and content. I can customize it. So I will just say for the timing, this is my test subject for Jenkins, and in the content I will say kindly ignore testing email configuration. Okay, I'm just writing some dummy stuff, but you need to write your actual content in case if you want to override this. And now save and apply. So this time, instead of taking the default content, it will take the latest thing that we have mentioned. So now let's go back and see email once again, and let's go here, and you can see this time it has changed the content. The subject is test subject for Jenkins, and it has modified. So it's quite easy. So please give a try, and if you find any issue, let me know in the comment section. Today in this lecture, I will show you how you can manage plugins in Jenkins. Okay, and I will also show you the different ways to install plugin in Jenkins. So in case one option is not working for you, you can go for another option, or probably the third or fourth option. So managing plugins is quite easy. So let me show you the step-by-step process. So before we start, I just want to tell you what exactly is plugin, okay, and why we need it. So plugin is basically the additional functionality that you want to add in your Jenkins. For example, if I go to new item, as you can see right now, I have Freestyle project, pipeline, folders, GitHub organization, and so on, right? But I don't have one option called Maven projects. Now suppose I want to build Maven projects. Now what I can do, I can download a plugin called Maven integration. Once you install that plugin, we can start using Maven projects. Now this is just one of the examples, but you can take any number of examples. So whenever you have to add any additional functionality, everything is available in Jenkins, the part of plugin. So I will show you how you can download the plugin, install it, how you can start using it. So let's start with the first option, that's the easiest one. Click on manage Jenkins, and as you can see, we have one section called manage plugins, right? You can add, remove, disable, enable any plugin that can extend the functionality of Jenkins. So let's click on this option. So basically this will open this particular window, and as you can see now we have multiple options. So first one is updates. So suppose you have some plugins already installed and there's some updates available for these plugins. So you can see here the installed version is 2.16, but the latest version is 2.20. In a similar way, this will tell you which version you have installed and which is the latest version is currently available. So in case if you want to update, you can update. If you don't want to update, it's perfectly fine. Then we have the available section. In the available section, it will show you the plugins which is available for you, which you can start using it. Okay, so you can search for any, as I told you, right? We have a Maven integration which will help you to build the Maven jobs, or I would say the Maven projects. You can also see we have Java doc, Docker Commons, and so on. Then we have install sections. So as the name suggests, these are the plugins which is installed in your Jenkins. Okay, so now you can uninstall any plugin from here if you don't want. But if you don't want to install and you want to just enable disable, you can see these checkboxes and you can do that. Now let me tell you, sometimes what happens when you install certain plugins, it might create issue with your current functionality, or it might clash with some existing plugins. So just keep in mind, sometimes if this happens, you can enable and disable these plugins and see if you are able to fix the issues or not. And the last one option is advanced. So as the name says, advanced section. So suppose you are trying to update or you are trying to download some plugins and somehow it is failing. It could be the proxy issue. So what you can do here, you can come here and you can set these proxies, which includes the server, port, username, password, and just click on submit. And if you come down here, you can also see we have upload plugins. So suppose you don't want to download plugins from that plugin manager, what you can do, you can download the HPI file, which I will show you in a few minutes, and you can simply upload from here. So that's going to be a very easy process. Let's see one by one. So what I will do, first of all, I will go to available section and let me install one plugin. So what exactly this plugin will do, so if I open my Jenkins, you can see I have the build success, right? So now we have a plugin called green ball plugin, which will basically convert success builds into a green one. So by default, it's a blue and red and yellow. So I want, if the build is success, it should turn into green. So I will go to available section and I will simply search for one plugin called green ball. As you can see, this is a plugin. So just click on this plugin and so whenever you need to understand what exactly this plugin will do, what are the dependencies, so what you can do, you just click on that and you can see it changes that build option into green, and this is how exactly it will look like. And if you just click here, releases, so these are the releases available. Okay, so you can see it's available from a long time, almost 10 years, and recently they did some changes. And now there's a very interesting part. They have given you can install this plugin via CLI as well. Okay, so in the upcoming videos I will talk about CLI. So you can install any plugin from CLI as well. So you just need that jar, and you just need to say hyphen plugin and the plugin which you want to install with a specific version. If you click on the issues, in case there's some known issues, you will get all the issues here. And this is the most important part. This is called dependencies. So when you install this plugin, you might have to install this. Thanks to Jenkins, automatically it will download your green ball and all the dependencies, or I will say the dependent plugins for you. Okay, so let's do one thing. Let's click on this green ball, and again you have two options: install without restart and download now and install after restart. So you can click on this install without restart, but still you have to restart your Jenkins, then only it will turn existing jobs into green color. So let me do one thing. Let me click on install without restart. So as you can see, now this plugin is installed successfully. So I will go back to dashboard. Okay, so you can see now here it is showing blue and here it is green. So let me build once again. So it's success now, and if you go back, you can see still it will show you in a blue color. So what I will do, I will quickly restart my Jenkins. So as of now, I'm doing from command prompt, but later on I will show you how you can restart directly from the Jenkins UI. So what I did, I just pressed Ctrl C and it stopped my Jenkins, and again I executed java space -jar and that var file. It will take few seconds and our Jenkins will be up and running. As you can see, now it has converted that symbol into green block. I know it's a very basic plugin, but doesn't matter. Any plugin that you have to install, you have to follow the same process. Now, just want to highlight a small thing. Sometimes I make this mistake. So if it is still not converting into green color, chances are very high that you have not enabled this plugin, even though you have installed, but make sure you have to enable. So while installing, if you have clicked on the checkbox, it should be enabled. Okay, so if I just show you again that plugin, green balls. So maybe you have installed, but by default or maybe by mistake, you have not enabled this. So make sure you enable this, then install. In case after installing something is right, something went wrong, you're not able to see, just come to install section and see whether that is enabled or not. If that is enabled, then only you will be able to see the changes. Now let me talk about the second approach as well. So if I show you the same page, that is great balls. Now you can see I have these versions, right? Now suppose this version is not compatible with my current version, okay, my Jenkins version that I'm using. Now if I have to use the previous version, or maybe I have to use this one, how can I do that? So in that case, you can click on this specific version. So as you can see, it has downloaded one greenballs.hpi file, right? So any plugin that we are going to install in Jenkins has an extension called .hpi. So now you got this HPI file. Now how we can install that? Again, it's very easy. Again, go back to manage Jenkins, click on manage plugins and click on advanced section. So as you can see here, we can upload any plugin. So as you can see, you can upload an HPI file to install a plugin from outside the central plugin repository. Click on choose file and you just need to give the path. So I will give the path of download. So this is the file which I have downloaded, right? Now I can click on open and I can click on upload. Right now we have already installed this plugin, so it will not make sense if I click on upload. In your case, in case you want to, you don't have that option, like you are not able to download, or maybe you have downloaded that plugin but that is not compatible, go with this approach. So let me do one thing. Let me search for one plugin called restart plugin. So as of now, what I'm doing, I'm going to my command prompt, I'm stopping the Jenkins, right? I'm restarting. So we have a plugin called restart plugin. As you can see, we have one plugin called safe restart. So this plugin allow you to restart the Jenkins safety. So click on this, very important. Now let's do one thing. Let's install this plugin using HPI file. That is our main objective. So I will open this. I will click on the release and I will click on this release. It's the last version 8 years ago, but still it works. So click on this and it should download again one HPI file, and that file we are going to upload. So manage plugin, go to advanced section and choose file. Now in the downloads, I will click on this safe restart HPI file, click on open and click on upload. So you can see it's installing this and it's done. Let's go back to dashboard. Okay, we might have to restart our Jenkins once more time, and after that we will get one more option here to restart the Jenkins. So let me quickly restart the Jenkins. Now just refresh once again. Again it will ask for the login credentials since we have restarted. So now just go back to manage Jenkins and now you will see one more option. If you come down here, you can see uncategorized, restart safely. So now you don't have to go to CLI command prompt every time to restart the Jenkins. Whenever you have to restart, just click on this button, restart safely. Okay, and it will just restart and restart once no jobs are running. So in case some jobs are running, it will wait till the jobs are in a complete state and after that it will do the restart. So this is second way. So now if you notice that HPI file that we have downloaded, right, we have uploaded, but if you remember, if I show you the drive where everything is getting installed. So if I go back to user, my current user .jenkins, so this was the main directory, right, where everything is getting installed. So if I go to this plugin section, I will find all the plugins that we have installed. So the third option is, once you get the HPI file, you can come and dump that HPA file here. That's all. So if you just want to see that save restart plugin, you can see that plugin is available here, right? So let me also check green balls plugin. So this is the green ball which you have installed, right? So green ball. So third option, you just download that HPA file, dump here into this plugins folder and restart your Jenkins once again. Okay, so this one I generally don't use. The first and second approach is almost all the plugins we can install. And the last option is using CLI. Since we haven't discussed about CLI, so I'm not able to cover this, but in the next videos I will show you. Once you are clear about what is CLI, how do we use it, I will show you this option as well. So that's all for this video. I hope now you're clear how to manage your plugins. So you can either go to their manage plugin section, search for the plugins, and you can start downloading. In case that option is not working for you, then check the advanced section. If you have some proxies, please set the proxy, then try. That option is not working, then go with the upload plugin section, download the HPA file and upload it. In case some plugins are not compatible with each other, just try downloading the different versions and then see how they are working. Last option, download the HPA file, dump into plugin folder, which is inside Jenkins home directory, and restart your Jenkin once again. Today in this video, I will show you how you can create a Maven project, or I will say Maven build in Jenkins. Okay, so far whatever we have discussed only freestyle projects, right? Now today we are going to talk about the Maven projects, or you can say the Maven builds. And if you open this job right now, I'm just doing a simple to build command where I'm executing Java space hyphen version and Maven version, right? Just to cross check that everything is working fine. But today now we are going to execute a Maven build. So when it comes to test automation, our Maven build will simply execute our automation test cases, right? Automated test cases. It could be UI, it could be API test, mobile test, it could be any kind of test cases, right? So definitely before we start, we need a Maven project, right? We need one pom.xml file which we can trigger from Jenkins. So let me open Eclipse. So I already have created one project for you, which is Maven for Jenkins. So let me simply give you idea about this project, what exactly this project is doing. So basically in the pom.xml file, I have some dependencies, okay? So I have three dependencies. One dependency is for TestNG. Second is Selenium library, which is basically for UI automation. Then we have WebDriver manager. So basically this library will automatically download the required drivers for our test. So we don't have to manually download the drivers. Then we have a build section. So basically in the build section, I'm using one of the plugin called Maven Surefire plugin. So basically this plugin will work only in the testing phase. So this particular plugin is going to trigger one XML file, which is testng.xml file. Okay. Now if you open testng.xml file, so this XML file is going to simply run one class. So if you see the package name made for Jenkins, which is this package, and then I have one class called UI test, which is this. So if I show you this test, it's a very small test. What exactly it is doing, it is simply downloading the drivers. This is done by WebDriver manager. Then we are starting a Chrome driver. We are maximizing. Then we are opening one web application called Orange HRM. I'm simply capturing the title of this web application and I'm cross checking, does it contains orange? If yes, then it will pass. In case it fails, it will fail my test and it will say title does not match, and finally it will quit. So in case our test will fail, definitely it will not quit. Okay, that's how this TestNG assertion works. It will fail your test. So our main intention is not to show you the assertions and libraries. My main intention of this video to show you how you can run your Maven builds. Okay, so we are going to run this pom.xml file. Basically this pom.xml will trigger our testng.xml, which is this, and this XML file will trigger all our test cases. As of now, we have configured for one class, but you can have n number of classes. You can also have n number of XMLs. Okay, so in case you have more than one XML, you can configure it here. If you don't want to hardcode this XML, you can also pass as a parameter. So in the upcoming lectures, I will show you how you can pass these XMLs as a parameter. So you don't have to hardcode this. Okay, everything will be parameterized. Now, a small disclaimer, I'm assuming that you know how this Maven works, how to create Maven projects, how to configure this. If you don't know how to do this, I have a dedicated video on this. I have a dedicated playlist on this. I will give you the link in the description or in the card. Please go and watch that video where we have discussed this thing in detail already. Okay, so I'm assuming you have the knowledge. If not, then I will also give you this project. You can simply use this project for your reference. Now let's do one thing. So basically our first step will be, I will be executing this Maven build locally. Okay, so I'm not pushing the code right now on GitHub. It is on my local. In the next example, we will push this code to GitHub, and then we will instruct our Jenkins that go to GitHub, download the code, then run our build. First of all, we'll try to run locally. If that works fine, then we'll go to the GitHub part. So now again, when you click on next item or new item, you can see right now I have an option called Freestyle project. You can do the same thing with Freestyle project, but we also have a plugin called Maven integration. With the help of Maven integration plugin, you can easily run your Maven builds. So first we will try with Freestyle project. In the next example, we will download that plugin. Then we will try to run the same Maven build using that particular plugin. Okay. So I will just write here Selenium test. I will click on Freestyle project and I will click on OK. You can directly switch to build section, and as you can see here, we have build step. So you can try with execute Windows batch command. You can also try with invoke top level Maven target. So let me show you both the options. So let's execute the Windows batch command. Now here you can write the simple commands. So what is the command? Let me first of all switch to this particular directory, right? Then only I will be able to run my Maven builds. So if you see now, this is basically our project location, right? This is my Maven for Jenkins project, and this is my pom.xml file. So before executing from Jenkins, let's do the same thing from CMD. So first step is I have to switch to this directory, right? I will say cd and I will simply give the path, right? I'm already in the new path. Now I have to trigger this pom.xml file. So I will say clean, which will basically delete this target folder, and then I will be using one goal called test. So basically this will run my test cases. So let's run this and let's wait. It will scan. If some dependencies are missing, it will download. Okay, target folder has been deleted. Now it is running our test case. Okay, this test case is very basic, but doesn't matter the complexity of the test cases. Concept and the process will remain same. So it started the session, it did the session, it was perfect, so it passed and we got the build success. Now these are the same steps we are going to do from Jenkins. So the first step, cd, we are giving instruction that go to this particular directory, then run this mvn clean and test. Now before you run this, I'm assuming that you already have a Maven setup in your Jenkins. If not, then you need to have a Maven in your Jenkins. In the previous videos, I already showed you how you can do that, but still, if you're following this video from here, you can go to manage Jenkins and you can click on global tool configuration. Then you scroll down and you will see Maven installation. So make sure you just give the Maven underscore home. So this is the directory where my Maven is located as of now. Okay. We already did this in the last videos. If not, then please set up, then you can follow these steps. Now you can see we are doing the exact same thing that we did from the command prompt. Now let me click on apply and save, and let me run this build. So yes, let's click on this option. It will open the console output. So as you can see now, first of all, it started by this user, then it is running our command. So first command was basically the cd command, right? So as you can see, it did the cd part, then we are in the same directory. Now it is running mvn test and the same process followed. It started downloading the latest Chrome driver, it executed my test and the build success. Now this is first option to run your Maven build without any plugin. Now without any plugin, there's one more option. If you click on this build, click on the add build step, and you can see we have invoke Gradle script in case if you're using Gradle. In case if you're using Ant, you can go with this. Since we're using Maven, we will go with invoke top level Maven targets. Click on this, or maybe I will do one thing. I will not disturb this because I want to give you this as a reference. So let's do one thing. Let's copy this project and let's build a new job or new project. Okay, so again a small disclaimer, why I'm mixing this project and job, because in previous versions of release in Jenkins we used to call this as jobs. Now we are calling this a project, but doesn't matter, they both are same, so do not get confused. So click on new item. Now if you come down here, you can see one option called copy from. So suppose you have existing job, you don't want to create every time from the scratch, you can take the copy. So I'm taking from this particular job, and now let me just say new. Okay, so I'm taking copy from this job, and let's click on OK. Again come to build. This time I don't want to execute this, so I will cancel this. This time I will click on invoke top level Maven targets, and as you can see, it is simply asking you which Maven version you want to use. We already have done the setup, right? Maven_home. So I will click on that and I will select that particular Maven version. Goal, as we have seen, I just want to run clean, which will simply delete my target folder, and the test goal, which will run my test cases. Now click on advanced section, and now you can see it is asking the POM file, right? So where exactly our POM file is located, this is the location, right? So just copy this, paste here, and if you click on this, okay, it says failed to load the help file. Okay, that's fine, we're not getting any instruction, that's fine. So basically it is going to go to this particular location, it is going to run these two commands, which is clean and test. Now you will also see some property section. Okay, so suppose if you want to pass some parameters, okay, so you can see just pass -d. This I will show in the next videos, don't worry. As of now, click on apply and click on save. Let's click on build now. It should start the build process. You can see it is in the process, and yes, it is running our Maven build, scanning our project, compilation is done, and it will simply start your test. Here we go. So it's quite easy, right? So what we did in the previous example, we actually typed cd, then we triggered, right? Now when you're saying invoke top level Maven artifact or targets, so it will simply ask you the goal, pom.xml file, that's all. So this is also success. Now let me show you the same steps with the help of a plugin. So click on manage Jenkins and let's install one plugin. So just go back to manage plugins, and in the available section you can search for a plugin called Maven integration. Just search for Maven. So let's click on this checkbox and click on install without restart. So as you can see, this plugin is installed. So there was one dependency, so it has downloaded that dependency as well. Now let's go back to dashboard and let's create a new job. So this time, as you can see, now we got option called Maven project. So earlier we did the same stuff using Freestyle, but now let's take the advantage of this plugin and let's use this plugin. So if you see, it will build a Maven project. So Jenkins take advantage of your pom.xml file, which is POM file, and drastically can reduce the configuration. So this time I will say it's a Selenium Maven. Okay, I'm giving some random names, so don't worry, you can give some meaningful name and click on OK. So now project has been created. Click on build, and you can see it is simply asking you one thing, root POM, which is, it is already taking this pom.xml. It is just we need to give the path and definitely the goals. Goals again, let's say clean, second is test. But now when you go with pom.xml, you have to give the exact path, right? So I will use the same path. So just go here and type pom.xml file, and if you click on advanced, you will get some advanced settings. So if you want to pass any options, you can pass. If you want to pass any settings file, which is empty.settings files, you can do that. So as of now, I don't want to do any additional configuration. I just want to this pom.xml, run this. So click on apply, click on save, and let's run this particular job. Click on this, and here we go. So it is basically building now. It is passing your POM file, which is pom.xml file. it is executing now. So you can see this is our pom.xml. It is running clean and test, and our test started. Our test started with same thing, orange SRM. As you can see, title contains orange, and it executed our test cases. So that's very easy. Okay, so I would recommend, if you have Maven project, take the advantage of this plugin. You can directly create a Maven job and you can start using it. So again, just a small recap, we started our lecture with how to build a Maven project. So in the first example, we discussed that if you don't want to use any additional options, you can go with the direct option, which is run Windows batch command. Go to the directory, run this. Then in the second example, we have selected one additional option, which is invoke top level Maven targets. In that case, what we did, we just given the instruction that this is the location of my pom.xml file and these are the goals that I want to run, right? And in the last example, what we did, we simply created, first of all, we installed one Maven plugin, right? The plugin name is Maven integration. After that, you will always get one option, root pom.xml. We just given the root.xml path and we are running. Now, this thing, whatever we did so far, is working locally. Now, how we can take this Maven projects from GitHub, then build it, that is our next lecture. So if this works, then the next lecture is going to be very interesting and very easy. You just need to give the GitHub repository path and everything will be taken care of. Today in this video, I will show you how you can integrate Jenkins with GitHub and how you can run your Maven builds or Gradle builds or any other builds that you are running. Okay. So in the previous examples, I showed you, right? If you remember these 3 jobs that we created. So these 3 jobs, basically they are running my pom.xml file, which is available in my local system. But in real time, we don't have to run our Jenkins to trigger our local test, right? What exactly our use case is, we need a small scenario. So basically Jenkins should get the code from the GitHub or GitLab or any other repository. It should download the code and it should run my build or it should run my test, right? So the same project that I showed you in the last video, I have already uploaded here. So you can see this is my repository called Maven Jenkins, and I have pushed my code few minutes back here. So everything is available here in this repository. So what exactly we need to do now in Jenkins, we will configure that, go to this particular repository, download the code, and then simply run this pom.xml. Again, it's very easy, guys. It is just follow the same instruction that I will show you now, and you can run the same build. So whenever I say now Maven build, basically that build is running our test cases. So if you want, you can directly create a new job or you can copy from this existing job. Let me show you from the scratch. So before we start, I hope you have the Git installed in your local system. If not, then you have to install Git and then you have to configure. So if I show you, you can see I already have Git installed. So if you want to trigger or if you want to run any Git commands, so basically once your Git is installed, automatically it should take the git.exe path. So if I go to configuration, you can see it will search for git.exe and it will get the path. In case if you don't have Git, please download, install and give the path here. Otherwise you can give this default option and it should pick the git.exe file and it should run all the Git commands. Now once Maven is done, Git is done, what you need to do, just click on new item. This time again I will pick Maven projects because this is my Maven project. So I will just say Maven Selenium. Let's call this as Selenium Maven. And let's say GitHub. Okay. So that we can easily understand, okay, what exactly this job is doing. Click on Maven project and click on OK. Now let me close this unnecessary tabs. So basically this is my repository, right? So now if you see this option called source code management, it will redirect here. So right now by default is set to none. I will click on Git option. Now it will ask you repository URL. Please enter the Git repository. So when you come to this Git repository, if you click on code, right now I have 2 options. One is using HTTPS, second is using SSH. So I will click on HTTPS now and I will click on this option. It will automatically copy in the clipboard, or you can just select this and press Ctrl C. Come here and enter the repository URL here. That's all. Since we are not making any changes, we are not pushing any code, so you don't need any credential, but still if you want, you can set the credentials from here. So right now there's no credentials set here, but in case if you want to add any credential, click on add, click on Jenkins, and you can see now depends on which kind of configuration or which kind of authentication you want to add, you can add here. You can add username with password, you can add a secret text certificate, secret file, SSH username with private key, and so on. Okay, so as of now I don't want to add, so I will click on cancel. Now main part is again come to build section. Okay, but before moving to build section, as you can see we have an option called branch to build. So right now if you go back to my repository, I have only one branch which is called master branch. So suppose if you have multiple branches on this Git repository, suppose you have a master branch, dev branch, test branch, release branch, any branch that you want to build, make sure you give that branch here. As of now I have only one branch, master, so it is taking default master, but if you have different branches, just mention the branch name here. Then come to build option, and you can see it is simply will get the pom.xml, so you don't need to give the path manually now. So what exactly it will do, Jenkins will download the code, it will check for pom.xml, and it will run your goals. So I just want to run clean and test, that's all. Okay, and now once this is done, we will click on build now, and we will be able to run our test cases, right? But if you see this build trigger options, right, we have multiple options how you want to run this build. So the main purpose of Jenkins is to implement CI, right, continuous integration. So this build trigger will be playing a very important role, because in the upcoming videos we'll make some changes that whenever any change in the repository, it should run my jobs automatically. As of now we are building these jobs manually. In the upcoming videos we'll explore these options. Okay, so let's click on apply and let's click on save. So our job is configured. Click on build now. So before running our actual command, now it has to download that repository. So as you can see, first of all it is building, and now it is cloning the remote git repository. This is the repository, and it will just run a few commands, and finally it identified this is the location where our project is downloaded. It found pom.xml and it is running our clean test. Okay, it started my browser, it did some activity, and just now it executed my test. So now if you go back to our previous jobs that we have configured, we have given the path manually, but what exactly it is doing, it is dumping my project into this particular directory, right? So let's see this option. So what I will do, I will just open this path, and let's see. So you can see the same project. So I showed you, right, that complete this is the Jenkins home directory basically, and here we have the workspace. So here it is downloading all these projects. The project that we created now is Selenium Maven GitHub. It has downloaded my code here in this directory. Then it is running this pom.xml, which is running this test.ng, and which is running our test cases. As simple as that, right? So it's quite easy. You just need to provide the repository URL and it should be able to run it. Now if you want to select SSH, okay, let's try with SSH. In real time, if you go with HTTPS, it is okay, but most of the time we use SSH, which is more secure, right? So what I will do in this case, I will click on SSH and I will click on this button, which will copy, or else you can copy this. Go to Selenium Maven GitHub project again, and in this case I will simply provide this SSH. Now let's run once again and let's see. Now when you go with SSH, definitely you need to add your public key to this GitHub repository. Right now I guess I already have, so it will run without any fail, but in your case, if it is getting failed, you just need to create a public and private key, and that public key you need to add inside your GitHub profile. So as of now you can see it's running without any issue. This time instead of using HTTPS, we are using SSH, as you can see, right? And it is running my test. So it's working fine as of now in my system. In case if you get any issue, I will tell you how you can do that. So in that case, what you need to do, first of all, if you, okay, let it run. Yes, it's completed. If you go to this profile and click on my profile, okay, let's do one thing, click on settings directly. And as you can see, I have an option called SSH and GPG keys, right? Click on this. And as you can see, these are the SSH keys which is already existing in my system. Now in your case, if you're starting from the scratch, you won't get these keys. It will be completely blank. So I will show you how you can generate this SSH keys and how you can add it so that you can start using this SSH. So now you can create this SSH keys from command prompt, or you can create from Eclipse. It's totally up to you. So let me show you from the command prompt. Open any command prompt, just type SSH hyphen keygen, hit enter. So it says generating public and private RSA keys, enter the file in which you want to save. So this is the directory, guys. By default it will create public and private key in this directory. I will click on enter. It says you already have. Okay, so let me show you this. So if I go to my C drive, users folder, and if I show you .ssh, you can see I already have this SSH file, right? So it is saying that it will override. It's okay. So it says password. I am not giving any password, so I will just say blank. Same password again, so again blank. So it created now one public and private key. So you can see just now it has created a new public and private key for me. What you need to do, you just need to open this public key, open with Sublime Text Editor, Notepad, ++. It's totally up to you. I will open with Sublime Text Editor. So this is the public key, guys. What you need to do, you need to copy this key using Ctrl+C or Command+C. Then come here, click on new SSH key. You can give the key name. Okay, I will give this key name is SSH April 2021, some random name, but you can give some meaningful name, and click on add SSH key. That's all you need to do. So you can see now, just now we have added this. Since we have not used now, so it says never used. But now what happens when you run your Jenkins job, since we are giving SSH, right, we have a public key, we also have, like, we have a private key in my system, and public key we have added in GitHub. So now there is a trust connection that whatever, even if you're pushing the code, okay, it will not ask any credential, and it will simply allow you to push and pull the code. So this is what exactly you need to do. And let's do one again, this build, and it should be able to run it. Now suppose in your test, now you want to take some parameters. So let's go back to this. So this is my Maven build, right? Maven project, and this is my pom.xml file. Now suppose from my pom.xml I'm passing some parameters. That parameters I want to receive in my test. So how we can do that? So I'm using Maven Surefire plugin, and right now UI test.java, it does not receive any parameter. But let me send one parameter, and that parameter we will receive from our test, and we'll see how we can pass these parameters from Jenkins. So let's open this pom.xml file, and if you scroll down, and you can see this Maven Surefire plugin that we are using. So within this configuration, okay, just after your sweet XML files, you can add now system property variables. Okay, so let it load. Yes, so you can see we have system property variables, list of system properties to pass to your JUnit test, but we are taking inside test-ng test. Okay, so type is map of string and string, key is string, value is also string. Okay, so now let's say I just want to pass as of now one parameter, but there's no limitation, no restriction. You can pass n number of parameter, depends on your requirement. As of now I'm passing one browser parameter. Okay, so you can see we have opening tag and closing tag. You can give any name, because the main point here is this, we need to give the main key. So the key here I'm going to give browser. So this is the main key which I have to use, and whenever I will execute this Maven build, I will pass the values. So value will be our dynamic value or whatever value will pass, but the key will be this guy, which is browser. Fine. So if you want to see first locally, let's do one thing. I guess this was our build, right, that we executed. Okay, let me show you from the scratch. Let's click on property. See guys, before pushing any code, let's try first locally, because if that works, then only it will make sense to push the code, right? So let's open command prompt, and okay, before we pass this, even though if I will pass, I need one test or at least one file which should receive this parameter and it should do the action, right? So I will do one thing. I will come to my test case. Now I will be using one annotation called parameters. So basically it will take parameters, and when it comes to parameters, guys, please take from org.testng.annotations, because same as you can see, it's available inside different packages, right? So you might get confused. Take from org.testng.annotations, and it will describe how to pass parameter to your test method. I'm going to accept as of now only one key is browser. So what exactly this is? This is the key. So if this browser is getting passed, okay, so this and this should be same. So when I will pass browser, the same thing will be passed here. And since we are getting one parameter, I can receive one parameter now, which is, now this is local variable, you can give any name. So I will just say browser again. Okay, just to keep things little different, because again it will browser. So this is browser, this is browser, this has to be same, this can be anything. So instead of local browser, let me write some meaningful name called browser name, and I will write a small condition now. First of all, I will print, so that will make sure that we're getting the correct parameters. I will say parameter value is, and I will simply print this browser name, which is coming from our pom.xml file. Now I will write a small if condition, that if browser name is equal to or contains Chrome, then do this, else if browser name dot contains let's say Edge browser, in that case I want to trigger the Edge. Okay, so again guys, I'm just writing one small piece of code, but it's totally up to you what logic you want to write, what is your scenario. Our main goal is to pass the parameters, right? So in this case, basically if it is Chrome, I will do this. Maybe I will keep this outside, which I will, since this is a local variable, I will assign equal to null, right? And if it is equal to Edge, then instead of Chrome driver.setup, I will just say Edge driver.setup, and I will start the Edge browser, Edge driver. Now we don't need this part because it's already been taken care by this if else. So if browser is equal to Chrome, then do this. If equal to Edge, do this. You can add for iBrowser, Firefox browser, Safari. It's totally up to you. So let's pass this. This is the command prompt. I will go back to this location. So this is our project. Right now I will just say mvn clean test. And guys, very important part, whenever you have to pass any parameters from Maven, just pass -d, and now you have to provide the exact key. Okay, so the key is this guy, which is browser. And let me try with Edge first, okay, because now Chrome we have already seen it runs by default on Chrome. Now I'm passing parameters Edge. Hit enter. So it will take few seconds. and it's running our, and as you can see it is running our test on Edge browser, right? And again the same steps, nothing in terms of test changes, but yes, parameter value is Edge and now it is running our test cases. So it's a very easy process. Now once you have set this, now definitely we did some changes in the pom.xml file, so definitely now we need to push the code, right? So let me quickly push the changes. So I guess I already have, so this I will close, not required. Okay, so first of all I will just say git status just to make sure that whatever changes, see these are the changes done. I will just say git add star or dot, then I will say git commit, I will say -m, and I will just pass a message called parameter added. Okay, then I will say git push. So it should push the latest changes, and yes, it's done now. Let's come back to our repository. I guess I can directly jump from, yes, this is the Maven Jenkins repository. We did the changes few seconds ago. Now if you want to configure this job, click on this configuration and again come back to build section. So earlier we were running this, right? Now I will say -d, same thing. What was the key? Our key was browser, so I will copy this and equal to Edge. Okay, so basically I have given contains not equal ignore case, so I will just give Edge. So basically it should run my test cases on Edge browser. So let's click on apply and let's click on save and let's click on build now. So as you can see now it is started downloading, and if you notice it took my latest commit, right, which we did right away, which is parameter added. It means it is pulling the latest code. Now it will run the same test which we have seen. Okay, it will run the test on Edge browser. So let it run. In the meanwhile I will show you a very interesting concept now. So what we did, we went to the goals, right? It's started. Okay, executed. So what we did, we went to the build section and then we hard coded this, right? Now this is not a good practice, first of all, because let's say you have different team members, or let's say somebody else is running this build. They want to run this, let's say on Chrome, they want to run on Firefox, they want to run on any different browser. They don't want to come to build, configure, they change this parameter. It's not a good practice. So what we can do now, we can parameterize this build. So if you come here and you can see this option, right? This project is parameterized. So as of now guys, in this example I will show you only one type of parameter. Then in the upcoming videos I will explain few more parameters which we use most of the time. So as you can see, we have one string parameter, right? So select string parameter. Now this will ask you key and value again. So you can give any name here. I will say browser. This is the variable name I'm giving. Default value I will set to Chrome. And description you can give what exactly this parameter is used for. So you can say please, just a second, please select any browser for execution. If user don't give any pass, if user is not passing any value, by default it will take Chrome, and this is the name. Now again guys, I'm using browser because this will be displayed on the UI. So what you will be doing, copy this guy, okay, come down further, and instead of hard coding this value, you can say $browser. I know you must be confused that why I'm using browser, but these are different. Okay, if I give Mukesh here, let's say inside browser, if I type Mukesh, I will say $Mukesh. So tomorrow if I use any other name here, same name has to be reflected here. So that value, whatever value we will pass, will get replaced here and it will be assigned to this variable, and this value will be used inside our test. So now you will see a small change in the UI the moment I click on apply and save. Earlier it was coming build now now it's saying build with parameters. Very interesting, right? So now when you trigger, first of all, this is the name that we have given, right? Then it is giving the default value. Suppose somebody don't want to run with any other options, they just go and click on build, it will take the default values, and this is the description. So if I click on build, this time it will take Chrome and it will run my test cases on Chrome. So let's click on build once again, and it will take the latest Chrome and it should run. That is the power of using parameters. Okay, so click here. Again, this is the latest commit, and yes, this is the main part you want to see here. Clean test -d browser, and now it's replaced with the value, right? Chrome. So we use $browser, but at runtime it got replaced with the actual value. If you want to change it, Edge or any other thing, you can do that. So that is just a glimpse of parameters. In upcoming videos, I will show you a few more parameters which actually can help you a lot in your real time, and we'll see how we can consume the same parameter. So that's all for this video, guys. Let me do a quick recap. What we did, we created a Git repository. So this is my Git repository where I have my code available. In the first example, we have cloned our code using HTTPS. We went to our Jenkins job. We have just given in the configuration. We went to source code management, and we have given here the path, right? And what it did, it downloaded the code, it took the master branch since we have only one branch, and it executed my Maven build. In the second example, I showed you can also use SSH, which is more secured and widely used. In that case, you can just copy this SSH and you can pass here. Okay, and before you move ahead, you need to generate one SSH key. So we have seen how we can generate the SSH keys. It will come to this folder. So what you can do, you can copy the public SSH key. Okay, go to your GitHub, go to the settings, and you can add here. And after adding, you can start using SSH for your repositories. So we came to this SSH option, we clicked on new SSH key, and we started using. So you can see we created this key right away, right? And now it is in use. As you can see, it is in green color. It means it took the latest key and it's using now. Now a pro tip I want to give here. So before, like, you have created this SSH key you have added, right? Before using this directly in the Jenkins, try first locally. Okay, so we have a git clone command, right? Try to clone using SSH. If that works, then go with this. So in the next example, then we discussed how we can pass parameters. So in that case, we came to pond.xml, we added one additional tag called system property variables, and we are passing one property called browser. Same we are consuming within our test, right? Since this is a local variable, I can give any name, but this and this should be same, which we have given in the pond.xml. Then we have written a logic that if this equal to this, then start the browser based on the parameter. Then just to check locally, we executed from our local system. Once it was working fine, we pushed the code to our this particular repository, which is Maven for Jenkins. Then in this repository, sorry, for this job, we have added one parameter -d browser and $browser. So this $browser is nothing but we clicked on this option called this project is parameterized, and we're passing this. So that's a quick recap, and that's all for this video, guys. Today in this lecture, I will show you how you can parameterize your Jenkins build and how you can use this parameter for your regular execution. Okay, so just to show you this example, I will create a new job, but if you want to parameterize any of the existing job, you can do that. So in case if you want to edit any job, you can just go to that job, configure it, and you can parameterize that build. So let me show you from the scratch. So I'm going to create a new job. I will give this job name is parameters. I will say parameter job, and now I can select any kind of project. Okay, so for the time being, I will select freestyle project because I want to show the different parameters that we can use. Click on OK. So as you can see, this option which is called this project is parameters, click on this, and if you want to see more about this, click on this help section, and you can see they will tell you how exactly how to use. So first thing that we have to notice here, that in case if you're using Windows, then we have to use this syntax, okay, %, and then we have to use the parameter name and again percentage. And if you're using Linux, Mac or Unix, you can go with the dollar symbol. As of now, I'm showing you on Windows. And if you want to see more information, you can click on this link called parameterized build documentation. So open in a new tab and we'll get some more information about it. Okay, so they have only given you two options. One is normal string parameter and another is file parameter, but let me show you a few additional parameters which can be helpful in your project. Okay, so I will just click here. Now the moment you click on add parameters, you can see I have different type of parameters. So basically these parameters you can use in your script, or whenever you want to trigger any kind of build, you can just pass this parameter. So with the help of these parameters, you don't have to hard code anything. The moment you run this jobs, if these parameters are filled, it will take that value. Otherwise you can override these parameters. So the advantage of using parameters, like you don't have to hard code anything. Okay, suppose you want to run your job with different options, different parameters, you can just change the parameters and you can trigger your build. So let me show you a few of the parameters which I use most of the time. But if I don't cover any of the parameters, you can explore from your side. If you don't find any help, let me know in the comment section. I will try to create another video on this. So let's start with Boolean parameter. So as the name says Boolean, like it will have only true and false value. So you can pass any name of this parameter. I will say this as status. Status will be true, false. So once you get this true, false, based on your logic, you can change, like if the condition is true, do this. If the condition is false, do this. So if you click on this option, default value, it will take the default value which is true. And if you just uncheck this option, it will say default value is false. So in the description, I will give any description. I will say please select the status. It can be anything, just see your requirement first and then check it once. And you can also see it will show you the preview as well if you click on this. So it supports HTML as well. So if you just give B tag, which is for bold, right, and I will just close this. So you can add HTML tags as well. So you can see it is in the bold now. Let's add one more parameter, which is choice parameter. So this is just like a drop down. Okay, so suppose you don't want to give user that they should add any value. You just want to give them few of the options that they should only select these options, not more than that, right? In that case, you can give this as a choice parameter. So suppose I just want to maintain this as a browser. So let me give few browsers. I will give Firefox or Chrome, give a new line. Okay, and let's add one more browser, which is Edge browser. And in the description, you can say please select which browser you want to use, for execution. Again, it's totally optional, but yeah, good to have this description. So if somebody else is running your build, they should know what this parameter is all about. Okay, let me add only two as of now. Click on save and let's click on build with parameters. So you can see now this is your status, right? If you uncheck this, it is false, but if you check this, it is true. And these are the three options which is available. Okay, so as of now, we'll just add this and I can rearrange as well. So if you don't want this in this order, you can simply arrange them. You can just drag and drop and you can change the order. Let's add some more parameters. So you can see this credential parameter. So suppose if you have multiple credentials and you want to use any specific credential for this particular build, you can do that. So you can just add the credentials from here and you can select which credentials to use. By default, it will select the one which you will pass here. Okay, and again in the credential type, you can mention which kind of credential you are using. Is it username with password or SSH username with private key, secret file text and certificate. So I'm not using this as of now. And if you see this file parameter, as the name says, this is basically a file uploader. So if you give this, it will, okay, let me show you this part. So suppose you have certain files in your project that you want to upload. So you can give this a relative path as well. But if you want to upload any additional files as well, you can do that here. So you can just give the path here. Okay, and again let's add one more parameter. So you can see this is multi-line. Suppose you want to give multi-line string parameters, you can do that. So if this is basically choice boolean. So we have string parameter and multi-line. So as the name says, this will allow you to have multi-line string parameter, and this is single parameter. So let's try with string parameter. So let me add one of the parameter, let's say name. By default, it should take, let's say Jenkins, but user wants to override, they can remove this and they can add the new text. Okay, and you can also add this option called trim the string. Now let's add one more parameter. So this you can see, right, password parameter. This is very interesting parameter. So suppose if your test includes some passwords, so you can use the password parameter. You can go with the normal string parameter as well, but the problem here is, like, when you use string parameters and somebody can go to the console and they can see what parameters you have used. Okay, so let's take this one. I will take this as a username. Okay, on default value Jenkins, and here I will say password. So default value I don't want to give, so I will keep it blank, and description again you can have. So let's click on apply and let's click on save. As of now I'm not accepting, okay, it is just I'm showing you how you can have these parameters. Now in few minutes I will show you how you can use this parameter in your program. So you can see now I have this username and password is this. If I just click here, I can change this whatever parameter. Okay, and you can see this is like file uploader. Now I can select any file. Okay, so let's say this file, and again these options. So if I build now, okay, right now we are not accepting any of these values, right? So okay, it got passed, but it's not doing anything because obviously we have not received these parameters. How we can do that? As I showed you in the documentation, if you're using Windows, you have to use percentage, right? So let's try with first one. As of now I will do echo. So click on add build step, and you can use execute Windows batch command or execute shell or execute groovy. It's totally up to you. Where do you want to use these values? So click on execute Windows batch command. Now I will be using echo. So basically I just want to print the values that we are getting from these parameters. Okay, so the first parameter is browser. So I will just say echo percentage browser percentage. Now let's do second echo. Second echo is your status. Okay, so I will just come again, echo percentage status percentage. In a similar way you can just get all this. So let me quickly add all of them. Maybe I can take the path, echo percentage path echo, and let's take this one as well, username, and the second one is password. Okay, so let's say this is your username. I will quickly copy this and I will just say this is password. So password. Let's click on save. Again click on build with parameters. If you want to change certain parameters, let's change this time. I will change this to Firefox and I will uncheck this. File, I can give any file. So let me give this this file, and then username I will say Jenkins new. Click on build and let's see, it started. Click on this console and finally it's done. So you can see it's giving me echo Firefox because we selected Firefox, right? Then we have selected and we have unchecked that option, right? So it says echo false. Then basically it is giving me that file which we have uploaded, which is this, and it has simply giving me the echo, which is username. And now one thing which you notice, that since we have done the echo, it is giving me the password which I have entered. But when you use Maven build or Gradle build, right, and if you pass this password parameters, it will not show you while running your Maven build and your Gradle build. Since we have purposefully done echo, so it is pending. But this is the advantage of parameters, that first thing, while building, it will not display that what password that you are entering. Plus when you run Maven and Gradle build, it will not show you in the console log. Okay, so now let me quickly just arrange them so that it should look neat and clean. So maybe I will just first drag and drop this username on top. Maybe after that I will just rearrange this password. Yes, before browser. Yes. So first is username, second is password, then browser, then this boolean parameter, finally file uploader. So it will look something like this now. Okay, so as you can see now how easily we can do that. So before we end this video, I just want to highlight that when you're using Windows batch command, which we have seen just now, you will be using percentage, that parameter name and percentage. But if you're using invoke top level Maven commands, or if you're using pom.xml file and if you're passing parameters, then again you have to use $. Just keep this point in mind. Today in this lecture I will show you how you can run your Jenkins job using GitHub webhook. So whatever jobs we have created so far, we are running these jobs using build now or build with parameter. For example, if I show you my first job, we had this option called build now. So like you can go manually and trigger this job, right? This option. Second option that we saw, that you can build with parameters. You can build with parameters, but the main essence of Jenkins is it's a CI tool, right? You want to run these jobs for continuous integration. So this is exactly what we are going to see today. So we have different options, guys, to run the Jenkins job. Okay, I will show you one by one. So let's open this job, which is Selenium Maven GitHub. The reason why I picked up this job, because here we have GitHub linked. So in the last lectures we have seen, right, how we can provide this repository URL. So this repository is this, right? So what exactly we want to do now, whenever we have any change in this particular repository, it should trigger this job. Okay, so right now this particular job, Selenium Maven GitHub, is linked with this repository, and if you see, come down, it is running one simply pom.xml, and these are the goals and this is the browser parameter. But I want to run whenever any changes are there in our repository. So you can see this option, right? GitHub hook trigger for git SCM polling. You can select this option, uncheck this option, and if you click on this option, it says if Jenkins will receive push GitHub hook from repository defined in SCM section, it will trigger git SCM polling logic. Now you can also ask one question, can we use this poll SCM? Yes, you can use this as well, but here you need to give the polling, right? The polling could be 1 minute, 10 minutes, 1 hour. It just depends on what cron pattern you're setting here. But this GitHub hook trigger will immediately start the moment it receives any changes in this repository. Okay, in your case you can take any repository because this can be changed, right? So change the repository URL, and I will show the next step what you can do. So just click on this option called GitHub hook trigger for git SCM polling, and no other changes. Click on save. Now you need to come to your repository. In your repository you can go to this setting option, and on the left hand side you can see webhook, right? Click on this webhook, and just a small summary about webhooks. Let me just maximize this. So webhook allow external services to be notified when certain event happens. Okay, so that's what we are going to do now. I'm just going to click on one webhook, add webhook. Now, okay, it will ask this password. Now you can see it is asking payload URL. Okay, so basically now we need to provide our Jenkins URL. Now there's a small catch, guys. See, this is running my local system, so I can't give this local host to GitHub. So now we need additional software now. So what exactly we are going to use now? We are going to use one software called ngdoc. So what exactly this will do? It's a cross-platform application which enables developers, in our case, okay, our Jenkins, consider yourself as a developer or a DevOps guy or tester, which will allow you to expose a local development server, which is our Jenkins server, to the internet with minimal effort. Okay, so let's use the software. So whatever we have localhost colon 8080, it will just expose it to the internet so that everybody who have this URL can access this. So let's see how we can download this ngrok and how we can use this. So once we are done with installation, we'll use these two commands. So let's download ngrok. Click on the first download link. Okay, you can see it's saying download for Windows. Click on Windows. Let's wait for a few seconds. Now download is done, so just click on show in folder. Okay, so yes, we have this. Just unzip this, extract here. Okay, so can you see this? We got this file which is ngrok. So let's open command prompt, and it is in my downloads. I will just move to downloads. Now as you can see, we have this ngrok.exe file, right? I will just first of all get the version. So at the time of recording, the current version is 2.3.39. Now finally I need to expose, right? So I need to expose my local host 8080, right? So I will use this port. Again, let's use this ngrok.exe. Just give http and the port number is 8080, right? Hit enter and you can see it started terminal. So first of all, it says session status is online. Session will expire after this time, version, region, web interface, and this is what we want. So basically this is the public URL, right? This is for HTTP and this is for HTTPS, and you can see they are linked with my localhost 8080. So I can use URL, copy this, come back to webhook section, enter this. Now just a small change you need to do. You just need to use // use GitHub -webhook/. That's all. Once you come down, you can see which events would you like to trigger this webhook, like on what changes do you want to trigger this webhook. There are two options. So this is the active, guys. Okay, if it is active, then only it will start sending the payload. As of now, by default is selected just the push event. It means whenever any push event for this particular repository, which is Maven Jenkins repository, then trigger this. Second option is send me everything, which is not recommended. So you can go with just the push event, or you can also select individual events, that whenever this event happens, you just want to trigger this webhook. So you can see branch or tag creation, deletion, check runs, security alerts, commit comments. You just decide which, based on which events you want to make it. As of now, default is selected to push. Now let's click on add webhook. It says the hook was created successfully, and yes. Now let's do a small change in this repository and let's see will it trigger our Jenkins job or not. Okay, just notice this, the build number is 9. Now I will add a small change. It could be a space. So I will go to my testng.xml file. I can just edit this and let me add one space. Okay, just come down, commit changes, and let's see, just come down here and it should start our job. And you can see within few seconds, like it took hardly 1 second, and now it is running. Yes, the moment you open this, and yes, you can see it started by GitHub push by this particular user. This is my user, and it's running up a build. So it's very easy, guys, right? Again, a quick recap. In order to run your Jenkins job based on GitHub webhook, you just need to select one checkbox. Okay, it's taking some time, just a second. Yeah, if you come down here, which is build trigger, select this option, GitHub hook trigger for Git SCM polling, save this job. Then you come back to your particular repository, click on settings, you will be redirected to webhooks. You can add n number of webhooks. As of now we have only one. If you just refresh your page, you can see this is connected, right? So you will get this check mark. You can add n number of webhooks, depends on your usage. As of now this webhook is configured for push, but suppose if you want to configure any other webhooks, you can do that. Now since this is running in my local system, I need ngrocks so that I can make it publicly, which can be configured here. So we downloaded one ngrock, okay, and then we executed few commands. The command was just ngrock.exe for Windows. For Linux, Mac, just write ngrock, http and the port. Once you're done, just come here and click on this add webhook and add here. After this, you just need to go to /github-webhook/ and you can configure the event. Once we are done, just come to your repository, make any changes. So whenever any push changes for this particular repository, now this will start your Jenkins job, right? This got executed. Let's do a final change and then we can summarize this. So in this case, I will just go and added pom.xml file. Here also I will remove this additional space, commit changes, and just notice here, okay, it started. So it's very easy, guys. Just try this from your end, and if you find any issue, let me know in the comment section. Today in this video I will show you how you can run your test cases on a specific schedule, and we will also talk about one more important feature of Jenkins, which is poll SCM. Okay, so in the previously videos we have discussed how you can trigger the build using different approach, right? So today we will talk about cron patterns, periodic schedule, and poll SCM. So now if you go back to my previous videos, we have already discussed this job, which is Selenium, Maven, GitHub. So basically this job is connected with one of the GitHub repository, which is this repository. Okay, so if I click on configure and if I go to build trigger, you will see one more option today, which is build periodically. Okay, so click on build trigger. Okay, so in the last section we already discussed this GitHub hook trigger for get SCM polling. So now let's uncheck this, and today we are going to talk about build periodically. So before we actually do this, let's talk about some scenarios where do you actually need this. Suppose you want to run your test cases on, let's say, daily 3 AM or 5 PM or 12 AM, depends on the release, right? So suppose you have a weekly release, like every Friday you have a deployment and from Monday you have to start testing, right? So in that case, what you can do, you can schedule your test cases on Saturday night. So by the time you will reach office on Monday, or maybe once you start login for Monday, you will have your test results, whether it's pass or fail. Based on the results, you can take a decision. Should you do it manually or should you fix the automation script and then execute it? So there can be n number of use cases on this. So it depends on a requirement. You can understand this. Where do you want to use it? So build periodically means you want to run your build on a specific period. So now if you want to know more about it, you can click on this help section. And what exactly it does, it will help you to run your test cases on a cron pattern. Okay, so if I just open this cron like, okay, it will navigate to this Wikipedia link where exactly they have explained what exactly these cron patterns look like. So in cron pattern, basically we have 5 stars. As you can see, we have 5 star, right? So the first star represents minute, and the range, as you can see, it's 0 to 59. Second star represents hours, which starts from 0 to 23. So if you want to execute your test cases on 5 PM, then it will be 12 plus 5, which is 17. Then the third star represents day of the month, which 1 to 31. Then the fourth star is month, which is 1 to 12, and the last one is day of the week. Okay, so now we have to use this cron pattern. So based on our requirement, we can just give at what time we want to trigger. So let's do one thing. Let's click on this build periodically. Okay, and again, if you click here, the same section which I showed, right, you will get here month, hours, date of the month, and day of the week. And the good thing about Jenkins is they have already given you some very good example. Suppose you want to trigger your test cases every 15 minutes, every 10 minutes in the first half of every hour, okay, and so on. And again, if you don't want to go with this, I have a very interesting website. So I found this on internet, and there's a very interesting site which is crontab.guru. where you can actually see, okay, you can just write your pattern at what time you want to trigger your. So again, minutes, hours, day, month and day. And if you click on examples, they have given a lot of examples, like if you want to trigger every minute, every 1 minute, every 5 minutes and so on. And see here also, if you want to run every Sunday, every Monday, they have given examples. So let's say I want to run at every Sunday, or here you can see every 3 hours, every 20 minutes and so on. Let's say if I click on every Sunday, so as you can see 0 0, because every Sunday you want to schedule, so you can keep it Sunday here, and it will, as you can see, the next trigger will happen at Sunday at 12 AM. So you can find n number of examples here, and I will give you a few more examples, but yeah, these are the frequently used ones. So the moment you open here, it will say cron job every Sunday is a commonly used cron schedule, but I will write few more cron patterns so that you will get a clear idea. So let's say I want to trigger at 3 AM daily. Okay, so minutes I will keep star, then R. So definitely R is, if I keep it 3, it means 3 AM, right? And star, it means every day 3 AM it will get triggered. So the moment you click outside, as you can see, it says the last run was on 11th May 3 AM, okay, and the next would be 12 May, and this is the time. So they will give you exactly when will the next build will run. Now suppose I want to run at 8 PM or 8:15 PM, so I will make it 15, which is basically for minute, right? And 8, so 12 plus 8, 20, I will make it 20, and star. So let's click on outside. So you can see it says the next was on this date, and it will trigger today at 8:15 PM IST, right? So based on your requirement, please change the schedule, okay, weekly, bi-weekly, daily. And if you want to use this cron tab, yeah, you can go ahead, take multiple examples which they have given. And yeah, if you have time, please go with the tips which they have mentioned. It's very, very good. Okay, so I hope it will make sense. So what I will do, so right now I'm recording this at 1:05. So I will make, okay, it's 1:04 as of now, which is 1:04 PM. I will make it 1 PM, so I will make it 13, and I will say star. Okay, let me click outside, and yeah, let me click on save, and let's see. So as you can see, exactly at 1 PM my test is running, right, because of the cron pattern which I said. But this was just for the demo because I want to show you instantly. I executed this. So if you click on console, you will see it will just show you that it started by timer. Timer means it started by build periodically section. Make sense? So it's quite easy, just you need to understand cron pattern. So just to give you a quick recap, 5 star, first for minute, second for hour, third is day of the month, fourth one is month, the seventh one, or like fifth one is the day of the week. So it's very easy. Just see some few examples and you're good to go. Now if you understand this cron pattern, then the next option is again very easy. That is similar to this, but in this option we also have polling feature. Okay, so let me show you this one by one. So click on build trigger again, and the second option which you can see, it's poll SAM, is similar to this, but here now it will also do the polling of your SAM. What does it mean? The moment you click on this option, again it will ask you schedule, okay, like how frequently you want to poll. Now what exactly this poll is? Poll is means suppose you your job, which is your Jenkins job, is configured with this GitHub repository. So what exactly it will do? Jenkins will keep on polling. It means it will keep on checking this particular repository. Do we have any changes in this repository? If yes, okay, it will trigger your build. But how frequently it has to poll, how frequently it has to check is there any changes, that is dependent on the schedule that we are going to set. Okay, so suppose I want to check this GitHub repository after every 1 minute. If there any change in this repository, run my build. Okay, I can also show like run after every 2 minutes, 5 minutes, or maybe after every 15 minutes. If there any change, run it. If there's no change, do not run my build. Right? So let's say if I want to run after every 1 minute, if there any change, see guys, this is totally up to you what polling you want to set. It could be 5 minutes, 15 minutes, 1 hour, every 3 hours. right? Just to show this example, I will just set a cron pattern for every minute, but you can change any schedule. So if you want to see for every minute, what you can do, again, you can go to this cron tab guru, click on examples, and here they have given example for every 1 minute, 2 minutes. So suppose if I want to run after every 1 minute, so you can see, okay, let me also show 2 minutes, 3 minutes and 5 minutes, so that you will get one pattern. So for every 1 minute you can set star 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 star. For after every 2 minutes you can say star divide by 2. So as you can see, star means any value, and the moment you say says this divide, which is basically for step values. So if you want to run for every 2 minutes, it will be star by 2, every 3 minutes star by 3, and for 5 star by 5. So I'm going to run after every 1 minute, so I will keep star star star, and let me just change it, star 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 star. Click outside and you can see here, do you really mean every minute? And it will give you some warning that instead of using this, you can use h star star star. It means to poll once hour, but right now I want to poll after every minute. I will set this, click on save. So let me do one thing, let me go back to this repository and let me do some changes. Okay, so I will do one thing, I will open this testng.xml file and I will click on this, edit this file. Again, I will do some small changes. Maybe I will remove this additional line which is coming, right? So I will just remove this additional line. Okay, and yeah, let me make the changes to the master branch directly. So what we did, we made some changes in this repository. It could be a single line, it can be any file or any code. Now what Jenkins will do, Jenkins will poll after every minute. So within this polling period, okay, like after polling, if it is getting any changes in this repository, it will trigger. If no, then it will keep on waiting. So let's see, let's wait for this event. And you can see this build is getting started. So let's wait. I just want to show you what you will get in the console output. So based on that, you can easily judge. And here you go. It says it started by SCM change because there was one change in the GitHub repository, right? So, and since we have a cron pattern of every 1 minute, it found a change and it started my build. So it will just execute my whatever build is supposed to do. So that's very easy. Okay. So we discussed two more options today. One is build periodically, where you can set the specific date and time and it will run. Second is poll SCM. It has to be linked with your GitHub. If there's any change in that GitHub repository or whatever repository you have connected, if there any change, it will start based on the pattern that you have set, and it will run my test. Today in this lecture, I will show you how you can create upstream jobs and downstream jobs. So this is little technical word. So let me explain in simple words. Today we will talk about how you can run multiple Jenkins job one after the other, or you can consider them as a pipeline. So till now, you can see we have created independent Jenkins job, right? So whenever I have to run any Jenkins job, I'm just going to that job, I'm running it. Suppose I want to create some kind of relationship, or I will say the conditions that once this job is done, then run this. Once this job is done, then execute this, so on. So let me show you with the help of example so that you will get a clear picture. And once you understand the clear picture, then I will show you how you can implement the same. And again, there's one bonus part. I will also show you how you can create a beautiful pipeline view once you have created this kind of dependency between the builds. Okay, so let me show you the PPT first. So consider you have one job one. This job can be anything, like it is building your project, it is running or it is deploying. It could be anything. So suppose once the job is done, now you want to automatically trigger the job 2. Job 2 can be again anything, depends on your use case. And once your job 2 is done, you also want to trigger job 3. So you don't want to run them one by one. You want to create a conditions that once this is done, you can execute this, and once job 2 is done, you can execute this. You can create a condition that if job 1 is getting failed, then do not execute job 3 or job 2. So you can customize this. I will show you in a few minutes. Another example, suppose you are building a CI/CD pipeline. Okay, so the first job can be simply building your application. Second job will be running your test, and the final job will be deploying, right? So again, if you want to create again a pipeline, we are going to set up upstream and downstream jobs. Now let's take one more example. Suppose you want to have your own test pipeline. This test pipeline will simply run set of tests for you. So suppose you have a Jenkins job. I will consider this as an API test job. This job will run all the API tests for our particular project. Once my API test is done, now I want to run simply some web UI test. It could be Selenium test, Cypress, Node.js, any web UI test that you have written in an automated fashion. And once this is done, now you want to run one more job that will simply do a performance test or the security test. Okay, so these jobs can be anything, totally up to your case. And let me show you how you can configure this. So let me go back to Jenkins. Okay, so let's get started. And so guys, again, very important part, I will show you this thing in a two fashions. So first one is I will be creating 3 jobs, and these 3 jobs will not have any parameters. Okay, so I will run one job after other. In the second example, I will parameterize some build, and we will also see how we can pass parameters from one job to another job. This is how we work in real time. And again, a small disclaimer before we start this video. If you have a small project, this approach will work, but if you have a complex project, I will say complex CI/CD pipeline, then you have to follow, or it's good to have if you have a Jenkins file that we will discuss in the next videos. For a smaller project, for a small pipeline, this approach will work, but if you want to build a complex pipeline, you have to go with Jenkins file, which I personally recommend. So we'll see that in upcoming videos. And again, you will get a lot of flexibility when you go with Jenkins file. Okay, now I can take existing jobs, but just to create from the scratch, I will create everything right away and we will build this relationship. Okay, so let's click on new item. Now you can create again a Freestyle Maven project. I will click on Freestyle and I will just give this as build, and I will click on OK. And again, I will just write some echo commands because your Jenkins jobs can be anything, so you can have to configure based on your requirement. The main purpose just to show you how we can run these jobs one after the other. So just go to build section, and I will just add a small Windows batch command, which is just a echo, and here I will just mention I will say building the application. Okay, I will save this. Now I have to create 2 more jobs. So I have one option, I can create again from the scratch, or I can create a copy job. Okay, so if you come down further, you can also see when we have an option you want to copy from. So this job name I will set test. Okay, and I will just copy from build job which we created just now. So I will just type B, and I will get this as auto suggestion, and it will create a new Jenkins job. So again, I can directly save this, but let me change the echo command so that I can show in the console. I will say testing the application, and finally one more job which will just do the deploy. Again, click on new item, you can click on deploy, come to copy section and just type again, you can use build or test. Let me take test, click on OK. Again, go to build section, and here you can say deploying the application. Right, makes sense. So right now we have 3 jobs. All these 3 jobs are independent. So we have build, we have test, and we have deploy. I want to execute these 3 jobs now. Now I want to create relationship. So I will open this build job, that is our first job. I will click on configure, and once we get these options, I have to navigate to post build action. So what does it mean? Post build action means once your build is done, what exactly you want to do. So I will click on add post build option or post build action. You can see we have an option called build other projects. Which other projects you want to build? So as you can see, we have 3 options now. Trigger only if the build is stable, unstable, or failed. So depends on a condition, you can decide when you want to execute. I will say only trigger if this particular build job is successful. Again, it will ask you which project you want to build. So after build, I just want to execute the test job that we created just now. And if you get this, just remove this additional space and we are good to go. Fine. So build, after build, it will execute test. And now I will go to test job, and after test, again I will go to build, post build action, and after test I will say execute the deploy. That's what we want to do right now. Again, go to post build action, click on add post build action, build other projects. Here I will say deploy, so type D, remove this space, yes, and finally click on save. So now we have this relationship. Let's do one thing, click on build and let's execute this. Okay, so as you can see, this build has one downstream job which is test, and if I open this test, and this test job has one upstream project which is build and one downstream. So upstream means before executing test it will execute this, downstream means after this build it will execute this, and finally if I open the deploy, it has just one upstream project. So let's do one thing, let's execute this. So this is build, this is test, this is deploy. So this is executed. Now it will trigger this test job. It is running very fast, guys, because we just have an echo command, and after build you can build, test, and finally it will go for the deploy stage, right? Now if I open each job console, let's see, so it says started by this guy and it executed this, and finally you can see it says triggering a new build test. Click on console. Again it said it started by upstream project build, it will execute, and then it says triggering a new build which is deploy. Again if I go to deploy and if I open the console, as usual it says it started by upstream project test, and finally whatever you have written here, right? Right now we just have a echo command, but it could be any shell command, it can be any batch command, or any other command that you want to execute. I hope it is clear. So this is the first scenario where three jobs are running one after other and they do not have any parameters. In the second case, let's do one thing. I will open this test job and I will just add some parameters. So guys, in the previous lecture we already discussed how to pass parameter to your Jenkins job. So if you are new to this video, sorry, if you have not seen that video, please watch that video because that is really very important. So I'm not adding any parameter in the deploy, I'm just adding one parameter in the test job, and I will say this project is parameterized, and I will just use one string parameter, let's say browser. Default value I will just say Chrome. Okay, and let's click on save. It means if somebody have to run this job, they have to pass this parameter. If they don't pass any parameter, it will take Chrome. Now let's use this parameter in our Jenkins job. So I will just click on configure, and I will just go to build section. So as of now we were running the testing the application. I will just add one more thing called on, and I will simply add percentage, and I will use the browser. Okay, so this browser exactly the same variable that we have used here, which is parameter name. I'm using the same. Click on save. Now if I come to deploy, which is our Jenkins job, I want to pass this parameter from the deploy job. So how it is possible, let's see. So if I again go to post build action, you can see right now I just have option called build other project, but I don't have any option that along with building other projects I want to pass certain parameters, right? I don't have that option right now. So for this, what we will do, we will simply going to install one plugin that will do this task for us. So for this we have to use one of the plugin called parameterized trigger. Okay, and this plugin also we will use in few minutes. So let's understand this parameterized trigger first. So go back to Jenkins, click on manage Jenkins, and now we have to install this plugin. So click on manage plugin, as you can see here. Again, if this plugin is already installed, you can directly use it, but if it is not installed, you need to click on available section, and here you can search for parameterized trigger. Okay, so click on this option and click on install without restart. It will take few seconds and this plugin will be installed. As you can see, now plugin is installed. So at first iteration it failed, it was taking some time, so we got connection timed out. So I did the same thing, I went back and I just re-entered and it worked fine, right? Now let's go back to this dashboard and let's configure this build job. So from this build job, I will be passing one parameter to this test job. So as you can see, this has build with parameters, it is accepting one parameters. but this does not have any parameter. So click on click on configure. Now build step you don't have to change, you just need to go to post build actions. Okay, so previously we selected this option, right, build other project. So now we don't need this. Click on add post build action again, and can you see this option now, trigger parameterize build on other project. It means now you can pass parameterize build. So again, same options, that which project you want to build. As usual, I will say I just want to trigger test build, which is test job. Okay, then trigger when the build is stable. You have all the options, but I will select stable as of now. So if you click on this, trigger build without parameters, as usual it will run as we discussed earlier. So click on add parameters, and you can see now we have multiple options. You can pass boolean parameters, build on the same node, current build parameters, and so on. Right now I'm going to select one predefined parameters. Why predefined? Because this Jenkins job have one predefined parameter called browser, and the default value is Chrome. So if I don't pass, it will take Chrome, but let me pass some Edge browser, Firefox, or some other browser. So which name we have to use? We have to use browser. So I will say browser equal to, let me pass Edge browser this time. That's all you need to do. Just click on apply and click on save. And let's do one thing, click on build now. It should run this build, then it should run the test, and finally the deploy. Yeah, this is done. Now this is also running, and finally it should trigger the deploy. Yes, taking few seconds. Yes, and finally here comes the deploy. Yes, as you can see. So now let's quickly check whether we got the parameter or not, and here we go. Can you see this? We have configured this parameter, right? So if we don't pass, it should say Chrome, but since we have passed one parameter, which is basically Edge parameter from this build job, and it is getting received here. So this is how you can pass parameter, guys. It can be any parameters. The main concept was just to show you how you can pass the parameters. Once you understand how to pass parameters, totally up to you whether you want to pass from property, from the same job, any predefined parameters, except in the next job, and continue. Now before we end this video, a very interesting point, since you can see these three jobs are dependent now, right? Build, test, and deploy. So what we can do now, we can install one more plugin called build pipeline view. So it will show you in a pipeline fashion. Okay, so for this I will click on manage Jenkins, and I will click on manage plugin, and if it is already installed you will get here, otherwise you can check in the available section and just search for build pipeline. Yes, so if you see, this says this plugin will render upstream and downstream connected jobs that typically form a build pipeline. So we need the same. Click on this option and click on install without restart. As you can see, these plugins installed now. So generally this is the plugin that we installed, and there's one additional plugin which was loading plugin extension. This comes by default with every plugin. That's what we need to do now. On a final check, if you want to get this in a proper view, we have to create a new view now. Okay, so in the previous sessions we have seen how to create a Selenium view, training view. This time I will click on this plus option, and can you see this option now, which is build pipeline view? This is basically coming after installing this plugin, which is build pipeline. I will just say this is my CI/CD. Okay, you can give any name. I'm just giving some meaningful name right now. Click on build pipeline view and click on OK. Now here the first thing that you need to do is you need to select the initial job. Okay, so as you can see, I want to select the initial job as build, and then it will automatically say after build we have a test, and after that we have a deploy. And if you come down, it says number of displayed build is 1, but you can change to 2, 3, 5. So let me keep it only 3. Let's click on OK. Okay, and you can see it is giving us the proper view. So this is the previous 2 iterations that we executed, right? We executed 2 times this build, test, deploy, build, test, deploy. So if you want to run it, okay, you can again run this build from here, and it will again trigger this. Otherwise you can directly trigger this pipeline from here. So just click on run. So you can see now third iteration started, is running our first. Once it is done, it will run the test, and once test is run, it will execute the deploy. Okay, here we need to do sometimes this refresh option. Okay, these two are done. Now it is running this deploy job. Okay, it's still running, let it run. Okay, now if you see closely, see this is the job that we executed, right? So it says it started by this guy, which is Mukesh_50, which is my username. It took 2.8 seconds, it started. And if you see for the next jobs, it is not showing who started because it triggered automatically using upstream and downstream. Okay, so this is how you can create a view if you have the upstream and downstream job. Again, I know it's not looking that very fancy. Okay, this is the old way of doing it. In the upcoming videos, we will create a Jenkins file and you will see a very proper pipeline view, and it will update, you know, in real time. Right now we have to refresh if I have to get the results, but there it will just show you the real time progress, and the moment you click on any jobs, it will show you the logs. Okay, so before we end this, if you can see, this is additional symbol is coming, right? It says this job is parameterized. So these two jobs are not parameterized, so no symbol, but this job is parameterized. So you can see this option here. Again, if you want to just configure it, you can configure from here. You can add a step, you can delete, and you can manage from here. So okay, just click on this CI/CD view and you will get all the jobs which are connected. So that's all for this video, guys. I hope you have enjoyed. So let me give a quick recap. So we started our video with how you can create upstream downstream project without any parameter. Then we discussed if we have to pass some parameters from another job, how we can do that. Then we have installed one plugin which is parameterized trigger plugin, which will basically help you to do this. And once we are able to do this, now we have created a small view which is pipeline view. It basically gives you a very beautiful view that how these jobs are running. Now if one of the job is getting failed, okay, so it will not execute. That also let me quickly show you. So what I will do, I will make some changes in the test job. Okay, so I will go to this test job, I will click on configure, and I will write some random stuff which does not make any sense. So definitely this job will fail. So I will just write here something called some random stuff, and this also I will change. Click on save. Okay, now let's go to this and let's trigger this pipeline. So it's running our first job which is built, and now it is running this test job, and this should fail ideally. So let me quickly do the refresh. Yes, it failed, and once it is getting failed, so it will not execute the deploy, right? So that is how you can configure it. And since in our view we have given that we need only 3 results, so it is showing only 4, 3, 2. The first one is not coming, but you can change it if you want the historical view that you need the result from all the iterations. You can configure it, but 3 is enough. That's all for this video, guys. I highly recommend you to practice this because this is really very important. If you're able to understand this, then you will understand the next videos which we are going to discuss in few days. So yeah, please try from your end and let me know if you find any issue. Today in this lecture we are going to talk about Jenkins pipeline. Okay, so in the last lectures we have already discussed that how we can create an upstream job and downstream job and how we can run them, right? So we'll talk about what is Jenkins pipeline, why we call this a pipeline. Then we will talk about what is Jenkins file, because we are going to use the same Jenkins file throughout this video. Then we are going to talk about how you can create your first Jenkins pipeline using Jenkins file, and the last approach, or the second way, is you can create your pipeline using Jenkins file, but we will keep this Jenkins file in our repository. Okay, so let's do one by one. So before we start this, what exactly is pipeline? So let's understand in a simple words. So as we say pipeline, it is nothing but series or collection of jobs or certain events, or you can say steps which are linked with each other in a proper sequence, which will help you to build your CI/CD pipeline. Okay, so these steps can be simple steps, complex steps, it could be any step, which can help you to build your pipeline. Now, if you go through the official documentation of Jenkins pipeline, you will get to know there's a technical word. Jenkins pipeline is a suite of plugins that supports implementing and integration continuous delivery pipeline into Jenkins. So basically, pipeline will provide you the extensive set of tools for building simple to complex pipeline as a code. Okay, so that we are going to see now one by one. So let's understand through a proper diagram. So suppose when you're creating a pipeline, let's consider a CI/CD pipeline. So if you're completely new to CI/CD, don't worry, I will have a dedicated video on what is CI, what is CD. Again, CD we have continuous delivery and deployment. We'll talk about CI/CD in detail. But for the time being, just consider that we have three stages. Okay, one is your build, which is building your application. This application can be in Java, Node.js, JavaScript, PHP, Python, doesn't matter. So the first stage is always build your application. Once your application is built, then we have to go with the testing. So in the testing, you can have integration tests, unit test cases, you can have smoke tests, end-to-end test. And once the testing is complete, we have to deploy the application. Okay. Very basic example. So we have three stages, or I would say three phases: build, test, deploy. So we can create this with the help of pipeline. Now these can be individual jobs as well, and this can be simple stages in pipeline. It's totally up to you how you are configuring your CI/CD pipeline. So we'll see this, how we can write our Jenkins file and how we can achieve this. For this example, I will be taking some simple steps, but once we move ahead, definitely you can write the proper steps to build your application. If you have some test already written, you can run some commands which will run your test, and finally some commands to deploy your application. Fine. So now let's talk about what is Jenkins file, because this Jenkins file we are going to use throughout this video. So as per the Jenkins, it's a plain text file which we call as a Jenkins file. Here you can write all the commands, or I will say the steps, which will help you to achieve your task. Now this Jenkins file can be written in two ways. One is declarative way and second is scripted way. So we are going to use a declarative one, which is easy to understand and it has richer syntactical features that you will get to know in few minutes. Okay, so let me show you this, what exactly the Jenkins file, okay, and how we can create it. So for this I will go back to my Jenkins. So this is our Jenkins. So make sure you start the Jenkins server. Let's create one pipeline now. So click on new item, and the moment you click on new item, you will get couple of options. So till now we have seen a Freestyle project. We have also discussed about the Maven project. Now we are going to use this pipeline. So if you see the standard definition, it will orchestrate the long running process or activity into multiple, or it can span into multiple build agents. This is basically for building pipelines, which is known as workflow, and you can organize the complex activities that you cannot easily do with the help of Freestyle job types. So this will give you more control. So let's click on pipeline, and here I will say my first pipeline. Okay, click on pipeline and click on OK. So guys, make sure you are using Jenkins 2.x. okay, so as you can see, I'm using 2.27777.2. so make sure you use Jenkins 2.x, any version of 2.x. So as usual, we have the build trigger options, that how do you want to trigger this. Then we have advanced project options. So if you click on advanced, you can write the display name, what exactly name you want to display, and then you can click on the pipeline section. So in the pipeline section, again we have two options. One is pipeline script, and the second option is pipeline script from SCM. So we'll discuss both one by one. Let's understand first the pipeline script part. So let's give the name. I will give as of now simple pipeline or first pipeline. You can change it based on the requirement. I am just giving some name as of now. Okay, I clicked on enter, so it saved actually. Let me go back to again pipeline option. So this is the display name, okay, that we have set. Now if you see, we have some samples created for you. So if you click on hello world, so as you can see now, this is giving you one snippet. Okay, this is basically a Jenkins file snippet. So maybe I will show you in a Sublime text editor. So if you see guys, this is basically the pipeline. So if you see the pipeline keyword, so this is the complete pipeline. Within this pipeline, you can have multiple stages. So when you say agent, when I say agent, like if your Jenkins have multiple nodes connected, you can give the any node here. So as of now, we don't have master slave configuration at this moment, so it is set to any. It means if any agent is free, it will run. Right now we don't have any agent connected, so it will run on the master. Then if you see, we have stages. You can have multiple stages. As of now, it has only one stage, which is just hello, and it has only one step. So one stage can do this, like this is the stages. Inside the stages, you can have multiple stage. So right now we have only one stage, which is simply running this step. So as of now, the stage name is hello. In the second example, we'll change the stages, and inside this stage we have only one step, which is simply printing hello world. So let's copy this and let's paste here. It is exactly same. It is just I have formatted so that you can understand. Okay, so this is how you can see the complete pipeline. I will just expand this again, and let's click on save. So this is our pipeline. Now let's click on build now. The moment you say build now, as of now, since we don't have any data, it says no data available. And once a pipeline is done, so now this will show you in a pipeline fashion. As of now, since we have only one stage, so you can see only one box, and if you put mouse over, it says the logs, and right now the log says only echo, which is printing hello world. Right, so now let's do one thing. Let's quickly create 3 stages. Okay, so this is my one stage, then I will create one more stage, and finally one more. So I have basically 3 stages. So the first stage I will say build, and here I will say build application. You can write any sh command or any Windows command. As of now, let's try to understand this pipeline concept first. Here I will say test application. Okay, and finally I will say this is deploy. Okay, and here I will say deploy application. Finally, let's copy this. Let's go back to our pipeline. Click on configure. Again, click on pipeline. So this was our previous pipeline. Let's remove this and let's add this 3 stages. And again, click on save and click on build now. It will take few seconds and it will start running. And now you can see, now we have 3 stages. One is build, one is test, one is deploy. And if you see, click on this and you will see the logs for each and every stage, right? Now if I fail any of the stage, okay, let's say build is done, but now due to some XYZ reasons this test is getting failed. Okay, so what I will do, I will just give some I will change some steps here. So it's not a proper command, which is echo with double O. This time if I save and if I run this, it should run the pipeline and it should fail the second one, which is test, and let's see what happens. Okay, so you can see the second stage, which is test, has been failed, and if I click on log, just a second, it's not giving log. Okay, it's not showing here, so let me give a try here. Fine, so it's not loading properly. Sometimes you will get this inconsistent behavior. In that case, what you can do, you can click on this console output. So you can see here it says no such DSL method, which is echo. Okay, so they have given a proper steps which you can use, and these are the list of steps that you can use. Since this does not exist or this is not valid, you can go and just modify accordingly. And the advantage of pipeline, like if one of the stage is getting failed, it will not move further, it will simply fail the complete pipeline. As you can see, it's failure, right? So now let's go back and let me change back to normal, so it should run and you can simply start running it. So this is the Jenkins file official documentation. Please go through with this documentation, very beautiful. On the left hand side right now we are using a Jenkins file, but you can also explore running pipelines, scaling pipelines, and the best part is pipeline syntax and the best practices. This is a very important link. Apart from this, you can use here multiple agents, environment, secrets, parameters, And very interesting feature here, if you come down to handling failures and parallel execution, you can run the stages in parallel as well. If I click on handling failures, this is very important part. Let's suppose once your stages are done, what exactly you want to do. So you can see now we have a post. So in the post we can mention what exactly you want to perform. So you can use these conditions like always, unstable, success, failure, change. Okay, so if you set to always, like once it is done, what it should do, it should send email, or if the the pipeline is getting failed, it should send email or it should archive. Depends on how you want to configure it. So basically you can use these conditions. I will try to use always. Okay, and for the always one we will try to send email. So let's do one thing. So this is my stages, right? So you can see this is my stage and this stage is getting completed here. I will add this post. Okay, so post I will use, just write post, and you can simply write post here. Again, after post you want to give conditions, right? That if it is failure, what you want to do, if it is success, what you want to do. I will use failure one. So again write failure, and this is a failure condition. But inside the failure, what exactly you want to do? You want to publish the report, you want to send email, it can be any other thing, right? Now I want to send email. Now the question comes, how you will get the syntax, right? So good part about this is you can see we have something called pipeline syntax. The moment you click here, it will open this snippet generator, where you can simply select what exactly steps you want to perform, and it will give you the snippet. For example, I just want to run some Windows batch command, and let's say batch command is hello, anything. And if I click on generate pipeline script, this is the snippet that we can use inside of a Jenkins file, right? So it says bat hello. So maybe I will just note it down somewhere. And again, let's say I want to build a job. So within the pipeline, if I have to run certain jobs, we can do that. So it will simply ask you which project you want to build. Let's say I want to run one job called build. I already have one predefined job here. If you want to see, I will show you. So you can see I have multiple jobs, right? So let's say I want to build this job as well, and the job name itself is build. So if I want to run this job, let's say, in that case, here I will say generate, and you can see we got the snippet. So you just need to write build and give the job which you want to execute. So you can see they have given beautifully what exactly you can use. Now what exactly I want to do, I want to send email, right? So if I click on extend email extension or extended email, it will simply ask few things: to, subject, body, and if I click on advanced, it will again ask a reply to, type, attachment pattern, and so on, pre-send, post-send, and so on. So as of now, I will, let's say, give simple details that I want to send email to this guy, which is my email, Selenium 3 by Mukesh Otwani. Subject, I will say pipeline status. Just a second. And I will write some, I'm just writing some dummy body, but here you can write the complete body. You can also use some environment variables, build URL, build status, and so on. And if I click on generate pipeline script, you can see I got the complete step here, right? So what I will do, I will just write here. It means once these stages are done in the post, if my pipeline is getting failed, it should send email, right? But what is happening in our case, since it's a small pipeline where we have simple stages, I will keep this as always. So even if my test pipeline is getting passed or failed, it should send email. Let me copy this, go back and paste here, and now let's see. So guys, any syntax, okay, just go to this pipeline syntax, select here, and you will get the list of options. Okay, it should, okay, sorry, I have not clicked on build. So let's click on build, and yes, so you can see build is done, test is done, deploy is done. Now it is doing the post action and it should have sent one email. So I have already opened my email here. So if I show you this, can you see this pipeline status? And in the body, since I have written only summary, it is sending only this body, which is summary. But as I mentioned, you can write the proper body with all the environment variables that you want to use. Okay, so this is how you can create pipeline. So right now what we did, we have Jenkins file. Now what if I want to use the same Jenkins file in my repository? So in our previous session, if you are following this series, then we have created a small Maven project where we have certain test, and this test is running via pom.xml file. Now suppose I want to run this pipeline. So what we can do, we can create a Jenkins file and we can keep inside our directory. Okay, so right now guys, this is just a very small GitHub repository, but in real time you will have a dedicated repository with different branches. There you can keep the Jenkins file and it will build your complete pipeline. Okay, concept will remain same. So now let me create one more pipeline, and or you can just click here called, let's copy this first, pipeline script from SCM. In that case, what we are telling that we have a pipeline script which is nothing but Jenkins file in our SCM. So it will simply ask you where exactly it is hosted. We will say git. Now it will ask you repository URL. So this is our repository URL. I will click on copy, paste here. Now since this is public repository, I don't have to provide credential, but if it is public private repository, then definitely you have to provide the credential. And since now we have everything on the master branch, I can show you. So if you have different branches, you can configure different branches, and it is looking for Jenkins file. Right now we need to create this file. So let's do one thing. It should be inside the parent directory. So I will click on create new file, and I will give the file name is Jenkins file. Make sure J is capital, guys. And I will simply copy this and I will paste here. Fine. And I will simply commit new file. Let's go back and save this. Let's click on build now, and you can see now this pipeline is running. So let's wait. Since it's a very small pipeline with some command, should run very fast. So now if you see, since now we have our Jenkins file on our repository, right? So the first step is declarative, which is checkout SCM. So first of all, it is downloading our repository. Then it is checking, do we have any Jenkins file? Yes, it found. Now it is running build, test, deploy, and finally the post action, which is nothing but sending emails. Right? So that's what we need to do here, and what we did right now, we are still running this manually. But if you want to run this the moment we make any changes, so these options we already discussed, right? Build after the projects, build periodically, GitHub hooks also we discussed. So as of now I will use polling. Let's say I want to poll after every minute. Okay, or so I will use star 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 star. It means the moment we have any changes, like basically it is going to poll after every minute. So you can see every minute, and I will click on save. Now click on this repository, and let's do one thing. Let's make any change in any of the file. Since we have said the poll SCM, after a minute it will poll. If it any changes, it will trigger this pipeline. So let's do one thing. Click on testng.xml file, click on edit. I'm just changing some random name. Okay, so maybe I will change this to test1, and click on commit changes, and let's go back here. It will do the polling. It will definitely detect the changes, and it should trigger our pipeline automatically. And yes, it did. It detected the changes, and it will start running our Jenkins pipeline, right? Which is nothing but simple pipeline. So I hope it is clear now. In case if you have any doubt, guys, please let me know. And before we end this video, I just want to share one more example. Okay, you can consider it as a bonus, or whatever you call it. So let me create one more pipeline so that you will have more understanding about the pipeline. Okay, right now it's just 3 stages and we are giving echo, but this time we will have some additional steps. I will say simple pipeline 2. Again I will click on pipeline section and I will click on OK, and let's click on yes, pipeline. Okay, and here what we will do, instead of selecting hello world, let's select GitHub plus Maven. And now again we have some Jenkins file, so let me just keep it here and let's understand this. So again, as usual, we have pipeline, so this is pipeline end here. Then we have agent. As usual, it will run on any agent. Now you can see we also have tools. It means if you want to use any specific tool before running these stages, or if you want to use this tool in all the stages, you can mention here. Now if you see this particular sample repository which Jenkins guy have given, it is using Maven, right? So we need Maven. So here you can just define which tool you want. So as of now, Maven, and since I'm running on my local system, I already have configured Maven_home, right? So I will say use Maven, and this is the directory. Then again we have stages. So the first stage is basically a build. For build, we definitely need the repository, right? So if you see, in order to clone this, we will just say git and the repository that we want to clone. So this is one sample repository you will be getting. So let's do one thing. Let's go back here, and so this we will keep as it is. Now if you see, in order to run Maven on Linux or Unix agent, you have to use sh, right? Now since agent right now it is my Windows system, so we have to use this bat. So as of now I will not use this. Maybe I will remove this additional comment. This is only for our understanding. Let's keep it clean, and we are going to use this bat, fine, and we are going to use this mvn clean package, and basically we are ignoring any failures. So this is how you can pass parameters in Maven -d key and value. And again they have already given in post like what exactly you want to do. So since we are using ignore failure, so even if the test will fail, if some of the test will fail, it will archive our jar file, which is nothing but our artifacts, right? So I will remove this, and again once we get success, okay, it should archive our artifact. It should archive in our target folder, and this is the wildcard, like it should end with .jar, that's all. So let's copy this and let's come back to this, Control A, remove, and use this. Click on save. Let's click on build, and let's click on this option, and you can see, so it started, okay, and finally the repository is cloned. Now it is running mvn clean package. It is running certain tests. So total 7 tests, 1 skipped, and post build, as you can see, it is archiving our artifact. If I go back, here you go. So this is your artifact. Cool, right? So this is another example. So in the previous example, we were sending email when the pipeline was success. Here we are archiving the artifact. So as of now, we are not doing anything, but you can publish, push this artifact to Nexus repository, and then you can use this artifact for this further deployment. Okay, so that's all for this video, guys. I hope it is clear. So let me do a quick recap what exactly we covered. So we started with what is Jenkins pipeline, right? And then we discussed what is Jenkins file, and then we have seen a quick example of pipeline. How does it look like? We also discussed declarative pipeline. Then we have taken 2 scenarios. First scenario was we were writing the Jenkins file, right? So one example was using simple 3 stages, which was this, right? and we also added one post condition with always, where it was sending emails. How we got this? We were getting this step from the snippet generator. Then we have taken the second example where it is running, basically it is cloning this repository, then is running our test, and the post simply it is archiving the artifacts. Today in this video I will talk about how you can book AWS EC2 instance and how you can use the same. So if you already have an account with AWS, it's good, you can directly log in and you will be getting this services page. In case if you don't have account with AWS, then you can just navigate to aws.amazon.com. You can see if you don't have account, you can create a free account. You just need to fill certain details, which is like your basic information, address information, and credit or debit card information, and you will be able to manage your account. So don't worry about the billing part. I will show you how this you can maintain the billing part. Okay, so we are going to use basically free tier services. So that is free for 1 year, or I will say it is free if you go for 750 hours per month, which I will show you now. But still keep an eye on the billing section, so that in case if you're using these instances for the usage, you should not cross the free limit. So let's do one thing. First of all, click on all the services. So these are the different services provided by AWS. As you can see, these are the compute services, container services, storage, database, developer tools, and so on. Right now we are going to use compute service, which is one of the services, EC2. So EC2 stands for Elastic Compute Cloud. So let's click on this EC2, and now you can reserve any EC2 instance. Definitely they have a different pricing here. So before we move to the pricing part, I already have few systems reserved, but they are in the stopped stage right now. So in case if you're starting from the scratch, you will not be getting any instances. Right now I have few instances here, so for the time being just ignore them. I will show you how you can create instance from the scratch. So as of now you can see I'm using the below resources. Okay, so I right now have 4 instances, 4 volumes, basically few key value pairs, 2 elastic IPs, and so on. For you it might be completely 0 if you are starting from the scratch. And if you see, this is the like previous dashboard. I will say like the one which you're seeing right now is the latest dashboard, or I will say the new UI. So you can see this is the previous UI, or I will say the old UI. So in few videos you might see this kind of UI. So the one which we are using is the latest UI, because this is what we will be using for the next few months. Okay, so let's quickly launch an instance. So you can quickly launch instance using this button, or you can go from here also. Let's click on launch instance. Launch instance. Okay, so you will be navigated to this page where you can select which image you want. Do you want Linux? Do you want Windows? Do you want Mac? Okay, as you can see, we have some free tiers available as well. So on the left hand side, you can just select this option, which is free tier only. So you can see now we have different options available. So you can go for Windows, you can go for Linux, you can go with Amazon Linux 2 AMI. So depends on the usage. You can select the respective image and you can continue. So don't worry, right now since we have selected free tier, so now if you put mouse over, okay, in this example I'm going to select Windows Server 2019 base. And if you don't want all these different options, you can simply search for Windows, so that you will only get the Windows options. Okay, so right now in this video we are going to go with Windows, but in future we will also use some Linux images, and we will connect our different services with Linux images as well. Okay, so right now we have different options for Windows. I will go with the latest one, which is Microsoft Windows Server 2019 base. Click on this select. Okay, now it will simply will ask you the instance type. So we are going to go with free tier eligible. Now if you put mouse over, it says micro instances are eligible for the AWS free usage tier. Now the main important part, you will get up to 750 hours. So make sure you do not cross this. The moment you cross this limit, okay, you need to pay some additional amount. So I will recommend, once you're done with your work, you can stop this instances, so that you should not get additional charged. So let's click on configure instance details. You will be navigating to this page. Right now I'm not changing any details. I will click on add storage. Next section is storage. As you can see, you are getting 30 GB. and for free trials, or I will say free trial eligible customer will only get 30 GBs. So click on next, which is adding the tags. I don't want to add any tags as of now, so I will click on the security groups. Okay, so right now if you see, we have only one security group, which is this one right now by default, and you can see the type is RDP protocol. So do not change the default one as of now, but later on if you want to change, you can add a rule and you can allow any incoming and outgoing traffic. As of now, I will click on review and launch. So this is the final details, like which will give you all the instance details, security groups and so on. So as of now, click on launch. Now this is very important section, guys. Okay, so you can select existing key pair. Right now I'm going to create a new key pair, and I will give this name as Windows 2021, and I will click on download key pair. Okay, as you can see, file has been downloaded, and very important part that you have to download the private key file, which is this PEM file, and you have to store it so that you can access later on, because you will not be able to download once it is created. So now I will click on launch instance. Okay, it will take few seconds and your instance will be up and running. So if you want, you can see the view launch log, or wait for few seconds and click on view instances. Okay, so you can see I have multiple instances. These are my previous instances. The one which we created right now is in the pending stage. It will take few seconds, and then you will see it will be in a starting stage, and you can see it's running now. So right now we don't have any name. Let me give a name here. Just put mouse over. I will give this name as Windows 2021 system. Actually the image that we have used is Windows Server 2019, but this is just for my reference that I am reserving this system in 2021. Okay, and I will click on save. So this instance is already running. Now I have to connect to this instance, right? So these are the details, which is like for this particular instance, we have the public IP address, private IP address, public DNS, private DNS. So we will be using them for connecting to our instance. So select this particular checkbox, the one which we created just now. Click on connect and click on RDP client. This is for Windows, guys. Okay, for Linux we will see, but for the time being for Windows, now you can use this like public DNS or IP address, then you can use username and this password. So if you click on this password, either you can go with download this remote desktop file, or you can click on get password. The moment you click on get password, it will simply ask you key value pair, okay, that we have downloaded. So click on browse, and we will use the one that we have downloaded just now. So I will click on downloads, and this is the file that we have downloaded, right? Windows 2021.pem file. Select this file. Okay, so right now it's already filled after selecting that particular file. Now click on decrypt password, and you will get this password. So now I will be using these three details to connect to our instance that we have created right now. So just search for remote desktop. So as you can see, now we have remote desktop connection. So click on this. Now it will ask you these details. So either you can enter public IP address, or you can use this public DNS. So I will quickly use this public DNS. I will copy and I will enter here. Click on connect. Then I will be entering this username and this password. So I will click on administration, which is username, and since now it is taking this particular username, so I will click on more choices, and I will click on use a different account. I will enter the username here, and let's copy the password from here and enter the password. Click on remember me if you want, otherwise you can click on OK, and you can see now it will connect to that instance that we have booked right away. So this is one option you can select, that don't ask me this again, and click on yes, and within few seconds you will see your EC2 instance, and yes. You can see it will take few seconds. It will just do some basic configurations. And here you go. As you can see, your new instance is ready. You can start using it. Okay, and click on yes. So now whatever installation or whatever configuration you want to make it here, you can make it. So in the upcoming sessions we will be using this instance for the tutorials, like if I have to do the master slave configurations or if I have to build a CI/CD pipeline, I can use any instances that we will be booking through AWS. Okay, so just a very important point. So let's say you have stopped this instance and tomorrow again you want to connect. So this public DNS will change. Okay, so I will show you. Let me copy this username and this password also. So suppose if I want to log in tomorrow, will I be able to use it? So now if you notice, this will change. Okay, so let me quickly restart this instance. So I will go back to the instances, and this is the one which we created right away. I will right click on this, and you can see I have an options to stop the instance. Click on stop. So as you can see guys, now this has stopped. It took few seconds. Now if I again click on this particular instance, so you can see these things will change now. Right now we don't have public IP address, public DNS. So if I start again, let's click on start instance. So now click on the instance and you can see it's already running now. So you can use this public IP address and public DNS. Okay, why it shows still in pending? Okay, let's wait, or maybe I will go back here. Yes, so you can see this is public IP and public DNS. So again, if I copy and go back, you can see it has been changed now, right? Earlier it was something 18.2.1.81.155. Now it has changed. So one option is like you can reserve one elastic IP address that will be same for your instance, or every time when you restart, just get these details and then you log into your instance and you can continue. So please keep this point in mind, and once you are done with your work, please try to stop this. Okay, because if you have only one instance, it's okay, you will not cross this limit. But if you have multiple instances running in your AWS account, then definitely you might cross the free tier limit. Today in this video we are going to talk about Jenkins master slave configuration. So throughout the video we are going to discuss what is Jenkins master and slave architecture, and before we move this, we will talk about what exactly is the problem statement with the current approach. And once you understand the problem statement and the architecture, then we are going to set up the slave without any tool. When I say without any tool, it means we will just connect without any tools configuration. And once you understood this basic idea, what is the principle behind it, then we will go and configure this slave with the tools. Okay, so suppose your slave required certain tools. In our case, let's say that slave machine requires Java, Maven and Git. So we are going to set up these tools in that particular slave. In this video, both the slave and master is on Windows, but even if you have Jenkins on Linux or slave on the Linux, then the process will remain same. Only the launching or connecting with the agent, we have different methods. You can change the different methods. Okay, and you can continue, but the rest of the process will remain same. So probably I will create a separate video where I will try to connect Jenkins slave which is on Linux system. Okay, so let's start with the problem statement. So if you have gone through my previous videos, then whatever we have done so far, whether it's running a single job, multiple jobs, or all the pipeline, we are running on the master Jenkins, right? So it's not recommended at all that you are running all your Jenkins jobs on a master system. There will be many scenarios where you need the different environment, where you need the different kind of configuration in order to achieve a particular task, right? So you can't set up or you can't configure your master Jenkins for each and everything, or I will say the same machine for each and every configuration. So let's take some simple examples so that you can understand things in a better way. Suppose I have certain test which I want to run. Okay, so let's say I have some test which is written on Java. I have some test which is written on Python. In a similar way, I have with JavaScript and C#. Now, if I don't have any slave machines, or if I don't have any different machines, if I keep running different type of, if I want to run this different kind of test, then I need to set up everything in my master machine where the Jenkins master is running, right? So there will be one time when your master system will be overloaded with a lot of tools, with a lot of configurations. So you can't go with this approach in long run. You need a dedicated system for the different configuration or the different environment, right? Take another example. So assume you have your automated test, right? And these automated tests you want to run on Windows, you want to run on Linux, you want to run on Mac. So definitely in this case, you can't have all the things, or you can't achieve this requirement with the help of one system. You need dedicated 3 systems, right, where you can redirect your test. In this case also we need Jenkins master and slave configuration. So the first 2 examples that I have taken, that is basically for, let's say, only for testing. But if you consider as a DevOps example, so if I take 3 basic steps, or I will say the stages, we have build, test, deploy. So definitely in this case you need dedicated environment, right? You need dedicated slaves which will be responsible for each stages. I hope you got the clear idea that we can't go with Jenkins master in these scenarios. It's always recommended that you should have a separate slave connected. These slaves will be responsible for the execution. So now let's understand the Jenkins master slave architecture. So suppose you have Jenkins up and running on one system. Okay, I will consider this is Jenkins master. And then you will be having different slaves. Okay, so these slaves, let's say slave 1, which is a Windows system, and right now I have only one browser installed, is Chrome, and this master slave is already connected. Suppose I have another slave 2, it is on Linux. Okay, and here I just have one browser which is Firefox. In the same way, I can also have one more slave. This slave is a Mac system, and again I have Chrome, or you can go with any combination. So whenever I have to run certain build, I can also specify that I want to run my build, or I want to run my Jenkins job as slave 1, slave 2, slave 3. So basically, as you can see, master is controlling all the slave machines, right? So you just need this connection. Once this connection is established, you can trigger any Jenkins job on these slave systems, okay? Or I will say the agent or the node. Now one thing that you have to notice is these slaves, once you move ahead, you will notice they are called as dumb slave, because they will simply execute the jobs, or I will say they will execute the steps whatever is configured. The main thing is master. So master is going to configure that how this job will be triggered, right? What will be the parameters. So basically master is the main I will say the thing which will connect to all the slaves, and slaves are just executing your jobs, or it is executing your tasks, okay, which is distributed by master Jenkins. Now a very important part here, suppose your slave 2 is down, okay, let's say it is Linux with Firefox, still slave 1, slave 3 are active, so you can use them. Okay, so it will go for offline mode. It could be because of that system might got restarted, or my system is having some temporary issue, so it went offline. So there could be thousands of reasons where slave 2 will go down, but still slave 1 and slave 3 will be up and running, which you can consume. But if you see the reverse approach, or if I say the second example, if your master Jenkins is down, okay, in that case all the slaves will be in a offline state. So you have to keep eye on the master Jenkins. It should not go offline. Many times it might go offline. In that case, you just identify why it went down and just fix that issue, and once your Jenkins master is up, all the slave will be again connected. Let's take one more example. So again we have one Jenkins master, and again I have 3 slave. Okay, so I have slave 1 which is basically for build, and I have again slave 2 which is for test, and slave 3 is for deploy. Now these slaves can be Windows, Linux, or it can be Docker container as well. It can be on-premise virtual machines. These slaves can be cloud VM, which is nothing but right now in this example I will be taking AWS EC2 instances, right? So it's totally up to you where you want to have these slaves and the master. The main thing is they have to be connected. In this example, my Jenkins master and Jenkins slave both will be Windows, and both will be on AWS EC2, and I will show you how you can connect and how you can trigger the different type of job. So in the first example, the job one, that will not require any additional tool. So we will just connect this master slave and we will run a simple job. In the second example, we will be taking a small Jenkins job which will accept one browser as parameter. It will connect to GitHub, it will download the code, then it will run Selenium script. For that we need Java, Maven and Git, so that we are going to see in the second example. So it's going to be very interesting and very easy. It is just you need to follow step by step. The only precondition is make sure Jenkins is installed, okay, so which is considered as Jenkins master. For the slaves, you don't need Jenkins has to be installed. We can access the master Jenkins using URL. Okay, we will access using IP address and port number. So only Jenkins master has to be installed on a separate system. On the slaves, you don't need to install Jenkins. Since we are going to use JNLP, so make sure your slave should have minimum Java 8. Okay, then you will be able to connect. So let me show you with the help of examples. Okay, so let me show you the same configuration. So as you can see right now, I'm on my AWS dashboard. So right now I have booked two instances. One is master and one is slave. So both are Windows 2019 Server Edition. So let me show you these two instances. So this is my master Jenkins. Okay, so as you can see, I have installed Jenkins on this particular instance. The process is exactly same, guys, that we have discussed earlier. I installed Java and I just downloaded jenkins.var file and I've executed, and this is how it is working. So same process, and this is my IP address, right, 3.197.147, and this is the port number. So this is my master Jenkins, and the same Jenkins I can access now in another instance. So as you can see, I have another instance. So from this instance, I'm trying to access the master Jenkins. So it means now both the traffics are allowed. It means I'm able to access Jenkins master from another systems as well. That is the first precondition. Now in order to do this master slave configuration, what exactly I'm going to do, so this will be my master Jenkins, okay, and we will connect this particular instance, or I will say VM, as a slave. So whatever jobs I will be running here, that will be executed on this particular slave. Okay, so let's do one by one. So step number one, make sure that you are able to access the Jenkins master in that another system which you want to make it as a node or slave. Once you're able to do that, click on manage Jenkins and let's click on slave. Okay, so if you come down here, if you see, we have managed nodes and cloud. As you can see, this is the master and this is the same master machine, and this is the architecture, which is Windows Server 2019. Okay, the free disk space and so on. Now I'm going to create a new node. Okay, so when you create a new node, now you can give the node name. I will give this as Windows slave, or I will say Windows slave, and click on permanent agent, click on OK. Now basically it will ask you a few things. So first of all, description, that what exactly this node is all about. So you can give any description. I will give this name as please use this node for test execution. You can use for build activities and for deployment activities as well. Then we have number of executors, that how many executors you want to have. So I will make it 5 executors. Now this is very important. You can see remote root directory. It means where exactly all these nodes, or I will say all the information about the jobs, will be stored, because in this particular node we will be running multiple jobs, right? So where exactly it will store all the data. So that is what is remote root directory. So as you can see, this is my slave machine, right? So I will just create a root directory. So let's create a new folder. I will create a new folder here and I will say node data. Okay, and you can give this path. So this is the basically directory path we are giving. So remote root directory, and this is the main part label. So this is just for node name, but this is exactly the label that we will be referring while running our build. Okay, so you just give this some meaningful name so that others can also use the same label while execution. And now if you see the usage part, so we have two options. One is use this node as much as possible, and the second one is only build job when you have certain label expression which is matching with this node. It means whenever you will run certain jobs, and if you provide this label name, then only it will run. So as of now I will select the second one. Then you have launch method, that how you want to launch this node. So we have multiple options. So as of now I will select the first one, which is launch agent by connecting to the master. And if you're using the Linux instances, or I would say Linux node, in that case you can go with SSH. Since both are Windows as of now, I will go with the first option. Click on this option called use WebSocket. Now click on the save button. So basically it will create your node. Okay, so right now this node is offline because right now we have not connected. So if you want to connect this, so just click on this option, and now you can see we have multiple ways to connect. So do one thing, let's copy this URL, and I will launch this URL in the slave machine. Okay, so I came to the slave machine. Now let me open the Google Chrome, and here we will give that same URL that we have copied. So it should be able to access, right? So this is the actual slave machine, if you notice, and this slave machine I want to connect. So when you talk about the different ways to connect, the first one is you can use this launch button, which is basically launch agent from browser. The second and third option, you can use this agent.jar file. So I'm going to show you the first one. Okay, so before we launch this, let me check which Java version I have. So let me just open command prompt, and let me just type Java space -version. So basically this node has Java 8 291. Perfect. Now let's click on this launch option, and you can see it is asking us to download one JNLP file. Click on keep, and it will download this JNLP file. Click on this file, and it will simply start your Java. And yes, it is simply asking you, do you want to run this application? Click on this option, which is do not show this again, and click on run. It will take few seconds, and you can see now this agent is connected now. So just refresh and you can see. Okay, just hold on, let me show you both the instances. Come on, just a second guys. Yes, this is my master. Let me refresh, and yes, so if I go back to the nodes, one is master, which is basically this system, and this is Windows slave, which is this system, right? Now if I want to run certain test to the agent, I can do that now. So let's do one thing, click on the dashboard, let's create a new job, and I will give this job as job 2. Now it's totally up to you guys, because once you are done with your master slave configuration, it's totally up to you. Do you want to run the Freestyle project, pipeline, Maven projects, multi-branch pipeline, and so on? So I will just select a Freestyle project as of now, and I will click on OK. Okay, so let's do one thing now. Let's build this. So again, there's no restriction. You can run any command. Just to make sure that everything is working fine, I will run a small echo command, and here I will say hello. If this is working fine, it means the existing jobs or existing settings that you have done is still working. So I will click on save first of all, and let me go back to the Jenkins first of all, and just a second, let's see that how many executors we have. Notice one thing, that we have a master and we also have a slave. For master we have 2 executors, for slave we have 5 executors. So while creating this job, I have not mentioned that which machine I want to take. Do I have to run in the master or do I have to run in the slave? So if I build now, okay, it will by default run in the master. right? Since we have not provided any other preferences, it is running on master. And let me just refresh. If you open this, you can see it started by this user. By default it's running on master. Now since we have a slave, I can go and click on configure, and now you will see one checkbox here which we are going to check, which is restrict where this project can be run. And now you can see it is asking label expression, that give me the label of the node or the agent or the slave where you want to run this. So we already have this Windows slave that we have created right away. So I will give this name, which is Windows slave, and let's save this. So it says now label Windows slave matching with one node. Click on save, and let's build now. The moment you build, notice this time it should run on this slave, okay, which is basically this slave machine. Now since this is just a echo command, so you can't see any browser is running or you can't see any activity. So in the second example, I'm going to run a small Selenium test which I will be running from my master, and it will be running on the slave machine. Yes, but the process is exactly same. Now only the job will change. So before we move on to the second example, let's open the console of this particular build, and you can see it started by this user and it is running remotely on Windows slave, right? Now just to make things little clear, I already have a job created which is Maven GitHub. The same job we have already discussed in our previous videos, where I will tell you exactly what we are doing. So if you click on configure, so basically this particular job is going to run a small Selenium test. So if I come to source code management, you can see I have one already repository. So let me show you this. So if you see, this is my repository. So I'm going to run this pom.xml file, which is internally going to trigger this testng.xml file, and this will trigger my Selenium test, and I'm passing one parameter browser. So if you see the same job, like same repository I have configured, and if I go to the build section, so I'm going to run two goals. One is clean, which is basically going to delete the target folder, and the test will simply run my test. So I'm using one Maven Surefire plugin here, and this is the parameter that we are passing, right? Now definitely if you have to run your Selenium test on the slave, and now in the slave machine you need the required tools, right? So right now, since I'm using Java, since I'm using Selenium with Java, I have to use Java, Maven and Git. Okay, so this particular slave which I'm using, this already have these three things installed. So let me show you this. So let me open command prompt, and let me just type Java space -version, and you can see in this particular slave, which is this 18.117, Java is already available. And if I just search for Maven, Maven is also available. And since we are going to use Git, so we also need Git here. So I will just type Git space -version, and I'm also using Git here. So slave machine, or I will say the node that you are configuring, based on which kind of project you want to build. If it is like Python, then you have to download Python and you need to set up accordingly. If it is JavaScript based project or JavaScript based test, you need to set up JavaScript. Right now the test which I'm going to run is only on purely with Java, and we need Maven. So I have set up this particular node with Java, Maven and Git. So this job is already created. So if you notice, we are just going to select this option which is restrict where this project can be run, and this is exactly what I have showed you in the last job. We are telling run this particular Maven GitHub job on Windows slave. It should take the code from this GitHub, and it should, right now we have only one master branch. If you just go here, you can see we have only one branch, right? So we're telling use this master branch, and basically you need to give this. Now before you use this, again a very important part, even though you have everything installed here, okay, which is on this machine, you need to also configure the tools that we are going to use here. So when we connected this agent with our master, we just provided the root directory and we connected, right? But since now we need these three tools, which is Java, Maven and Git. So in that particular slave, if you click on configure, you need to provide the tools location, because this agent should know where is Java, where is Maven, where is Git. So scroll down and at last you will see one option called tool location. So basically this slave will be using certain tools. So the moment you click on add, now you can see it will take three options, which is Git, JDK and Maven. Now how these three options are coming, this is totally depends on your master configuration. So if I go back to master, so let me show you these three things. These three things we have already done the configuration for the master. So if I go to global tool configuration, we have already set the path for Maven, Java and Git. So same options are coming for the slave as well. Yes, so you can see we already have a Git, then we have Maven. So you can see Maven is already there, and if you talk about Java, Java is already here. Since we have configured master with these three tools, same thing it is asking for the slave as well. So this is our slave, right? So Git, you can provide the exact full directory if you know the directory. If you don't give, it will simply look for this git.exe and it should run. The second tool that we need to provide is basically java_home. We will get the path. And the third is we need to get the path for the Maven as well, so that this particular slave should be configured with these three options. So let me show you the tools location. So if I open this C drive, and you can see I have already downloaded Maven on the C drive, and I got this zip file. When I extracted, I got this folder. So this is the basically the path that we need to set. So again, I will come here in the Maven_home. I will set this path, and this path I already have in this environment, environment settings. So if I just open the environment settings, you can see I already have Maven here, and if you open this path, I already have the java_home. Same thing we are going to set here. You will find Java inside program files and Java, and this is our java_home. That's all. Click on save. So now this particular slave or agent is already configured with Maven, Java and Git. So any job which needs these three tools, it should be able to run it. So if I go back to my master, okay, and let's run this job. Let's see what happens. So the moment I click on build with parameters, it is asking which parameter you want to pass. So I will take browser as Chrome, because right now in our slave machine we already have one Chrome installed. So click on build and let's see. So it is starting now. So I will just go to the dashboard, and you can see now the job is getting triggered on this Windows slave. So let's go to that slave machine and let's open this job. So as usual, okay, it got failed. Okay, so as you can see, it says cannot run program git. Okay, so we did a small mistake while changing the tools location. So let me do one thing. Let me go back to dashboard again, go to this Windows slave, click on configure, and scroll down. Okay, this should be git.exe. By mistake it was git.exe. Let's save this and let's run this job once again. So this job basically you can trigger from any machine, because ultimately it is hosted on your master. So click on build with parameter and click on build. It should start, and it is running on Windows slave, which is basically this slave only. And now you can see it's pulling the code from GitHub, and once this code is pulled completely, then it is going to run this ambient clean test with -d equal to Chrome, and it should start my test here. So let me open both the instances. Just notice guys, this is my master Jenkins on the left hand side, and on the right hand side this is my slave, and the test is running on the slave machine. Yes, here you go. So this is just a very basic test, right, which is just doing a simple opening the browser and checking the title. That's what we are doing here. So the test is running now. Yeah, so if you open this build, yes, and if you see, it is dumping the complete data in this root directory that we have configured, right? So which is C drive node data. So if I open this C drive and if I go to node data, which is this, so you can see we got this workspace. Click on workspace, and these are the two jobs that I have executed. So job 2 and Maven GitHub. So if you open this Maven GitHub, then you can see it has downloaded the complete code, and basically it is running our pom.xml file, which is running internally test.engine.xml file. So that's how you can do this master slave configuration, and I will say master node configuration. So let me do a quick recap so that you will have a clear picture what exactly we have done. So basically we have one Jenkins which we will consider as a master Jenkins, okay? And right now we have booked one EC2 instance, which is our slave right now. So master is also on EC2 instance and slave is also on EC2 instance. So right now we just have slave 1, but you can have multiple slave, okay? You can have slave 1, slave 2, or you can call them agent or node. It's totally up to you. So in this fashion you can have multiple nodes, and these nodes will be responsible for running your Jenkins build, okay? So right now we booked one EC2 instance which we have connected as a node, and this slave is basically have below configuration. This have Java, and this has Maven, and this also have Git. But in case if your project requires some other tools, then you need to configure that slave according to your requirement. Right now the Jenkins job that we have triggered, it is pulling the code from GitHub. It is running our Selenium test, which is written in Java, and since we are using Maven as a build tool, so we need this. So in case if you have multiple slaves, so suppose you also have again a slave 2, this slave 2 could be a Linux system as well, where you will be simply building some applications and you will be deploying it, right? And slave 3 could be a basic, again a Linux system, which will be simply responsible to run some performance test, or it could be for any other usage. Totally up to you. There's no restriction as such that how many slaves you can connect. It's totally up to your use case. So right now the one which we have done is the first one. We have connected this master with this node, which is slave 1, and we are running our test. I hope it is clear now. In case if you have any other question related to master slave configuration, please let me know. Today in this video we are going to talk about how you can reset the Jenkins password. Okay, so many times when you start working with Jenkins, and if you have forgotten the password, then it's very tough to recover the password sometimes, even though there's a small process that you need to follow in order to recover your password, but many people are still struggling with this. Okay, so in this video I will show you how you can recover the Jenkins admin password without changing any major files. So first of all, let me show you that if I make any if I forgot any password, if let's say if I enter some wrong password, it will not allow me to log in, right? So how we can recover this? So we need to make a small change in config.xml file. So before we start, I just want to tell you that there are two ways to install Jenkins, right? Actually there are multiple ways, but generally if you install using var file, right? So the one which you have used, which is var file. So if you see, this var file is running, right? And I deployed this var file. So whenever you deployed this var file, you will find the Jenkins home directory inside this folder. Okay, so C drive users, whatever username of the current logged in user, you will find a .jenkins folder. So in my case, as you can see, C drive user, my username, which is user itself, and this is the .jenkins. But if you are installing this Jenkins using exe files, then you will find the Jenkins home directory inside program files. In case if a Mac user, then you can go to your users and current user and .jenkins. And if you are using Linux, then you will find Jenkins home directory. Most of the time, this will be the location. So once you identified the home location, or I will say Jenkins home location, you will find a file called config.xml file. You can see it's XML document. So basically the moment I open this XML file, so I'm opening in a Sublime text editor. So this is the main file, guys, which is the config file for your Jenkins. And if you see the lot of details you will find around your Jenkins. So now if you notice, we have a very important tag here called user security to true. Okay, it means it will ask the credentials. Now since we don't have any since we forgot the password, what we are going to do, we are going to make it false first of all. Then once we set the password, we'll again make it true. Either you can make the changes to config.xml or you can change the setting from the UI. Fine. So you can see we also have two additional tags here, which is disable sign up to true and enable capture to false. So right now just make it false as of now. Okay, and save this file. Guys, again, if you don't want to take any risk, you can save this config file to some other location as well, or you can take the backup of this config.xml file. In case something went wrong, you can restore the previous file. So I will save this file. Now in order to make this effect, I need to restart my Jenkins. So what I will do, I will just press Ctrl+C from my keyboard and it will stop the Jenkins. Then again I will use the same command which we used to install the Jenkins. So java space -jar, and I'm running the var file. The moment I hit enter, it will start the Jenkins. As you can see, Jenkins is fully up and running. So I will go back and I will simply hit the same URL 8080. As you can see now, since we have disabled this, now we don't have any login option. I'm not logged in with any user. It is just we have disabled the login part itself. I've seen many people still continue with this approach, but this is not recommended at all, because now you don't have any control to the Jenkins. Like anybody can access your Jenkins. They can delete jobs, they can make any configuration, they can update any existing jobs. So whenever you're trying to reset your password, first disable the security, reset the admin password, and again you need to enable the security so that any person should not come and make any changes. Only the person who has the required permissions can make the changes. So many people stop at this point, but I would highly recommend do not disable the login, because if somebody is making any changes, Jenkins can record these changes and we can easily revert it back. So once you are done with this, go to manage settings or manage Jenkins. So as you can see now, it says Jenkins is currently unsecured and it allows everyone on the network to launch process on your behalf. It is always recommended to set up a security and to limit anonymous access even on the private network. So scroll down and you can see we have an option under security called configure global security. Secure Jenkins, define who is allowed to access / use the systems. Click on global security. So as you can see in this page, right now it is coming set to none. If you see the security section, it is set to none. The reason because we have disabled it, right? So in order to reset, what you can do, click on this Jenkins own user database. Okay. And click on save and click on apply. Fine. So the moment you save and apply, now we will go to that particular user section for which you want to change the password. Okay, so now let's click on people. So you can see right now I have multiple users and I can reset any password, or I can reset password for any user. So I have this user and any user I can. So this is my main guy, which is admin. So if I click on this particular user, click on configure. So as you can see, for this particular user, I have my full name and API token that I created few days back, email address, the default views, and then you can see I have password. Now I can change any password. Okay, so whatever password I will use here, same password I can use for login. So let me change some password. I will use any random password. I will use test@1234 where T is capital. Again test@1234. That's what I need to do. I will, once I'm done, if you want, you can terminate all the sessions if you are logged in with this user into any other system. If you don't want to terminate, it's okay. Click on apply and click on save. So with this small change, we have already changed the password. So if I log in now, okay, if I just log in, this is my username, and password I will use the one that we have changed right now. I will use test@1234, and here we go. So right now I'm able to log in with the current user. Okay, so that's a very easy process. Now if you want to go and cross check, again I will go back and change this config. So this time, since we have enabled it, it should be updated to true automatically. So that's the easy process. So again, I will just give you a small recap. The moment you install Jenkins, first of all, you need to identify where exactly your Jenkins home directory. If it is on Mac, you will find here. If it is Linux, you will find here. If it is Windows and you have installed using var file, you will find under user section. Otherwise, you will find under program files. Once you find the root directory, you need to navigate till config file, update this file. You just need to update one field, which is user security. By default, it is set to true. You just make it false, restart your Jenkins, then it will never ask you any credential. Then once you logged in as anonymous user, it's recommended that you should change the password and log in with some user. So in that case, you need to navigate to global security. Here you need to click on this option called Jenkins own user database. And once you click on apply and save, then you will find all the users for this particular Jenkins, which is already configured. In my case, I have few people who have the access to this Jenkins. So depends like whose password I want to set. I can go back to that particular user. So let's say I want to change Akash password. So I can open that particular user and I can change the complete setting. So I can delete this particular user. For the time being, I just want to configure it. So I can change full name, I can change the description, I can generate token, change email addresses and the password. The moment you change the password, okay, just save this, and once you change the password, you can log in with the updated username password. In case if you're not able to log in, just try to restart, but 99% you don't have to restart your Jenkins. After changing the password, log out and you can log in with the updated username and the password. So that's a very easy process. So please try from your end, and if you're still not able to recover your credentials, let me in the comment section and I will be happy to assist you. Today in this lecture, I will show you how you can install Jenkins as a service. Okay, so now as we discussed earlier, that we can install Jenkins either using exe files. So when you install using exe, by default it runs as a service, right? It means whenever you start your system or whenever you reboot your system, you'll get this Jenkins automatically started. But if you see right now, we are starting Jenkins using command prompt. Basically we are deploying a var file, right, which is making our Jenkins up and running. The moment you close this particular command prompt, it will stop the Jenkins and you will not be able to access, right? But what if I want to install Jenkins as a service even when we have configured and started using var file? Is there any way? So answer is yes. The only thing which you need to keep in mind that whenever you run Jenkins as a service, all the tests or all the executions which you will do, it will run on the headless mode. Okay, so if you are just doing the basic build deployment, anyways it will go in a headless mode. But if you have certain test or if you have some integration test which involves the browser executions or some activity which involves some kind of UI, you will not be able to see, but it runs in the headless mode. So if you are fine with headless mode, you can go ahead with Jenkins as a service. So how we can do that? It's very easy. So right now, as you can see, the moment I will close this, stop this var file, it will, stop my Jenkins instance. So let me do one thing. Let me close this command prompt and let me just refresh again. So you will see right now, since we have closed the command prompt, it says this site cannot be reached, and it makes sense because Jenkins is not up and running now. So let me again quickly run this var file so that I can show you how you can install this as a service. So as you can see now, Jenkins is up and running. So if I go back and if I quickly do the refresh, it should launch my Jenkins instance. Okay, I will quickly log in and then I will show you how you can install this as a service. So in order to run as a service, just go to manage Jenkins. And as you can see, we have separate option called install as Windows service. And if you see, it says install Jenkins as a Windows service to this system so that the Jenkins start automatically when the machine reboots. Okay, so just click on this. Again, you can see this is the installation directory. So if you want, just make sure you note down this directory so that if in case if you want to make any changes, you should have this directory path. Okay, so right now I will click on install. And now you can see it says installation complete, and it simply asks you, do you want to stop this current Jenkins instance and do you want to start newly started Windows service? I will say yes. It's taking some time and it's getting restarted, as you can see here. Okay, as you can see now, after the restart, now I just logged in with my credential, and now let me do one thing. Let me close it here. But before we close this, you can see now starting the service with ID Jenkins and successfully started. So now you don't need this, a command prompt every time when you start and when you have to start your Jenkins instance. You just type localhost :8080 or the IP address followed by port number, whatever port number you have configured, and you will be able to access Jenkins. So if you see closely here, it started like stopping Jenkins, started termination, completing termination, and it all happens in the background. So now let me close this. And even after closing, if you restart, you can still access because now it is running as a service. Now, what if you want to restart the service? Suppose you don't want to restart your complete system, right? Because let's say this machine or the machine where the Jenkins is up and running, right? The multiple services are running. So if you restart your system or reboot your system, multiple services might get restarted. So if you want to just restart this Jenkins for maybe for troubleshooting, or maybe your Jenkins is giving some weird issues and it's not running properly, it could be XYZ reason. So you just want to restart this Jenkins instance. How you will do that? So you can see this black panel, right? Just click here, go to task manager, click on more details, and you can see these services. Just search for one Jenkins service. Okay, so you can see right now Jenkins service is up and running, right? This is one of the shortcut. So if you want to just restart the service, stop the service, you can do it from here. And if you don't want to do it from here, just search for services, right? Just open the services. I'm talking about Windows as of now. So you will be navigating here, which is all the services. Again, I will just search for Jenkins, just type J, and you can see we have the same options. So I can just stop the service, restart the service, and if you don't want to do it from here, you can see we have quick buttons, stop and restart. So if I just do the restart, it will restart my service and it will continue. But if I want stop, I will stop, and whenever I need, I can start. So let me show you. I will just stop this service. Okay, so you can see now this is stopped. So if I go back and try to refresh, okay, it's down now because we just now stopped. I will just start the service once again and just refresh this browser once again. Okay, it might take some time because when we start the service, it takes some time. So let's wait, and yes, you can see that will take few seconds because Jenkins takes few seconds to launch, and you will be able to log in and continue with your work. So that's all from my side. So again, a quick recap. In case if you have installed Jenkins, then by default it runs as a service. You don't need to follow this process. So whenever we run Jenkins as a service, it runs in headless mode. So if your task involves some UI interaction, then you have to go with var file. Okay, but if it not, you can go with a service. So in case if you have started Jenkins using var file, still you can install this as a service, which I showed you just now. Okay, so try this from your side, and yes, if you find any other issue, let me know in the comment section. Today in this video, I'm going to talk about very interesting and a very small scenario, but very powerful, which is how you can execute your Jenkins job with the same parameters. Okay, it may sound a little tough, but let me show you what exactly it means and why do we need it and how it can help you, or I would say how it can save a lot of time, just by installing a small plugin. So if you have followed my previous videos, then we have created one of the job called parameter job, right? Where I have showed you how we can have multiple or different kind of parameters to your Jenkins job, right? So if I just run this build with parameter, you will see we have a string password, we have drop down, then this is just a boolean, and finally one path, right? So let's say if I give this username as Mukesh, which is just a random username, okay, and if I just use a password, let's say O20, and if I select a browser called Firefox, status I will uncheck, and let me select a file. I will select a random file first of all. So let's say I will just select this image and I will click on build. The moment you run this build, it will take whatever parameters were given and it will simply execute, right? But next time when I will run this job, and if I click on build with parameters, what it will do, it will again take the same default parameters. Okay, so let's wait, let me just click on this job, and you will see it will take the latest values that we have provided, right? Which is Firefox false, username I entered, yes, Mukesh Otwani, and finally the path, which is nothing but my image. But now if you go and build with parameter once again, it will come back to the default values that we have set, right? Which is Jenkins and some password and the existing path. So what happens in real times, let's say you have executed job with new values, and right now I have just 5 parameters, so immediately you can go and change it. But if you have a job which has, let's say, 10 to 15 parameters, and every time you have to go and change the parameters in order to run it, it looks it will take a lot of time, and sometimes it's a little annoying to fill the same values which you have already entered in the last build. So right now, if you see, we don't have any other way where I can run the same job with the last parameters that I have provided. So just to save this time, just to avoid this overhead, we have a dedicated plugin in Jenkins called Rebuilder. Just type Rebuilder Jenkins plugin. So what exactly it does, it will simply rebuild your job with the same parameters which you have provided in the last build. Okay, so let's use the same. So I will just search this plugin in our package manager or plugin manager, and we will simply install this plugin, and then we will see how we can use this. So go to manage Jenkins, click on manage plugins, and right now I don't have this plugin, so I have to find this into, say, in this available section. So if you already have, you will find under installed, but if you don't have, just go and search inside available section. So either you can type, in my case I already copied, so I will simply paste here, and it says this plugin is for rebuilding a job using the same parameters. Click on this and install without restart. It will take few seconds and it will start. As you can see, this plugin is installed now. So if I go back to the same and if I simply refresh, so let's run this job once again since we have installed this plugin. So let me change this values and then we will build, and then we will see what other option you will get here. Okay, so again I will go and change this time this value to Selenium. For password I will change to, let's say, WebDriver, some random password. Browser, this time I will select Edge, I will uncheck this, and this file, this time I will select a different file. Okay, and let me click on build. So as you can see now, this is successfully completed. So if I open this, you will see the same options. This time I pass Selenium, WebDriver, false, Edge, and this particular file. But this time we also have one more option called rebuild. Okay, so the moment I click on rebuild, you will see the same parameters that I have provided in the last execution. So I have provided Selenium, WebDriver, Edge, uncheck, and this path. So the moment you click on rebuild, it will run the same job with the last parameters that you have provided. In case if you want to change some values for this particular iteration, you can change it and you can rebuild it. So I clicked on rebuild, I have the same options. This time I want to simply select this checkbox and I want to rebuild once again. So this time when you run, you will see the latest values and it will run the same job. Okay, so as you can see, it's completed now. The moment I open the same build, you will see the values that we have provided. This time it is taking the same checkbox that we have provided as true in the last execution. So if I click on rebuild, I will get the same parameters plus the new parameter that we have used in the last execution. So very quick video, just use this plugin. So in case if your job have a lot of parameters and you don't want to change every time, use this plugin. And in case if you are not using or you don't want to change these parameters every time, even if you don't install this, it should be fine. But yeah, if you have this in the long run, definitely it would help you. Today in this video, we are going to talk about how you can install Jenkins on Docker, or I would say Jenkins as a Docker container. Okay, so till now, if you have seen my previous videos, then you must have noticed I'm running as of now Jenkins as a WAR file, or we can run as the exe file, right? But now suppose I have to install Jenkins, maybe you have to set up everything from the scratch on a new machine. Then instead of going through separate process where you will install first Java then Jenkins, you can install Docker and you can install Jenkins as a Docker container. So automatically it will download the first Java and it will do the setup and then it will install Jenkins for you. So Docker makes things easy, as we have seen earlier. So that's exactly what we are going to do. Instead of going through the same process then installing all the dependencies, we'll just run our Jenkins image and Docker will install everything for us. In the upcoming sessions, we are going to discuss how to import jobs from the separate Jenkins instance and how to export and many other things, right? So definitely I will be needing multiple instances. So this is exactly, it will help me. But in case if you don't want to maintain multiple Jenkins instance, you can stick to one instance. Okay, now before we start, we will need Docker basically on the system. So in case if you don't have Docker installed, then make sure you have Docker first in your system. I have a dedicated playlist on my channel where we have discussed how to install Docker. So just you can follow that particular, yes, you can see Selenium and Docker. In this series I have mentioned how you can install Docker first of all in the Windows and how you can configure it. So before you continue this, make sure you have Docker installed in your system. So right now I'm using Windows. It doesn't matter whether you're using Windows, Mac or Linux, the commands or the Jenkins image that I'm going to run will remain same. Okay, so this is my command prompt. Let me first of all check the Docker, which version of Docker I have. I will just type docker space -- version. So at the time of recording, I have Docker version 19.03.8. So I will clear this. Now just type download Jenkins Docker image. Okay, and you can see the first link. Click on the first link and you will be navigating to hub.docker.com followed by some URL. Now one thing that you have to notice, guys, very important part, deprecation notice. So this particular documentation says that the image that is displayed here has been deprecated over 2 years. So we have to use the latest one. Okay, so just open this link, and now you will be navigating to a separate link. We have to basically use this. So as you can see, Jenkins is fully functional Jenkins server based on weekly and LTS releases. So that's a very important point here, that in case if you want to go with the latest LTS, you have to use this particular image followed with this tag. And if you want to go with the weekly release, okay, this is your Jenkins image followed by JDK 11 tag. Fine. And now the main important link is this link, read documentation for usage. And now we'll follow this instruction. So basically the older Jenkins image is deprecated, so make sure you use the latest one. Fine. Now if you try reading this same document, but yes, now this is the main command that we have to run. So if you use this command docker run, so first of all it will pull the image if it is not available, and then it will run. So one command will do the pull and run as well. But if you see different blocks, first they pull the image and then they run, that is also perfectly fine. Now I will try to explain this particular command because this is the main command that we have to run. So I will just paste it here. Okay, so you just need to type docker space run. Okay, but if you want to break down this into two commands, first you can pull that image, then you can run, but this one command will do both the part. -p basically port expose. So by default Jenkins will run on 8080, right? But if you want to expose this to different port, you can change to different port. Right now I already have 8080 occupied in my system, so I will go with 8090 so that this should not stop installing Jenkins. So I'm going to expose the port to 8090. Okay, but by default Jenkins run on 8080. So if 8080 is free in your system, you can use the same. Now next is basically again port. Okay, this is basically for the agents. So now if I show you the official documentation. Okay, so as you can see this, right, -p 50,000:50,000. So this is basically if you have to configure multiple agents, or I will say node. So you can see, read this section, connecting agents, where you will be using 50,000 for port mapping. Fine. And if you want the detailed information, if you come down here, you will find a dedicated section here where you can understand how you can configure agents here. So as of now, I'm not installing or connecting any agent. In my previous videos, we have already seen, right, how you can connect master with multiple nodes, or I will say multiple slave. So -p 50,000 is for basically agents. Then we have next thing called -v, which is for volume. So what exactly it says, see, by default Jenkins will run on this particular I will say space, okay, in the Docker container. So here you can give the volume to your local system, or where you want to have the backup, because the moment I stop or remove this, I will say Jenkins container, I will lose the data, right? So when I say -v, so basically I'm attaching a volume, so all my data will be stored into this particular directory. Okay, so I will do one thing. This is one of my directory. So basically in the E drive, I will create one Jenkins _. Basically you can create any name, guys. Okay, it is just you have to provide the same path. It could be Jenkins _home, it could be Jenkins home, it's totally up to you. So as of now, I will just use the same thing. Let's say Jenkins _home, and I will be giving this path for the mounting purpose. So just remove this part, and I will say E drive. In the E drive I have Jenkins _home, but if you're using Mac or Linux, you can just give the same path, and it will just mount this particular directory with this. And finally, this is your main image, and this is the tag, so colon the tag name. So we are going with the LTS version, so we'll use this. So I will give you this command in the description. What you can do, you just change the port number, and in case you want to change the mounting volume, the path, you can change it. So if you don't want to change it, if you don't want to give, that is also fine. So if you see the first command, they have not given any -v. So basically if you want to give, then only provide -v and the path. So it's highly recommended that you should provide the volume. So I personally will recommend use -v, which is Docker volume, and you give the path. Now let's do the same things. I will just copy this command and just go back here. So before we run this, I will show you what are the images I have in my system. So if I say Docker images, so right now I don't have images. In the previous videos I have cleared everything. So if I just show you Docker ps, okay, I don't have any container which is running. It's completely blank in my case. So I will just give this command and hit enter. So as you can see, first of all, it is trying to find Jenkins in my local system. It is not able to find. Now it is downloading. It will take few seconds, so let's wait. Okay, so as you can see now, it has basically extracted everything, and finally we have the same thing that we have seen earlier. It says initial setup is required. Basically an admin user has been created and the password has been generated. Please use the following password. So either you can copy from here or you can copy from this particular location. So basically now I will try to run Jenkins on 8090. Why 8090? Because we have exposed the port 8090. So whatever port you have used, use the same port. I will use 8090. So just type localhost 8090, hit enter. As you can see, now it is asking the same administration password. Now one small thing guys, right now I'm running on my local system, so everything is localhost. But suppose now you are running the same thing on the server, right? You are trying to install Jenkins on a separate machine or a server. Then instead of giving localhost, you have to give the IP address of the remote server where you are running these Docker images. Okay, so that will be the IP address of that particular machine or server, followed by the port number. I already copied, so I will simply paste and I will click on continue. Now as you can see, it has again two sections: use install suggested plugins or go with the specific plugin of your choice. I will go with suggested plugins. Click on this and it will take some time, and yes, now we have to wait. It will take few minutes, and yeah, once all plugin will be installed, we'll continue to the next step. So as you can see now, once everything is installed successfully, now it is asking you to create your first admin user. So you can see now again, if I say skip and continue as admin, in that case you can still continue, but I would highly recommend you to create at least first admin user so that you can use the same after each login. Let me quickly create one user. So I will use the same which I always do, which is Mukesh_50. I will just give the same details to password and everything, and this I will use here, and I will just use this email, and let me click on save and continue. Okay, it is simply asking, do you want to configure this? As of now I will say no. Save and finish. It says start using Jenkins, and here we go. It will take few seconds, and finally Jenkins server is up and running. Now you can create configure basically, and you can create jobs, create pipeline, and it's totally up to you how do you want to use the Jenkins. So as you can see now, Jenkins is up and running, and we can see the dashboard. Right now we don't have any job, so it's giving us welcome to Jenkins and all other options as usual. And since we have done this on 8090, right? So if I go back and show you, this is exactly what we have done. We have changed the port to 8090. We have basically exposed the port. Then the second part which we did, like we have given this volume, right? Like whatever Jenkins job we will be creating or whatever configuration plugins, it should be mounted at this particular directory. So if I go back to my E drive and let me show you, just a second, E drive, and you can see Jenkins_home is already available. So I have all the files folders here. Okay, so let me show you one more part. So basically this is the one that we have installed just now, and I have another Jenkins instance which is running. So if you see, it is running on 8080, which I have installed using var file, and one which you can see here 8090, this is just now we did using Docker, right? So now basically I have two instances, so both having the different directories, so don't think they are the same. It is just I'm running two different Jenkins, they both have different port number, both different working directory. So in the upcoming videos I will show you how you can transfer data or import export from one Jenkins instance to another Jenkins instance. Again, right now since I'm using in my systems, I'm giving localhost, but if you have done the same thing in a different machine or a server, you just get the IP address and try to access Jenkins using IP address followed by the port number. Okay, so now let's do one thing. Let's quickly create a job. I want to show you some interesting part here. So I'm going to create a new job. Right now we don't have any job, so I will give this as demo 1. I'm just creating a demo job. Okay, and we'll quickly run some basic build section. Even if I don't give any build section, let's save this and let's build now. Okay, just go to this job. So as you can see, now this job is successfully executed. So what is there inside the job right now, that's not our intention because we have already seen in our previous videos. The one thing which I want to show you, the UI changes. The previous version which I have, which is running, is 2.2 basically 7.2, right? And the one that we have installed just now is 2.289.1, and you can see slight UI changes. Okay, whether it's a job icon or the views or some minor changes you will find. You can see this is now new icon for the job, this is for the weather and other stuff, and this is how the previous looks like. You can see this is how you used to look, weather part and icon part, but it has been changed now. So that's very common, right? The moment you keep on upgrading the new latest version, you will find some minor major UI changes. That's part of this build, but yeah, you will not find major changes whether it comes to the configuration part and any other stuff. So that's all for today, guys. Okay, before we end this, let's see the demo 1 that we created, right? So basically we have created using container, right? Now if I go here, since we have added a volume here, so basically that job should be available here. See, so that job basically got copied from our Docker container to this particular instance, or I will say the space that we have mounted. Today in this video I will talk about how you can log into your Jenkins container or in any other Docker container, and you can execute your commands. Not only execute the commands, you can basically make any file changes that you want to make, and you can come out from that container. Okay, so in the last video we have already installed Jenkins, right? So we have installed Jenkins as a Docker container and it's fully up and running now. But now suppose you want to make any changes at the Jenkins home directory, or you want to make any configuration changes, not from the UI but from the file system. In that case, how you can do that, let's see one by one. Okay, so the moment I just type docker ps-a just to check that is my container up and running or not. So you can see right now this container is up and running, right? And now I can use the same. So basically the port that we have used is 8090. This is the exact Jenkins is running. Now if I have to get into this, or I have to log into this container, then I'm going to use one command called execute. Okay, so that we can jump into this container as a non-root user, as a root user, and we can execute any command. So first let me show you docker exec, which is execute --help, hit enter, and now you can see you can use docker execute command to run a command inside a running container. So basically you can pass multiple options, and you can see these are the options available, right? And then you can provide the commands. So we are going to use I and T. So you can see I for interactive and T for TTY, which is basically for terminal. So let's use it. So I will clear this. Just type docker exec. Then I will use -it, which is interactive and terminal. Then I need to have the Docker container ID. So again I have to execute that docker ps-a, because basically I want to get into this container. I will copy this. Again type docker exec -it, which is a container ID. Now you have to provide the bash. Okay, so I will use bin bash. The moment I hit enter, as you can see now we are into that container. So if I just type pwd, so we are at the root, right? And if I just type ls, you can see these are the files which is available. But right now we are not logged in as a root user. Okay, so now if you try to make any changes, or if you try to install any packages, you will be getting one error. So let me show you. Let me update this. Okay, so I will use, first of all, let me clear everything. I will use apt-get, and let me just type update. So it's updating. As you can see, it says could not open log file, permission denied. Okay, the reason is right now we are not logged in as a root user. So just type exit and it will come out. Let me clear it once again, or let it be. Now go back to the previous command. This is exactly previous command. It is just before this I will use -u and I will say 0. That's all, and give a space. So when you say -u space 0, it will log into this container as a root user. So as you can see, when we did last time, it was coming something at Jenkins @ and the container ID, right? Now it says root @ and the container ID. So now if you say apt-get update, and you can say it's updating now, right? So now since you logged in as a root user, now you can install any package, you can update and everything. Now just a small disclaimer. So when you create any container, right? So this container does not have any editor, not even nano, VI editor, vim editor. So basically we need to have some kind of editor so that I can make changes to the files. For example, now let me clear this and let me type ls. So as you can see, these are the different folders I have. So by default, as we have seen in the previous video, our Jenkins goes to var, right? So if I just go to var folder, just type ls, you can see I have one directory called Jenkins_home. So if I go to this directory, Jenkins_home, and again if I type ls, you can see I have all these files, right? I have config.xml, jobs, and all these files. So suppose I have to make any changes to this particular file, so I will be using either VI, vim editor, or nano, right? So by default, this container does not have any editor. So let me install one vim editor, and then we'll make some changes in this file. So again I will clear it, and I will use apt-get. Now we will be using install command to install, right? And I will just install vim editor. I will say vim. Since I already have, it might take hardly few seconds, and it will tell it's already installed with the newest version. In your case, if it is not installed, it will take few seconds, it will install, and then you can directly start using vim editor. Fine. So now again I will type ls, and I can see I have config.xml file. Now I will use vim, and I will say config.xml file, hit enter, and you can see the complete file is open. In our previous videos I have already seen, right, what is the advantage of this file, which is config.xml file. So basically, as the name says config, this maintain my complete, or this is the main file which has all the configuration of my Jenkins. So now you can see we are already logged in, right, to the container. we can see all the files. Now it's time to make certain changes. Again, you have to log in as a root, then only you can make any changes. So you can make any changes, guys. Basically, right now what I will do, you can see number of executor is 2 right here, and here you can see number of executor is 2. So just to show you, I will make it 5 or 10, and I will just restart my Jenkins instance so that you can understand how to make changes. So I'm assuming that you are familiar with Vim editor. If not, then just press I from the keyboard. Okay, and then you will be in insert mode. Then I will say 5 executor or 10, depends on what value you want. Then press escape from your keyboard. Okay, colon WQ and hit enter. Now if you try to open this again, you can see the file has been changed to 5. Again, I will show you the commands. Okay, let me just get out from this. The command is, let's open this, press I from the keyboard, then it will be in insert mode. Then go to that specific file that you want to change the specific line number. I will change this now to 10. Then press escape from the keyboard, colon WQ and hit enter. That's all. It has been updated. Now if I just want to go back, I will just again run the same file, and it has been updated to 10. So now the moment I refresh, right now the previous one was 2 right, this time we made it 10, so it will not update. Basically we have to restart our Jenkins. How do we restart? It's very straightforward. Just after your Jenkins URL, just type restart and hit enter. It will take few seconds and it will restart your Jenkins. It will just ask one more time, do you want to really start the Jenkins? Say yes. As you can see now, Jenkins has been restarted now, and it is simply asking again username password, because we already have given the login access. Like user security is set to true. If it is false, it will never ask any credential. Since user security is set to true, the moment you restart your Jenkins, it will ask the credentials. I logged in as an admin user, so the moment it will log in, it will simply give us the latest changes that we have made in config.xml file. In our case, it is number of executor is set to 10, but depends on a requirement. You can go back to the Jenkins_home directory. You can make any changes and just restart your Jenkins instance to get the changes. And yes, it's refreshing. Just give me a minute. We're almost done. And here we go. So you can see number of executor is 10. So that's a quick video. So again, a quick recap. Okay. So first of all, what you need to do, you need to log into the container as a root user. Then by default, Docker container does not have any editor, so we installed Vim editor. Okay, and yes, once we have installed the Vim editor, now we can make any changes. You can go to a specific file, make the changes and come back, and it will get impacted on the real instance. Recently I have published one video in Jenkins playlist, like how to configure email with Jenkins. And couple of people are facing this kind of issues where they are not able to send emails. Even though configuration is correct, they're able to test the configuration, and when they go to the console log, it looks perfectly fine. It says success, but it is not triggering email. So in this video, I will show you how you can identify what is the root cause and how you can fix it. Okay, so let's get started. So guys, this is the Jenkins that we have set up in our previous videos. So I have done the email configuration at the global level, right, in the previous videos, and we have configured the same email notification in multiple jobs. So I can take any job. For example, let's take this one, which is first Jenkins jobs. Basically this Jenkins job is doing some basic operations. It is printing Maven version, Java version, and it is just sending one email notification. It can be any other job, because our main intention is to find out why these emails are not getting triggered. So first of all, what I will do, I will just run this, and we'll see whether we are getting email notification or not. In the second part, I will tell you what kind of possible issues you might be having if your emails are not getting triggered. So just now we have triggered this. So if you open the console output, you can see it is saying email was triggered for always. This was the trigger that we have set, and finally it says it has triggered email and success. So if I go back to my email account, you can see we got the email. Now if you are not getting this email, then what could be the possible reason? So what I will do, I will go back to the global settings and I will show you what kind of issues you might have got or what kind of changes will cause this email is not getting triggered. Okay, so just go back to this configure system again, which is configure global settings and path. Okay, so now we're on the configure page, so let's scroll down. Okay, so the first issue which I have found out that people are doing the email notification setup here, okay, and they are testing the configuration, but they're not making the same configuration at this particular section, which is extended email notification. So once you have done the testing of that email notification, you have to set the same settings for extended email notification section as well. Now suppose you have done the same settings here as well, but still you're not getting, then how you can find out? So first of all, what I will do, let's say I just remove this P from here and I will just make it smt.gmail.com, and let me quickly save this. Fine. And now I will go back to this job once again, and this time I will trigger this job and let's see what happens. Again, notice we have just one email, okay, which is for the success one. Now we have done the changes where we have purposefully made the wrong configuration. Now I will build this job again and let's see what happens. Let's click on build now again, and you can see it is getting triggered. So let's open this console output once again. So you can see it's running. It is again doing some execution based on what kind of job you have configured. And you can see now, even though we have given the wrong configuration, it says email was triggered for always and sending email to this guy and success. But if I go back to my email account, you can see I have not received any email. This is what is happening. Even though settings are wrong for that particular section, which is extended email notification, you are getting this success response in Jenkins build section. So what you can do right now, since I made the wrong configuration, I know what went wrong, but still if you're not sure what could be the issue, so you just need to enable a debug mode. How you can do that, let me show you. So again, go back to manage Jenkins and go to the same configuration section. Click on configure system. So now let's go down again and come to the same section, which is extended email notification. Okay, this is something which we have changed, but if you come down further, you will see something called enable debug mode. Let's check this option and click on save, and we will try to run this job once again, because now when it will try to send email, it will show you some additional logs as well, and these logs will help us to identify the root cause why the emails are not getting triggered. Fine. So again, I will go back to this first Jenkins job and I will click on build now, and let's see what happens. Click on build now, and you can see this is getting triggered. Click on again console output, and yes, first of all it will execute your commands, and when it comes to post notification or post build action, now you can see it is giving some additional detail. So in the previous, okay, if I show you the previous build, you will not see these kind of details because previously the debug option was off. So you will only get some limited notifications, or I will say the information in the console. But since we have enabled the debug mode, you are getting all these details as well. So yes, here it started. So it is giving all this analyzing, looking for this particular email. Finally, if you see this part, you will notice it says trying to connect to host smt.gmail.com, port is this, is SSL is false, and finally we got to know it is not able to connect to the host. Okay, Now we can easily understand that something went wrong with the host, and you can see next unknown host exception. It means something went wrong with this particular host. That is the reason it is not able to send email. Right now for me it is unknown host exception. For you it could be the host is valid but it is not reachable. It could be that that SMTP server is down. It could be the port issue. It could be any other issue. So just debug it, and based on the debugger information, what kind of exception you're getting, you have to fix it. So now I got to know it is not able to connect to the host. So again I will go back and I will make the same configuration, and this time we should be able to get the email. So click on manage Jenkins once again, click on configure system. Now scroll down again, and this time I will revert back the changes. So I will make it valid now, smtp.gmail.com. click on save. Okay, now let's go back to this job once again, and I will trigger, and this time we will get the same debug information, but now it will connect and it will send email. So again I will click on build now. It is getting triggered. Click on this console output. Yes, so finally it is now able to connect to the server. As you can see, previously it was failing here itself, right? Now it is getting connected, and now you can see all these details. So finally it got connected to the host, and finally it did the login part, authentication login, and authentication login succeeded, and all this detail, and finally you can see success. If you want to just cross check, and this is what we got just now. So that's how you can identify. So once you're done, okay, once everything is working fine, you can go back and disable the debug mode. Otherwise, every time for each and every job, it will keep on showing this additional information which is not required. This information is only required for debugging perspective. Okay, once your debug part is done, go ahead and disable that checkbox. That's all you need to do. So this is the details you're getting when the debug mode is enabled. But if you see the previous jobs that we have triggered, you will not see this kind of information. You will only see basic information which is required for your job, which is this guide. Today in this video we are going to talk about Jenkins CLI command. So whatever videos we have seen so far with Jenkins, it is purely on the UI, right? So we started Jenkins, we have created Jenkins jobs, then we have deleted, we have created certain views, we have installed plugin. Now everything that we have done so far can be done through command prompt as well, or I will say through CLI commands. Okay, so today in this video we are going to discuss the same. So I will divide this video into two parts. First part will be, we will be executing this CLI commands without any authentication. Okay, so you can call this as a anonymous, but in real time we don't have this anonymous, right? Generally we have permission for the Jenkins instances. So in the second part I will show you the same command with the help of authentication, how you can execute the same CLI command when you have the proper authentication or when you have the valid credentials. Okay, it's going to be very interesting. So I will tell you the different commands that we can use. So throughout the video we will discuss multiple CLI commands. Okay, so I will show you how you can build a job without parameters, and if you have certain parameters, how you can pass the parameters. Plus I will also show you some interesting flags that you can use with build command. Once you are having clear understanding about build command, then I will show you how you can create a new job. Okay, so first of all we will get a XML file. So we will use one command called get job that will give us XML. Using that XML we will create multiple jobs. In this example or in this video I will show you with one job, but you can apply with multiple jobs as well. Once you will understand how to create the job, you can again use the build command to execute the same, and again you can delete the job. So these all commands we are going to see in this video. So watch the video till then, because you will get to know so many different things throughout this session. In case if you're new to this channel, then make sure you subscribe this channel, and in case you haven't watched this Jenkins playlist, then I have almost 20 videos so far on Jenkins. So I would highly recommend, if you're new to Jenkins or if you're a beginner, please watch that videos. It will hardly take 2 to 3 hours, but after that playlist you will have good understanding about how Jenkins works and how you can use Jenkins from a tester perspective. In the upcoming videos we will also see how you can consume Jenkins as a DevOps, or I will say as a DevOps engineer. Okay, so yeah, that's all for this video. So let's get started. I will quickly show you each and everything that I have discussed right now. We will see through a command prompt, and let's see how it works. Okay, so let's get started. First of all, before we start, just type Jenkins CLI and just hit enter, and you will see their official website, which is jenkins.io, the moment you open this link. So generally I prefer official documentations. I would highly recommend if you start following some official documentation. As the first line says, Jenkins has a built-in command line interface which allow user and administrator to access Jenkins from a script or a shell environment, right? So basically this is a more convenient way to build a jobs, run certain tasks, bulk update, troubleshooting. You can have a kind of backup, restore, the lot of CLI commands which is available, which you can use for different purpose. Okay, so we will be using this documentation, so I will show you all the commands that we have to use, plus the main important part, the authentication. So we'll come back to this part once we start. Okay, so this is our Jenkins server which is up and running. So make sure your Jenkins is up and running. So right now my Jenkins is running on 8080. Now there are two ways to see the CLI part. So the first option is just after the URL you hit CLI, just type /CLI, hit enter, and you will see the command line interface, which is this. Or if you don't want to access in this way, basically both will redirect on the same URL. But if you want to go from dashboard, for that you can just click on manage Jenkins. So if you come down further, you will find a section called tools and action, and here you will find the Jenkins CLI. So ultimately both are redirecting to the same URL. So this is the direct way. Just after the URL, add /CLI. Now once you are on this CLI page, what you can do, as you can see, this is the command that we have to use, and they have a very beautiful documentation. So as you can see, if you want to explore the feature, so the moment you click here, all the features which you want to see, you will get all these options here. This is the same document which I showed you, and they have also mentioned if you want to know the detailed information about any command that we are going to execute, how you can get that also I will show you. Fine, so let's go back. So in order to get started, we need this Jenkins-CLI jar file. Okay, so once you have this jar file, then you can execute all these available commands. So if you see, these are the different commands which is available. Let's say you can build a job, you can copy job, you can see the console output, you can create a job, create a node, create a view, delete a job, delete a node, delete view. The lot of commands that is available. Okay, suppose you want to install any plugin, you can do this. If you want to restart your Jenkins, you can do this. If you want to update a job, the lot of commands which is available. I will show you 2-3 commands so that you will get a clear understanding how it works. So based on the requirement, you can see which command will suit with your requirement, and you can go ahead. So in order to get started, I need to download this jar file. The moment I click on this option, you can see this Jenkins CLI jar is getting downloaded in my system. Now what I did, I created one folder on my desktop which is Jenkins CLI. Again, you can maintain in any folder. I just created the folder so that I can have all the XMLs, all the jars on the same directory. Okay, so basically it is in my download folder. So I will click on show in folder. Or I will go directly from here. I will just go back to my download directory. I will quickly refresh. So you can see this CLI downloaded twice. So I will just do a Control X. Okay, and I will keep it here. Fine. So now we are going to execute this command. So I have one command prompt which is up and running, where Jenkins is basically up and running, and I already have another command prompt where I will be executing command. Okay. So the first thing that I need is, let's say if I want to run this part only. So if I copy this, so first of all, we need path of this jar files. So I will do one thing. This is my directory where Jenkins CLI is present. So I will just type cd and I will move to that directory. Okay, and now let's execute this command. So I will just copy this command and let's execute. So first thing that you have to notice, by default it is taking your URL which is configured for your Jenkins. In my case it is localhost and this port number, but in your case it could be your company that Jenkins IP address, or it could be the DNS name that you have set. It will automatically get the same thing, so you don't have to worry about it. Jenkins is smart enough that it will take the URL which is configured for your Jenkins global settings, and it will take the port number. The moment I execute this WebSocket help, okay, and you can see it is able to give me the different commands which exist. Okay, you can call this command which is add job to the view, build, cancel, clear, connect node, console, everything which is actually listed here. It is giving you all this information, so this is working fine. Now if I go back to my Jenkins, and as you can see I have different jobs on my dashboard, so I can build any job because our main goal is to understand how this CLI command works. Okay, so as you can see we have one of the Jenkins job which is first Jenkins job, and if I show you this Jenkins job, it is just doing I guess only basic print, which is echo command. Okay, so using this Jenkins CLI I'm going to run this job, and once you understand this basic part, then in the second example I will show you how you can trigger a parameterized job. So if I click on configure, or if I just check the output of any of the build which got executed, okay, so yes, it is just doing a basic thing. It is simply giving me Java version, Maven version, and finally as the post build action it is sending some emails. So let's execute this job. Okay, now let's open this. If the moment you click on this command, build command, so first of all it will show you what exactly this command will do, and it will give you end to end, I will say, description plus the possible flags that you can pass. So it says in order to run this command, this is the same thing that you have to use -WebSocket, then you have to use this command called build, then you have to provide the job name, which job you want to build. In our case it will be first Jenkins job. Then you can see we can pass all these possible flags. So if I simply show you, just a second, so you can see these are the different flags which we can pass: -C, -F, -P. So we will be using this -P whenever we have to run a build with parameters. So this Jenkins job does not have any parameter, so we can run without P, but the moment you have any Jenkins job which requires parameters, you will be using -P. In the same way, if you want some console output, you can use -V. Okay, and if you want like wait till the build is not getting completed, you can use -S. Okay, so that we will be using. So let's do one thing. Let's copy this, or you can go ahead and let's execute this. So I will say CLS because it's done. So this part is done already. We are in the same directory where Jenkins -CLI jar is available, and instead of help, what I will do, I will say build, which is nothing but a command, BUILD, and then which Jenkins job you want to run. We want to run first Jenkins job. In my case it is this job name, but in your case it could be any job name, and hit enter. Okay, now this is one possible error that you will get, which is anonymous is missing the job and the build permission. The reason is right now I logged in with my user, right? So I have the complete access. I can delete, I can create, I can copy, but right now you are running from command prompt, so you don't have, it is not able to authenticate basically. So in the first section what we will do, I will change this permission so that I can execute from CLI. Then in the second half I will show you how you can pass the credentials directly from the CLI commands. Okay, so let's understand first of all the basic part, and the authentication part we will see later. So what you can do for the time being, go to dashboard and click on manage Jenkins. scroll down and you can see one option called security. Configure global security. Secure Jenkins define who is allowed to access or use the system. So I will click on this security. Right now only the logged in user can do whatever things can be done. So what I will do as of now, I will remove that part and I will make one change that anyone can do anything. So if you scroll down, let it load completely first of all. Okay, so as of now, this is the current settings which I have logged in user can do anything. But right now I don't want to log in from CLI. So as of now, I will make this option called anyone can do anything. Okay, click on apply and click on save. Now I'm going to use the same command. Fine. So I will just run the same command, hit enter, and you will just notice our first Jenkins job should get triggered. So if I just go back and see, so it should show me the today's build. So because the last build was few days back. So let's see. So last build was on 30th June. It should give me the current build as well. Okay, just a second, let me refresh. Okay, it's still loading. See, right now we are not getting any output, right? That whether it executed successfully or not. So we can use some additional commands. And yes, you can see it is getting triggered. The moment I open this, you will be able to see the output. And if you just notice, it says started by CLI by anonymous. Clear? Now if you want to see certain commands, okay, so again if I just go ahead and just type CLI, okay, let me use certain flags. So again I will be using the same command which is build, and let me use certain flags. One of the flag which is listed. Okay, so one is -f, one is -p. So let's use -v, which will print out the console output, so that we'll get to know. So after this -v and hit enter. Okay, so as you can see, it is also giving one additional instruction that use with -s. So let's do one thing. Let's go back and let's say -s then -v and now execute it. So you can see now we are getting the console output. What exactly that job is doing, you are able to see on here, like on the command prompt as well. Why? Because of this particular flags that we have added, right? So it will run as it is, no doubt about it. It is just, it might take few seconds, but yeah, it will run. As you can see, we executed thrice, so you can see all 3 times it get executed, and we have used without parameter but with some flags. Now let me show you one of the job which have basically some parameters. So for this example, I have created one job called parameter job new. So if I show you this job will accept 2 parameters as of now, and right now it is just printing, but it totally depends how your job has been configured. Our main role or main task is we want to execute with some parameters, right? So if I show you build with parameters, so this has 2 parameters as of now. One is username, second is the browser, which is coming as a drop down, right? So Chrome, Firefox or Edge. And what exactly I'm doing with these parameters, we are just doing echo as of now. So now I'm going to execute this job with these parameters. So if you come down further, you will see we are just doing a echo. Okay, let it load completely. In the meanwhile, I will simply clear it, the previous one. So I will say CLS. Okay, this job is simply printing, okay, that whatever parameter we are passing, username in the browser. So I will be using upper arrow, so I will get the previous command. So this is the same command that we executed, java space -jar Jenkins -CLI jar build and the job name, right? Now I will be using this job name, which is parameter. Let me copy this. Parameter job new. Okay, now I will be using -p because -p is basically for parameters. Now I will be using key value pairs. So in our case, guys, the key is whatever parameter which you can see on the screen, that is your key, and the value that you want to pass. So the key for us it would be hyphen. Okay, no need to use hyphen, just a second. Just give username, and I will give username as Mukesh. Again you have to use -p because we want to pass one more parameter. So -p space, second parameter would be browser. I will be using Chrome. Okay, so by default it's set to Chrome. Let me change it to Edge so that you can see the changes. So I will just type Edge. Fine, so this is the job that we want to trigger, which is parameter job new. These are -s-v so that we can see console log on this command prompt. Then I'm using two parameters. Hit enter and let's see. Yes, it started, and yes, finally it printed. So basically it executed, we got the success, we are getting the same parameter that we have passed. And if I come down here, yes, earlier it was 0, now it executed. So this is how you can pass parameters directly from CLI. So before we move to the authentication part, let me also show you two very interesting command, okay? Because this will help you to create job, I will say create multiple copies. You can use basically this command for backup as well, okay? Now let's see how you can create a Jenkins job using Jenkins CLI. So now if you come to CLI part, you will see one command called create job. So basically what it does, it will create a new job by reading one configuration XML file, right? So if I show you this, open this, it will take one parameter as input, which is nothing but a configuration XML file, and it will create a job. Now the question comes, how do we get this configuration XML file? So now I will use one more command called get job. So if you open this get job command, so what it does, if you have any jobs, it will give you that particular job configuration as an XML file, and that XML file you can use to create another Jenkins job. Okay, so what you can do, you can create some templates, you can create some sample jobs, you can dump them as a XML, and that XML you can use for creating further Jenkins job. So I'm going to use this get job command, which will dump the job configuration into an XML file that I will be using to create another Jenkins job. Looks little tough, but it's very easy. Let me show you how you can do this. So if I go back to my dashboard, right now I have multiple Jenkins job. Okay, I'm going to use one job called sample1. So I will get the configuration of the sample1 and I will dump into one XML file, and then I will be creating another Jenkins job using the same XML. So the job name is sample1. Okay, so I'm just using the same command because we already have this jar file, everything is up and running. So instead of job, I will just give the job name, which is sample1. Okay, and just notice guys, this is the directory which we are working, right? Currently we are on the same directory. The moment I execute this command, which is sample1, just notice here, okay, it's not dumping here because we just need to use one arrow, but on the command, as you can see, it is giving you the complete job information in a form of XML, right? That whatever the settings you have, what kind of post build actions you have, and what is the recipient list and everything it is giving you. But basically I want this into one XML file, right? So let me just clear this out. So what I will do, I will say please dump this into one file called sample .xml. Okay, and then hit enter. So instead of printing on the console, right now we are dumping into one sample.xml file. So now if you see, the same thing we got inside sample.xml file. Now if I will show you this file, see, same thing you got in a file. Now I can use this file to create another job. So I will go back, and can you see we have something called create job. I just need to provide the job name. Okay, and then I will give the input as the sample.xml file that we got. So again I will go back. This time instead of get job I will say create job. Fine. Job name I will give as Mukesh. Okay, let me give Mukesh Otwani because I don't have any job with this name, and I will just reverse this arrow. And what I'm saying, I have configuration inside sample.xml file, which is basically this file, right? I want to create a job called Mukesh Otwani, and now let's see. Let's be on the safer side. I will just check, do I have any job with Mukesh? No, I just have one project which called MVP, which is multi-branch pipeline. Now I will execute this and let's see. So as you can see, now the command has been executed successfully, and if I come back, you can see this job has been created. If you don't see this job, just refresh your Jenkins once again and you will be able to see this job. Now if I have to execute this job, we know how to execute. I will simply use the build command and I will be able to use it. Okay, so if I just do the same thing, instead of create job, now I will just change it to build, which is build, and that's all. And it will simply start building this job. Fine. Now the next command that I want to show you is how you can delete the job so that you will have a clear picture, right? But I want to show you this now with authentication, because right now, if you remember what we did, we went to the configuration and we changed the settings that anybody can do anything. But in real time, your Jenkins server will be secured. So in order to execute this CLI command, you need to pass certain authentication that I will show you now. And yes, it's executed, guys. So as you can see, this got executed. And if I open the console output, you will see it is started by CLI. Perfect. Now, as I mentioned, now we need to enable the security. For this, I will go back to dashboard and again, I will click on manage Jenkins. And let me simply close these additional tabs, which is not required. Okay, and for the authentication part, I will use the same documentation which I was talking about. As you can see, whenever you provide authentication, okay, make sure you give overall read permission. Okay, then only it will work. So again, we have multiple options. You can pass the password, you can pass the public key, you can also give the API token. So the one which I'm going to show you is with the help of API token. Okay, so if you come down further, yes, so I will be using -auth, then I will be giving username followed by API token, and I will show you how you can generate the token. Again, very important part, you can also pass the Jenkins username password, which is accepted, but it's not encouraged. Okay, even I would highly recommend that instead of passing your password, give your API token, and you can revoke this API token whenever you don't want. Fine, so I will not use password, I will be using token. And how to generate the token, that also we will see. So just to enable the security, I will go back to security section, again global security. Okay, as you can see this authorization part, click on logged in user can do anything, and make sure this checkbox is enabled, which is allow anonymous read access. Click on apply and click on save. Now once this is done, now if you try to run the same command, now you will be getting the same exception. Okay, let me save this so that we should go back to the home page, or I will say dashboard page, and let's execute this. This time we have made the changes. It should not execute because now we have enabled the permission. Perfect. Now how we can pass the permission? So basically you have to use something called -auth. Okay, so just after the Jenkins URL you need to pass your credentials, then you can execute any command. So in my case, this is the command that we need to execute, build, right? So I will just say -auth auth, then you have to pass the username. How you will get the username? So the moment you click on, this is your user, right? The moment you click on the user, which is coming on right corner, so this is my username, as you can see, Jenkins ID. And so let me take this Jenkins ID first of all, which is username. So I will give this as Mukesh50 : now I can provide the token. Okay, how will get the token? Click on configure. The moment you click on configure, you can basically configure this particular user. So you can change the full name, you can see the API token, you can see the email, you can see the password, and so many other details. So you can change the password here as well. Right now the one which I'm going to show you is API token. Okay, so I already have one API token created, so I will just remove this. I don't want. I will create a new token for this example. If you want, you can give any name. I will just keep it default, and I will, you can see I got this token, right? I can copy this token now, because you cannot recover in this future. So safer side, you copy this, which I did right now, and just after colon I have given the token. So this will play as authentication, -auth username : the token that we have created. And now the moment you run this, let's also use -s and -v. Okay, hit enter. Okay, something went wrong. As you can see, it says handshake error. Okay, it means something went wrong with the credentials. It says caused by authentication exception, credentials are missing. Okay, so this is the token that we have created. Okay, something went wrong with the username. So if I go back and check the user, okay, user is Mukesh_50. I have given Mukesh50, which is causing the issue. So let me just use _50 and let's hit enter. And this time it should work, and yes, it did. It says started by this user, and it executed my complete job. Earlier what it was showing is started by CLI with anonymous user, right? So let me go and check that particular job. First of all, job name is Mukesh Otwani. So let's go back to the same job. Again, once you are authenticated, you can trigger any job. I'm just running the same job that we have created, right? Yes, it executed 21 seconds ago, the moment I open this. And let me open both the console. Okay, so this is the build number 1 and this is build number 2. So in the build number 1 console, we will see some output. It says started by CLI and it was by anonymous. And if I open this console, here you will see with the proper user. It started by CLI, but it started with this guy. So this is more secure because you can easily understand who is executed this command, who is actually doing what. Yeah, so the final command that I want to show you, that's very interesting and it will help you to perform this operation in bulk. So if I just show you that command, let me just go back to CLI once again. So whatever console output we saw in Jenkins, it's coming here as well. So let me just do CLS. Now today we created 2 jobs. Okay, one is Mukesh Otwani and the what parameter as well, right? So let's say if I want to delete them. So you can see we have a dedicated command called delete job. And if I open this particular command, this command shows that you can execute this command with multiple options as well. So again, instead of using build, if I just say delete, okay, which jobs I need to delete? First job which I want to delete is this, which is Mukesh Otwani. So I will just say Mukesh Otwani. And another job which I want to delete, which we created today, is parameter something, right? Let me just get the parameter, the job name that we want to delete. And yes, parameter job new. Let me just get this name. Okay, so what it says, just pass this delete hyphen job and the values. So you can delete multiple jobs as well. I'm going to delete only 2 jobs as of now. And the job name is this, parameter job new. Make sure you give a space, okay, after one job. So I'm passing another job now, and let me hit enter. And let's see what happens. Okay, so it says no such command delete. Okay, so something went wrong from my side. The command name is delete hyphen job, not only delete. So instead of delete, I will say delete hyphen job. Okay. Just a second here. Hit enter. Yes. Now if I just go back, so this is one of the job. If I just simply refresh, since it has been deleted, it says 404. And if I try to refresh this job, since this is deleted again, I will be getting 404. Perfect. So if I want to cross check, go to dashboard, and you will not find these 2 jobs, which is parameter new and Mukesh Otwani. You can see only one, and only one with parameter job. So yeah, that's a very quick video. So let me give you a quick recap. So we started with Jenkins CLI. So what we did, we downloaded this jar file, which is Jenkins CLI jar. Then we have seen how we can get the command. So we just need to enter CLI and you can get all the commands. So this command you can execute in 2 modes, with authentication, without authentication. So in the first part we did without any authentication. I disabled from the global security, and then we executed different commands. So we executed build command, get job, create job, right? Then in the second part we have enabled the security, then we generated the token, and then we have also seen how you can delete the jobs, single jobs or multiple jobs, and depends on your requirement. Yeah. Today in this video we'll talk about how you can integrate Jenkins with Slack. Okay, so when I say integration, it means whenever you are done with your jobs, okay, or whenever you are done with a particular pipeline, if you want to send any notification to your Slack channel, you can do that. Okay, so let me show you how you can do that. So those who are completely new to Slack, so let me talk about a little bit about Slack. So Slack is just like a messaging app for business, where you can, connect with the team members. You can create channels, private channels, public channels. You can talk, you can share files. Okay, so a lot more in Slack. So in case you are already using Slack, then you must be familiar how it works, right? But in case if you're not familiar, that's okay. Just like a messaging app, okay, where you can share files and code as well. You can talk. A lot of features available for Slack. So it also have paid features and some free features as well. So please explore from your end in case if you're completely new to Slack. Now when it comes to Slack integration with Jenkins, so now what exactly we are going to do, we are going to send a post notification, or I will say post build action. So in our previous videos we have seen, right, like in case once we're done with our build or once we're done with our project, we want to send certain emails. In the same way, we will just create one more post build action and we will send Slack notifications. So let me show you how it works and what kind of plugins you need to install. Click on manage Jenkins. Okay, and now we are going to install one plugin. So plugin part is same like we have done in the previous videos. You just need to install one plugin and you just need to restart if required. So in case if you already have Slack notification plugin, you will find under install section Since we are starting from the scratch, I will click on available. Now I will look something called Slack notification. Just type Slack, and you can see we have Slack notification. So this is going to integrate with Jenkins, and it will allow publishing build status messages and file to Slack channel. So before installing, let's open their official site, and they have also mentioned how you can do that. So in case if you're using pipeline, this is how you need to do. In case if you want to send attachment, this is how you have to do, right? So I will show you all this. So first of all, let me quickly install. Click on this and click on install without restart, or you can say download now and install after restart. I will select the first option. It will take few seconds and your notification plugin will be installed. As you can see, now notification plugin is success. In case if it is failing, just try one more time, because I have seen in the past sometimes this notification plugin fails while installing. So no problem, just try once again, and if you're still getting any issue, then you might have to degrade this plugin by -1, and then you can do that. Fine. Now once we are done, let's follow this document. As you can see, first of all, you should have a Slack account, which obviously in case if you have your Slack channel, you must be having an account. And now you can see the site called my.slack.com. The moment you click on this, it will automatically detect your workspace and it will come to this page. So as you can see, this is the configuration page where you just need to click on add Jenkins CI integration. So as you can see, it automatically took my account, okay, which is learn-automation. In case if it is not detecting, then you just have to log in. In case where you're working with an organization, it will take the SSO and you will be having your own workspace. So right now it logged into my workspace, which is learn-automation, and this is the same workspace which I have here. Okay, in case if you have multiple, you can switch directly, but as of now, since I'm demoing this for video, I just have one workspace. Second is definitely you need a channel, right? Because you might have multiple channels. So first of all, you need to decide in which channel you want to send all this notification. If you have any existing channel, you can do that, but for this video I will create a fresh channel from the scratch and then I will show you. So let me create one channel from here. So click on create new channel, and I will give this channel name as Slack integration or Slack notification. You can give any name or you can use the existing channel as well. Okay, I will just give the same description. Do you want to make it private? No, I will not make it private. Click on create, and here we go. It will ask you, do you want to add any members? Right now I don't have, so I will just click on cancel, skip for now. So this is my channel, okay, it is Slack notification. So here also you can create, but I just created from the Slack. Otherwise you can directly create from here as well. Let me see if it is detecting. Yes, so you can see it is detecting this Slack notification channel that we created just now. And now click on add Jenkins CI integration. Perfect. So it says now you need to follow this instruction. So anyways, I will show you now. So once this is done, so anyways, first two part is done. Third is we need to configure our Jenkins now. Now let's move to the third step. That's very easy. We got the team subdomain and we also got integration token credential ID. Okay, so what it says, you need to create a secret text, and this is the value that we need to pass, and we have to select from the drop down. Once we are done, we will simply check our connection. If this connection is working fine, we can start sending as a post build action. So let me show you how you can do that. I will go back to Jenkins again, click on manage Jenkins, and if you just come down, you can see we have something called configure system. So click on configure system. Okay, now come down further. Okay, this is the previous things we have already discussed. Come down further again. Okay, so finally now we found this Slack. Now you get this asking which workspace you want to use. Okay, so this is my workspace, okay, which is learn-automation talk.slack.com. so this is taking this particular workspace. In case if you want to give any other workspace, you can do that. Second is the credential, because definitely it has to go through proper credential, right? So this is exactly what we got, right? We need to create a secret text using this as a value. So let's do one thing. Let's click on add, click on Jenkins. Now as you can see, we have username with password, we have GitHub app and secret file certificate. So now click on secret text, okay, and let's give the secret text that we have copied. And if you want, you can give the description. I will say Slack credentials. This will be making our task easy, so I will recommend if you give some description. Click on add, and you can see I will select this from the drop down. This is the description that I have given, right? So I have selected that this is my workspace, this is my credential. Now it is asking which channel you want to use, okay? So what is the channel that we have created today? We created this channel called Slack notification, okay? Now before we start using it, you can just click on test connection. If this connection is working fine, then you can just use this in your jobs. Click on test connection, and you can see we got success. And if I just come here, it says Slack Jenkins plugin, you are set on. So this is my IP address and this is my port, okay? So it means now integration is done. It is just I need to configure this in my jobs, right? So that's all you need to do as of now. Click on save. But before I move to save, let me click on advanced, and you can see we have multiple options, okay? We have icon emojis, username, you can send as a text, you can override the URL, the different features. So as of now, we are just going to use the basic features as an individual job and as a pipeline. So let me click on save. Now you can take any existing job, right? Because our Slack integration that we have done is not dependent on any job. Now we can add this into a job or any pipeline, right? So let me do one thing. Let me create a fresh job. So I will give this as Slack integration, okay? Doesn't matter which kind of project you are creating. I will click on Freestyle project and I will click on OK. So it will create a Jenkins job. So I will just set up anything as a build command because our main focus is on post build. So in the build section, I will just print the Java version so that at least we'll have something, or I will just use echo, but in your case it could be anything. So in my case, I will just quickly set up a Windows batch command and I will say okay, just give me Java version. Now comes the main part, add post build action. So I will click on this, and as you can see, now we have an option called Slack notification. The moment I click on Slack notification, now it is asking me when do you want to send notification, okay? So notify when the build start, when the build got success, aborted, not build stable, sorry, unstable regression. So I will say give me when the build starts, success, okay, unstable. As of now, I'm just selecting 3, and we'll talk about this advanced again. Let me click on save and let me run this job first. So just run this. Okay, so it was very fast. So what it did actually, it says it started by this guy and it's success. Okay, so as you can see, the moment our job got executed, so if you open this particular job, it says Slack notification will send on success notification because build matches and user preferences allow it. So it is sending twice. One is started by, second is success, right? Now let me do one thing. Let me fail this and let's see how it sends the notification. So again, I will come back here and let me give some random command which does not even exist. So definitely it will fail. And if we see here, it says whenever build is unstable, it should notify after every failure. So click on apply and save. So build once again. Let's identify this. Okay, so can you see the second build? This is the build number, right? 2. So Slack integration is our job name. This is the build number started by this guy, and it got failed after 2 seconds. Okay, you can see this is a symbol of failure. Fine. Now one thing which I want to show you. So the moment I open this, click on this. So you can see it's keep on loading. The reason is my Jenkins is previously I configured with this IP address. Okay, so it is not even working now. So I will do one thing, I will change now so that I can show you this redirection part. So again I will go back to manage Jenkins. Let me check my IP address, or maybe I will change it to localhost. So click on configure system. See guys, in your case you don't have to do this because my IP is changing every time, so I have to configure it. So instead of configuring IP, I will keep it localhost so that I should not do this again and again. In your case you don't have to do this. In case if you are getting this kind of issues, okay, then this is what exactly you will do, since you will not be restarting Jenkins every time. So for you it will not come. Okay, so now whenever I will run my job, it should give me URL with this particular localhost :8080. Okay, so let me search that job again. Slack notification, yeah, Slack integration. This time again I will run this and let me see. Okay, say started by, again failed, obviously because we have not changed anything, but this time the moment I click on open, it will open that particular job which is failing. Make sense? So this is what you can do. So let me make this build again little stable. So again I will go to build section and I will change to Java. Now let me click on advanced. Okay, not this one, I want to show you the advanced part of this Slack notification. The moment you click on advanced, so as you can see now we have something called include custom message. What it means, so if you go back to the notifications that we are getting, so if you see a pattern that first of all it says the job name, then the build number, started by the user, and finally the build URL, right? But what if I want to customize it? So you can do that. Click on include custom message. Okay, the moment you say custom message, again you will be getting all this option. So you want to send custom message when the build is success, you want to send a custom message when the build is failure, and so on. So let me just make one custom message, one for success, one for failure, but you can also make the custom messages for others as well. So I will say hi, I will say please find build status below. Okay, here I will say job name. Now I want this dynamic because it should give me the build which is running or which got executed, right? So I will just give a dollar and I will say something called build underscore name. Okay, and again if you want, let's say the build number, you can say build number. Let me call this as build name, build number. So let me give dollar, and the variable that you have to use is build underscore number, all in caps, please remember. And finally the most important part, the build URL, so that they can click on that URL and they should be able to see. And I will say URL. For URL just put dollar again and I will say build underscore URL. That's all. In a similar way I can just copy paste the same thing for failure and I will say failed, build failed, please find the build status below. You can customize anything guys, okay? It is just I'm making few changes. The reason I want to show you that you can pass these variables and it will automatically will get updated with the latest values. Here I will say thanks Mukesh Otwani. Okay, so let me just copy and come here, save. I will just type here passed. So now let me click on save. So this time what we did, we said that we want to send a custom message, right? So let's build again. Okay, it says started. Okay, so here we go. It says started by this guy, and now you can see finally. Okay, so it says passed, that's fine. It has given me proper build number, URL. The only thing which is missing is the build name. Okay, so let's do this. Instead of build name, I guess the environment variable name is job name. So let me change it to job and it should update. Okay, so let me go back and update the post production. Click on advanced, and instead of build, let's call this job underscore name. Same thing I will do for failure as well. Fine, and let me fail this job because anyways we have seen the success. For failure I will make it double A and click on save and just click on build now. Okay, just click on build now. Let's see, it started again, and yes, this time it took the proper name. So it says build failed, please find the status below. Build name is Slack integration, number is 5, this is the URL, and so on. The moment somebody will click on that link, they will be able to see the build status. Let me also show you another way. If the first one is not working for you, you can try this option as well. So suppose you have your channel. Okay, we have created this channel, right? Just to show you the another way, I created one more channel. Now if you want to get all the details for the integration, click on the channel that you have created or the existing channel, click on the integration part, and you can see one option called apps. Okay, so you just need to click on add an app, and it will open up this window where you can basically select any app that you want to integrate. So in our case, I want to integrate Jenkins CI. So click on view, and again this window will open. Just click on configure. The moment you click on configuration, it will open your workspace, and you can see it is redirecting to the same UI. Now the remaining process is exactly same. You can simply select the channels, get all the details, and make your configuration. Okay, so let's say if again I want for the new channel, I will just simply click on new channel, and I will click on add Jenkins CI integration, and I will get all these details. Okay, so basically we are looking for this subdomain and this value. Fine, so you can try any of the way. So let me go back and continue with the video. So I hope that is clear now. Okay, so you just need to add as a post build action into your job, and you should be able to do that. Now we will see how we can do the same thing with Jenkins pipeline. Okay, same thing but with the small changes. But before we move to the pipeline, let me quickly give you a recap what we did so far. So we started installing this plugin called Slack notification, and once this plugin is installed successfully, then we went to our workspace and we got this icon where you need to create a CI integration configuration. So what we did, we just selected that which workspace you want to use, and we also have given, okay, so let me show you. So let's say we just selected which channel you want to use, and then it has given us all these details, right? So we got this token that we added as a secret text. We also tested the connection and it was working fine. In the second step, we added this custom message and predefined messages in our Jenkins job. Now let's talk about the pipeline. So let me close everything because now we don't need all of this. But in case if you're completely new to Jenkins pipeline, how it works, why it is required, how you can create from the scratch, then I have a dedicated video on Jenkins pipeline. So please go ahead and watch in case if you're new to pipeline. Now for the pipeline, you can use any existing pipeline that you have, or you can create a new pipeline and then you can add the same. Just to make this video a little easier, I will create everything from the scratch. I will create a new pipeline, then I will add the Slack notification with a pipeline. So for that, I will quickly click on new item and I will create a new pipeline. I will give the pipeline name as Slack pipeline. So I will just say Slack pipeline. Okay, I will be just selecting this pipeline, click on OK. Click on pipeline and let me click simple hello world pipeline. Okay, doesn't matter because our main task is just to trigger Slack notification, right? So it doesn't matter how many stages you have, how many agents you have. What we need to configure the post, right? So before we do this, let me click on pipeline syntax. Okay, so now finally we have pipeline syntax. As you can see, we have multiple steps here, right? So this is the sample step they have given. You just need to select one step called Slack send. Okay, you can see it will simply send Slack messages. Click on this. Now definitely it needs two parameters, right? One is Slack channel, in which channel you want to pass. The second, the what message you want to pass, right? So if you see, this is our channel, right, that we created. Please use your channel in your case. In the message section, what message you want to pass. So let's say if I don't pass any message, and if I click on generate pipeline script, you can see it is giving me one small sample step that I have to use. So let's do this first. So after this stages, maybe I will copy this into this. So this is our stages, right? This is one step for this stage. What exactly I am trying to do now, once everything is done, after this, all these stages, I want to have one post. Okay, we already discussed this in detail, guys. So in case if I are new to this, please watch my previous video. I will give you that link in the description. And here I will say always. I always want to send this notification, and in the always you just need to paste that step that we have copied. Okay, so I will just do this, copy. I will come back here in this section and just paste here, click on save, and let's run this pipeline. Click on build now, and let's come here. Okay, it's still running, so let's wait, and it should generate one Slack notification. Okay, so you can see it's running, and yes, okay, something went wrong, I guess, because it says send pipeline step running values. This is empty. Okay, Slack notification field with exception, no messages, attachment or block provided. It means you need to provide some messages here, right? So now let's do one thing. I will pass some message here. So what message I want to pass? Let's say I want to pass please find status of pipeline. Okay, you can customize this and click on this. As you can see, we got this. Let me go ahead, update this part. Click on configure, and let's pass the message. So message is mandatory. That is what it is throwing the exceptions. I will go to pipeline. I will come here and I will update this. Let's run once again, and let's see the output. Okay, so yes, it's running. Let me open this. Okay, so it says please find status of the pipeline, but we don't know what exactly the status is, because I can't figure it out whether it's pass or fail. I can't find the status, what is running, what is the status, and so on. So now we will be using the same thing. Okay, what we did for custom messages, we are going to add few details to this message. So I will just sorry, not this one. I need to go to that particular Jenkins pipeline where we need to make this messages. So click on configure again and come to pipeline. So after this, I just want to append few more details. Okay, so let me write down here so that you will have clear understanding. So what you can do now, you can use the same thing again. We will be using $. Now I need first of all the pipeline name, right? So again I will be using curly braces. Now you just need to use something called environment env dot, and I will use job underscore name. Fine. Then what if I need the number? Same thing, I will just say curly bracket close environment dot. Now I will say build underscore number. Then I need one more detail, URL, right? So I will say first of all environment dot build underscore URL. Okay, so finally this is the step, this is the channel. Okay, Slack notification is the channel exactly where we want to send, and this is the message. In double quotes we are first of all typing this, then we want this value at runtime, so which is job underscore name, which will give the pipeline name, then the build number and the build URL. So now copy this, go back to your pipeline and just remove this and add this. Fine. Let me just save this and finally let's run this once again, and let's come here, and finally here we go. So initially it was just typing this, right? It was just sending this notification, please find the status. Now since we have modified, now it is taking this at runtime, right? This is the URL, this is the name, and this is the build number. In a similar way, you can use any environment variable and you will get all these details. Now before we end this video, I just want to highlight one part. If you still see, we are not getting any status, right? Whether it's pass or fail. So if I come back to this snippet generator and let me open something called global variable reference. So the one that we have used right now is environment, right? So I said give me the environment.env. If you just notice here, env, right? Then I was able to capture this job name, build number, URL. So this is what we have seen, right? But if you see, we don't have anything for the status, right? But if I want the status, now I have to use something called current build and current result. You cannot find here, okay? In the environment variable, you will not find the status. If you want the status, you can just say current build dot current results. So it will give you either success, unstable, or failure, and it will never be null. So let's use this current build dot current result. So I will go back again here and let me type here, because I find this is little easy. Status of the pipeline, I will say first of all status. Now again for status, I will be using dollar symbol, and now I will say, okay, let's use this so that I should not make any typo mistake. Current build dot, then I will say current result. That's all. So first of all, this will give me the status of pass, fail, unstable, then this name, number, and URL. Again I will copy and I will go to configure. Okay, let's go back again here and let me remove this and let me add this. Click on save and let's run this, and this time you will see pass, fail, whatever the status will be. Just come back here. As you can see, this time we are getting the current build current status. It could be fail, it could be pass, it could be unstable, depends on the status. So that's very easy to use. I hope it is clear now. So the first section we have seen that if I don't pass the message, what exception we are getting. If you're passing the message, then it is just giving me the normal message. But if I want the environment details, how we can fetch. If I want the current build details, how can I fetch. So please explore from your side. Okay, so there are a lot of things that you can get from the current build. You can get the result that we have seen. We can get the display name, project name, ID, start time, end time, how much time it took, and a lot of details are available here. So please explore from your side, and in case if you find any issue, let me know in the comment section. Guys, in this video I will be talking about how you can set up the email configuration in Jenkins once again. Okay, now why I'm making this video again, I made the same video in April 2021 that how to configure email notification in Jenkins, and it was working fine. But recently there's a change by Google, and if you notice, there's an important notice here: less secure app and a Google account. To keep your account secure, from 30th May 2022, Google no longer supports the third-party app or devices which may ask you your username and the password. So in this video that we discussed earlier, I use username and password. So now if you use the username password after 30th May, it's not working. So this video will be very quick, and I will show you the workaround how you can set up your Gmail account to send notification from your Jenkins. Now if you're not using Gmail, then it's okay, you can still continue. But if you are practicing, if you are learning Jenkins, and if this Gmail part is not working, just stay for a minute and I will tell you the fix how you can do this. So first of all, you have to log in with the account. Okay, so I'm using my one of the account, which is Selenium 3 by Mukesh. I logged in to my Gmail account. After that, you just need to navigate to myaccount.google.com. okay, and you will be redirected directly to this page. Okay, myaccount.google.com, and the moment you come to this URL, it might ask your password once again. So you just provide the password and you will be landed on this page. Now very small thing you have to do, just come to the security page. You can see this, right? Click on security, and you have to perform now 2 steps. First thing, the moment you come down, you will see one option called signing into Google. Here 2-step verification should be on. Okay, so make sure you start this, otherwise again the solution will not work. The moment you click on 2-step verification, again it will ask you your Google device, or sorry, the device from where you logged in. Just enable this, and once this is enabled, now this is the main part called app password. Now instead of using your normal login password, you will be using app password. Right now I don't have any app password, so it is showing none. So let's create an app password, and we will use the same in our Jenkins. Okay, so let's click on this none. So it will redirect me to a page. I guess it will again ask me the password, so let me quickly enter the password. Yes, it did log in. Now you will be getting this page called app password, and right now it says you don't have any app password. So let me create one app password, and this app password I will use in Jenkins email configuration. Okay, so the first thing that you have to do, you have to click on select app, and you just need to click on mail. So we are going to send email right from our Jenkins, so I will be selecting mail. When it comes to device, now it will ask you which device you want to use. I'm using now Windows 10, so I will be selecting Windows computer. But if you're using Mac, iPhone, iPad, you can go ahead with that. I will select Windows computer, and I will click on generate. You can see it generated one app password for me. So I will be using this app password while sending email. Okay, I will delete this obviously after making this video, so make sure you create your own app password, your own email account. Okay, and again a small disclaimer, since we are trying to send email from Jenkins, I would recommend create a separate Gmail account, not your personal Gmail account. Okay, so I will copy this, Control C, click on done, and we are good to go. So this is my Jenkins already up and running. So guys, if you don't have Jenkins, I have a dedicated playlist which has more than 20 plus videos on Jenkins, and everything we have discussed in detail: how to set up Jenkins, how to set up plugins, configuration, tools, everything. So this video is continuous to the previous series, and before jumping into this video, I would highly recommend to follow this process. Okay, the title is configure email notification in Jenkins, and I will give all the links in the description. Now once you're done, I will go to manage Jenkins, and let's wait. Right now Jenkins is running on my local system. It's quite slow. In your case it will be faster, don't worry. And yeah, let's wait. Once it will download, we'll go to configuration, just replace the password with app password, and then we'll try using one test configuration. If you are getting a success email, it means everything is working fine. Okay, and right now you can see the new version available while recording this video. So if you want to upgrade, you can upgrade, otherwise you can continue. So come to this option which is called configure system. Just click on this option, and it will open the system configuration. So we have done a couple of configuration in the past. So in this video, we are only going to change the email configuration part. Okay, so now the configuration part is open. Now scroll down till the last, and yeah, see, you will be getting 2 sections. One is extended email notification, so we'll change this part. But first thing, actually I need to just check the configuration part. So I will come to this section called email notification. Here everything will remain same. So as you can see, it is smtp.gmail.com since I'm using Gmail. Default user suffix will be @gmail.com. Click on advanced, and right now I'm using my username and password. So instead of using old password, I will click on change password, and I will remove this guy, and yeah, it's already gone. So I already copied, so I will paste here. Nothing else, rest everything will remain same. So port number is 465, and this is the main part. After creating that password, just send one test email. So I will send one test email to my another email ID just to check everything is working as expected not. Okay, so I will just click on, okay, I will enter my email and click on test configuration. Okay, it's taking some time. If everything is correct, I will get a confirmation that email sent successfully, and I will be getting one test email to this email ID. Yes, email was sent successfully. Now this is only for email notification, but we are also using one more plugin called extended email notification, right? Where we are able to change the subject, we are able to change the content, we are able to change the trigger as well. So this is one part. One more change you have to do. Come again to this section called extended email notification. Same configuration, smtp.gmail.com, port number is 465. Now click on advanced. Now you can see it is already having few additional credentials. So today I created new credential, right? So I will click on add, click on Jenkins, and now instead of selecting anything else, just select the username and password. Now username is my email address, so this is selenium3 by mukesh@gmail.com. I created this email long back when Selenium 3 got launched, so I'm using the same email now. And again for password, I will use the same password. And description, I will tell you it's important. So I will give this description, let's say YouTube tutorials, and let me click on add. Now since I have given the description, so it will be easy for me to select from the drop down. See, I have given multiple descriptions, right? So this is the one that we created now. So if you don't give the description, again you will get confused, right? Which one you have to select, because I'm using the same one for the different purpose. So this time I created YouTube tutorials. That's all. Rest everything will remain same. Your default recipients you can change, subject you can change, everything you can change. And once you're done, just click on save and we're good to go. Now if you create as any job, you can start sending email and it will work as expected. So let's save this configuration and let me create a sample job, and I will show you this email notification once again. So let me create a sample job. This is just for testing purpose, that whatever things we have done, it's actually working or not. So I will just click on sample job for email testing, and I will click on Freestyle project. You can go with Maven project, pipeline, doesn't matter. And I will create a new project. Since now we are just working on the build, sample build. So once the page is loaded, I will click on build, and let me just execute one batch command. I will say java space -version, some random batch command I'm executing, and the main part is add post build action. Click on this and I will select editable email notification. The difference between two is if you just select the email notification, it will only send email if the build is getting failed, okay? But here in the editable email notification, we can customize the trigger as well. So I will click on editable email notification, and come on, it should come. Yeah. So default recipients, again I will just provide my another official email, which is learn-innovation.com. Rest everything will remain same, default content, default subject, default content. And come to the advanced setting part, come down again, you will see the trigger. When do you want to send this email? As of now I have selected always, and I will just say send to the recipient list. In my case I have only provided one email, so it will send email to me. I will click on save. Once our project is ready, I will simply click on build now, and we are good to go. Okay, perfect. Now let's click on build now. Build should start. Yes, it's running. I will click on this icon and it will directly give me the console output. Yes, it executed java space -version, so it is giving me java version. Now the post build notification is getting triggered, so it says email triggered for always, and yes, it is sending email to my email ID and it's success. Yeah, so very easy. Only thing you have to replace your normal password with app password. So again, let me repeat: log into your Gmail account, navigate to myaccount.google.com, go to security, make sure two-step authentication is on, create an app password. While creating app password, you just need to provide two options that you are using. Okay, again it's asking for the password. So I have already shown you the steps, right? Select your service as mail and select your Windows or Mac what you're using. You will be getting app passcode that you have to use in the Jenkins. Yeah. So that's all about this video. So if you think this video helped you in any manner, then do support this channel, share with your friends, colleague. Let me know if you face any other issue in the comment section, and I will see you in the next video. Thank you so much. Have a nice day. Bye bye. So guys, in my Jenkins playlist, which I have published on my YouTube channel, I got this comment multiple times, and it's a common question and it's a common problem, I would say, which everybody is facing. So instead of replying to the comments, I thought I will quickly create a video on this. So this is the one of the comment which is posted by Jose. So let me quickly talk about this comment and then I will share my thoughts on this. So Jose is asking, your tutorial is very good, thanks, but there's one big problem. It's not a big problem, it's a small problem, but still I will consider it's a big problem for the time being. If you close the command prompt or the terminal at the last, it no longer allow you to access the localhost 8080. It means if you install Jenkins through a WAR file, the moment you close the command prompt or the terminal, you cannot even access the Jenkins. It tells you to address is not found, and you must do the same in the command prompt. Place the command java space -jar in the path of the WAR file, then it will allow you to enter again, which I totally agree. What should be done in order to solve this problem? The installed version of Jenkins is 2.344. So first of all, thank you Jose for asking this question, and it actually provoked me to make this video. So let me share my thoughts on this. So Jose, there's two ways to install Jenkins. Either you can go in a WAR format, which I already shown in this video, or you can go in a specific platform. For example, if you're using Windows, you can install Jenkins via exe. You can install Jenkins via DMG file if you're on Mac, and same goes for other platforms. But the WAR file that I have discussed, that is same across all the platform. Now if you try to access this WAR file, okay, or if you try to install this Jenkins using WAR file, the big advantage that you will be getting, that your test will be running in a normal UI mode. Yes. Now if you close the command prompt, obviously Jenkins will shut down and you will not be able to access. That's what your question is. So there is a workaround for this. The moment you go to your manage Jenkins, there you will find one option called install Jenkins as a service. The moment you click on that option, it will install Jenkins as a service, just like a normal service in your operating system, which means the moment you open your system or the moment you restart your system, it will work as a service and you can still access Jenkins if you don't even run the WAR file again and again. But there's a big problem. Problem is, if you install Jenkins as a service, it will be running your test in headless mode. When I say headless mode, it means you will not be able to see what is happening to your test. It will be running in a headless mode. You will not be able to see the UI. So if you're okay with that, please go ahead with that option where you click on the manage Jenkins and click on install as a service. In that way, it will always work. The moment you restart your system or the moment you start using a system, it will be running in the background. So it's totally up to you. If you don't want to run again and again, go ahead this, but the problem is headless mode. Not only with this, even if you install Jenkins as an exe file or any other way, your test will be running in the headless mode. So that's the reason I always recommend to run your Jenkins in a WAR file format, so that you can see what is happening to your test and you can easily debug if something goes wrong. Now another point, generally you will not be closing the command prompt when you will use in a productive manner or in a production server. Why? Because right now we are just doing tutorials, so I'm opening a command prompt, I'm closing it. But this is one-time activity. The moment you have Jenkins on a production machine where everybody is accessing the Jenkins, the complete team or the multiple teams are using this, in that case, this Jenkins will be on a separate virtual machine or in a dedicated system where the moment you set up Jenkins, nobody is going to close it, nobody going to touch that Jenkins instance. Everybody will be accessing the Jenkins using the URL, and depends on the role they can manage the Jenkins. They can have certain roles, and based on the roles they can access it. Okay, so I hope you got the question, the answer. In case if you have any other question, let me know in the comment section. I will make a video on this. So guys, it's totally up to you. As I said, go in a WAR format, you will get one advantage, but only while working you need to open the command prompt again and again. But I don't think it's a big problem, because you just need hardly 2 seconds to execute this WAR file and it should be fine. But the moment you run on production server, nobody's going to touch that WAR file. Okay, so yeah, that's a very quick video, but very important for those who are learning Jenkins on the local system. Yeah, so please give it a try and let me know if you have any other question, and I will see you in the next video.